order. I will, before we begin the daily routine, I will read the subject matter for late debate submitted by the member for Dartmouth South. Whereas the number of people who are homeless and without access to shelter in Nova Scotia is exploding. In Halifax, the by name list that tracks people in need of housing has reached over 1,000 people. This level has never been seen since the list was kept. Whereas this is an issue felt in every community across our province, and below freezing temperatures are now upon us. Whereas shelters are full, modular housing units are full, the public housing wait list is in the thousands. For the first time, there is simply nowhere for people to go, and the government has not provided any plan or assurance that people will not be wintering outside. Therefore, be it resolved that this government's inaction to provide housing will have dangerous and life-threatening impacts this winter. That will be the subject matter at the moment of interruption later today. Okay, starting daily routine, presenting and reading petitions. Presenting reports of committees. Tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Public Works.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pursuant to Section 12 of the Surplus Crown Property Disposal Act, I beg leave to table the report Surplus Crown Property Disposal Report for the period of April 1st, 2022 to March 31st, 2023.
The report is tabled. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Acadian Affairs and Francophonie.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. En français, je désire présenter le rapport d'étape 2022-2023 des services en français offerts par le gouvernement de la Nouvelle-Écosse. Madam Speaker, beg leave to table a report entitled Progress Report on French Language Services provided by the Government of Nova Scotia 2022-23.
The report is tabled. Any further tabling reports, regulations, and other papers? Statements by ministers. Government notices of motion. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day, I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas every year, Nova Scotia sends a beautiful Christmas tree to the people of Boston in thanks to their immediate and generous aid after the Halifax explosion. And whereas this year, Bet Gurley of Stewiacke is donating a white spruce that stands nearly 14 meters tall, and that our family decorated it for Christmas every year until it got too tall. And whereas we invite the community to come out on November 15th as we cut the tree and send it first to the Parade of Lights and then on its way to the Boston Common at the end of the month. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this House join me in thanking the people of Boston for their support in our time of need, and the family for their heartfelt donation of this Christmas tree. Madam Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary minded, nay. Motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister for All-New Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas historic Mi'kmaq regalia were recently returned to Mi'kma'ki from a museum in Australia thanks to the commitment of Heather Stevens, manager of the Millbrook Cultural and Heritage Centre, and others who have helped along the way. And whereas the story of the historic regalia is well known to Mi'kmaq, the beaded and carved works are an important part of the Mi'kmaq history, and having the pieces in community and displayed at the Millbrook Centre honors the artisan who created them so long ago. And whereas important conversations are happening here in Nova Scotia, in Canada, and around the world about repatriation of cultural property, and those discussions aren't easy, but they are necessary and an important step towards reconciliation. a path we walk together. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of the House of Assembly join me in thanking Heather Stevens and everyone involved in this project for their hard work to bring the regalia back to its rightful place after more than 130 years, and recognizing the importance of these and other important artifacts to the Mi'kmaq and our shared history. Madam Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for a waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Contrary minded, nay. Motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Acadian Affairs and Francophonie.
Madame la Présidente, en date ultérieure, je demanderai l'adoption de la résolution suivante. Attendu que la Fédération des femmes acadiennes de la Nouvelle-Écosse est un organisme provincial à but non lucratif dévoué au développement personnel et social des femmes acadiennes et francophones de la Nouvelle-Écosse, et attendu qu'en avril, la Fédération a tenu un forum provincial en personne au sujet du renforcement du leadership par et pour toutes les filles et les femmes, et attendu que la Fédération a célébré les initiatives passées et actuelles visant à éliminer l'isolement, à faciliter les liens, à offrir des ressources aux personnes qui en ont besoin et à promouvoir la confiance en soi pour les filles et les femmes. Par conséquent, qu'il soit résolu que tous les membres de l'Assemblée législative se joignent à moi pour reconnaître le dévouement exceptionnel du Conseil d'administration bénévole de la Fédération des femmes acadiennes de la Nouvelle-Écosse dans le cadre de la célébration du 40e anniversaire de l'organisme. Madame la Présidente, je demande l'adoption de cette résolution sans préavis et sans débat. Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas the Fédération des femmes acadiennes de la Nouvelle-Écosse is a provincial, non-profit organization dedicated to the personal and social development of Acadian and Francophone women in Nova Scotia. And whereas the Fédération held a provincial in-person forum in April on strengthening leadership by and for girls and women. And whereas the Fédération celebrated past and ongoing initiatives to eliminate isolation, facilitate connections, make resources available to those in need, and promote girls' and women's self-confidence. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of the House of Assembly join me in recognizing the outstanding commitment of the Volunteer Board of Directors and employees of the Fédération des femmes acadiennes de la Nouvelle-Écosse as they celebrate the organization's 40th anniversary. Madam Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Public Works.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day, I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas the weather in Nova Scotia is about to change with colder temperatures, and dare I say, the snow has returned to our province. And whereas the province's winter maintenance equipment and expert staff are prepared and ready to roll as the Department of Public Works continues to make sure our roads are safe for all users. And whereas the province maintains more than 400 pieces of snow and ice clearing equipment, and during storms they are operational 24/7 until the roads are safe for travel. Therefore, it be resolved that now is the time for Nova Scotians to prepare for a safe winter driving too. This includes installing winter tires, checking road conditions before you head out, driving to conditions, slowing down, and leaving extra space between your vehicle and the one in front of you. Madam Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried. Introduction of bills. I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples.
The Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples.
Bill 394, an act respecting the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I beg leave to make an introduction?
Please do.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the West Gallery, we have members of two different groups who are here supporting a bill that I'm presenting today. We have, and I'd ask them to stand, we have Jeff McNeil, President of the Port Morion Wildlife Association, Stan Peach, who's the Treasurer of the Port Morion Wildlife Association, Murdo Messer, who's the co-founder of the Cobequid Wildlife Rehabilitation Center, and Brenda Boats, who's the Wildlife Operations Manager, Cobequid Wildlife Rehabilitation Center.
Welcome to the House. It's a pleasure to have you. I recognize the honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Raise Awareness of the Harmful Impacts of Lead and Enhance Public Safety.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Raise Awareness of the Harmful Impacts of Lead and Enhance Public Safety.
Bill 395, an act to raise awareness of the harmful impacts of lead and enhance public safety.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. Notices of motion. Statements by members. I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, before I begin, I beg leave to make some introductions.
Please do.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm honored to introduce several people who are joining us today from Pictou East. They're in the Speaker's Gallery. I asked them to rise and receive the warm welcome of the House as I introduce them. But I've spoken a lot in this chamber over the 10 years I've been here, but I'm pretty nervous right now, Madam Speaker. With us today are firefighters and community members who are being recognized as the true heroes they are for their significant contribution to our communities. Like so many people across Nova Scotia, these heroes have faced extraordinary natural disasters head-on over the past 2 years. They have gone above and beyond, and we are so grateful for their tremendous expertise and their courage and their dedication to our communities. It is my honor to introduce Joanne Cumminger. Joanne is the treasurer of the Plymouth Fire Department Ladies Auxiliary. Joanne. Kenny Dunn. Kenny is the chief of the Westville Fire Department, whose members are always available to assist whenever and whatever is needed to be done. Thank you, Kenny. Did I miss him? Did you stand up? He was up and down? He's quick. He's quick. Good. Evan Hale. Evan is the director of the fire service for the municipality of Pictou County and the deputy fire chief in Alma, who assisted many of our vulnerable seniors and other volunteers. Thank you, Evan. Megan Kenny. Megan, who works for the Department of Natural Resources and Renewables, was on the front lines fighting fires in Barrington, and I've seen her on many fire scenes across the community. Jason LaGreca. Jason is the inspector for the municipality of Pictou County and a volunteer firefighter in Alma, who helped a senior who was living in unsafe conditions move to a new home. Thank you, Jason. Rod Livingston. Rod is a volunteer with the Plymouth Fire Department who spent weeks following Hurricane Fiona, cutting down trees and bringing water to residents with no power. Thank you, Rod. Wayne Van Zeen. Wayne is a volunteer firefighter in Plymouth, who immediately following Hurricane Fiona thought only of helping those in need despite his own vehicles being blocked by fallen trees. He borrowed a neighbor's car to assist an elderly man who had suffered a very serious injury. Thank you, Wayne. These are, everyone is accompanied by some friends and family and support network, and I would just ask the House to give them a very warm welcome today.
Welcome. It's a pleasure to have you here. I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as all Nova Scotians are aware, for the past 2 years, we have faced some devastating natural disasters in our province. We have had heroes across our province who have made a tremendous difference in the lives of neighbours and friends and strangers too. And today I would like to recognize just a few of the firefighters from Pictou East who are joining us here today. Evan Hale, Jason LaGreca, Kenny Dunn, Megan Kenny, Rod Livingston, and Wayne Van Zeen are just a handful of the thousands of heroes we pay tribute to in our province. Each and every Nova Scotian is grateful for their dedicated service, whether it's facing a fire, a flood, or the aftermath of hurricanes and tropical storms. Our first responders are always available to help people in need. That is why it is so important that we, as Nova Scotians, reach out to say thank you for what you do for us. So, Madam Speaker, on behalf of the residents of Pictou East, who are so well served by all of our first responders, I want to say a very big thank you for all of your dedicated service to our province. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make a couple introductions.
Please do.
The first, with your permission, I'd like to welcome to the chamber Maya, a grade 9 student from Fairview Junior High, which is in the riding of my honourable colleague, the member for Fairview Clayton Park. Maya is a bright young student who also happens to be of Lebanese descent. Maya is very engaged in the political process and hopes to be sitting in this chamber one day. And Maya, I'm sure you will be. I'd ask the House to join me in welcoming Maya to the chamber. Madam Speaker, I'd also like to welcome to the chamber Mr. Raymond L. Chatter, the president of the Canadian Lebanon Society of Halifax. He is here today in recognition of November being the celebrated Lebanese Heritage Month. Please, I'd ask the House and join me in welcoming Mr. President Raymond L. Chatter to the House.
Welcome to the House, everyone. The Honourable Member for Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Nova Scotia was the first province in Canada to designate a month in which Lebanese culture and heritage will be celebrated. In 2018, I was incredibly humbled to be at Pier 21, where so many of our ancestors arrived to our province, where our Liberal government officially proclaimed November as the Lebanese Heritage Month. This month is about recognizing the Lebanese community's significant contributions to the culture, economic, and political landscape of Nova Scotia. The vision, work ethic, and strong community and family ties of Lebanese Nova Scotians have made our province more diverse and vibrant and have helped to drive our economy, particularly our housing and development in a major way. Lebanese immigrants first began arriving in Nova Scotia during the 1800s. Ever since their arrival, Lebanese communities have spread across Nova Scotia and have played a significant role in fostering growth, prosperity, and innovation in this province. Madam Speaker, I'm proud to be of Lebanese heritage myself. I'm third-generation Canadian. My great-grandparents came here at the turn of the 20th century. My grandparents were born here, and they were merchants in the south end of Yarmouth. My parents' generation became service men and women, particularly in education. And we're very proud to be a part of this great Lebanese community in Nova Scotia. This year, the Canadian Lebanon Society is also celebrating 85 years of existence. I'd like to ask the House to please join me in recognizing the role of this organization in helping to preserve and promote the Lebanese culture in our province. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I beg leave to make an introduction. I would draw the members' attention to the gallery opposite, where we also have a grade 9 student in the gallery, Mateo Vaca-Talbot, who is coming to work with our caucus today. So I ask all members to welcome Mateo to the House.
Welcome. The Honourable Member for Dartmouth South.
Madam Speaker, today it has been the honour of the NDP caucus to bring Mateo Vaca-Talbot to Province House. November 1st is Take Your Kid to Work Day for many students, including Mateo, who is in grade 9 at École Marymount. And instead of going off to work with his parents, Mateo wanted to come to work with us. Like our MLAs, Mateo shares a deep sense of justice, fairness, and equity, and even at the young age of 14, he has shown a keen interest in politics. He's been known to treat elections like his own personal Super Bowl, often complete with themed snacks, and most recently, he celebrated Wab Canoe's historic win in Manitoba. While Mateo still isn't quite sure what he wants to study after school, it's clear that the path will include politics in some form, whether it's law, policy, or journalism. When he isn't watching election results from across the world and all levels of government, he also enjoys speed skating and capoeira. I would ask all members to please join me in welcoming Mateo again to the House.
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in the days following Hurricane Fiona, when so many Nova Scotians were without power, Joanne Comminger and her team opened a comfort station at the Plymouth Fire Hall. They worked day and night providing delicious meals to residents from not just Pictou East and not just Pictou County, but some residents even from as far as Port Hawkesbury arrived at the Comfort Centre. Anyone who came to the fire hall was offered breakfast, lunch, and supper over a course of several days. Joanne worked hard to ensure that each morning they continued to have fresh eggs, not just muffins and biscuits. During this time of isolation, residents came not just for the warm food, but also for the companionship. The volunteers took time to ensure everyone felt welcome. Joanne and her husband, Cammie, have been great leaders for our community for a long time, and we are so grateful for all they do. Madam Speaker, I ask all members of the legislature to thank Joanne and her team for opening this comfort centre and ensuring our residents were well cared for. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cole Harbour Dartmouth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize Fumilayo Odenini, owner and founder of the fashion brand Mishnat. And yes, I am proudly wearing one of her creations today. Fumi describes herself as a wife, mother, lover of God, chartered accountant, and an MBA holder in finance management. After 13 years as a chartered accountant, she made the decision to fulfill a lifelong desire to become a fashion designer. Fumi wanted to fill the gap for the demand for African designs within our city and province. Her clothing is trendy, versatile, with a mix of vibrant colors, all combined with Western and Afro flair. On March 15th of this year, the Odini family took their Canadian citizenship oath in a ceremony in Halifax, officially welcomed Fumi and her husband Aiken and their 4 children, Tim, Tom, Busaryor, and Fola. Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker, please join me in welcoming Fumilayo Odenini and her family to our community and country and wish her continued success. She'd be here today, but she's busy sewing in her new shop on Spring Garden Road. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Madam Speaker, may I introduce some guests?
Please do.
Thank you. I'd like to introduce to the House 2 guests we have with us this afternoon, Doris MacDonald and Paul Jenkinson up in the corner of our West Gallery. Doris and Paul are here with us this afternoon in connection with some legislative initiatives that will be brought forward by our party later in the afternoon's debates, and we welcome them to the House and we're grateful to have you here.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Don't forget that Whitney Peer. It's very important. I wish to congratulate the new Coal Dust Days Committee on a successful week-long festival. When the former committee disbanded, a new committee was formed chaired by Alexis MacDonald. The hard work of planning and coordinating the week-long events is immense. Creating a festival event for all ages requires a lot of effort and skill. There were plenty of fun-filled family events, children and youth events, and the over 19 years events. The 9-day festival is jam-packed every day. My highlights include the Kay McSween Memorial Walk, Plummer Avenue Day, and the Evening Street Dance, the Susan Coombs Memorial Picnic, the annual pet show, and the library teddy bear sleepover, and of course, the fireworks and closing party. So much fun was had by all, and I want to congratulate the committee on a successful Coal Dust Days.
I recognize the honourable member for Glace Bay Dominion.
Madam Speaker, regretfully, I rise today to pay my respects to retired 30-year Glace Bay volunteer firefighter Bobby Snow. Bob passed away on Friday, October 27, at the Glace Bay Hospital, surrounded by his family and friends. His celebration of life is this evening at the Glace Bay Fire Department. Years after he retired, Bob continued to show up at the fire department to check in on the members and make sure we're okay. Madam Speaker, although we retired from the fire services, we forever remain brothers. I can assure you, Glace Bay Fire Service members, both past and present, are grieving this loss. Bob is survived by his wife of 61 years, Jackie, his son, John, and his wife, Nancy, daughters, Tanya, and daughter, Jennifer, and her husband, Alan. His pride and joy were his grandchildren, Hannah, Robert, and Brooke. Rest easy, brother. We'll take it from here. Madam Speaker. I ask for a moment of silence for Bob and all past firefighters.
Please stand for a moment of silence. Please be seated.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Service Nova Scotia.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's my pleasure to welcome to the House special guest Maya Wilkie, who's a grade 9 student at Fairview Junior High. She's here with her mom for Take Your Kid to Work Day, and her mom, Rachel Boomer, is my Director of Communications. So I ask all members to join me in welcoming Maya and her mom, Rachel, to the House today.
Welcome. I recognize the honourable member for Clayton Park West, who is joining us virtually.
Madam Speaker, today I would like to applaud the Nova Church in their efforts to provide school supplies and backpacks this fall. The Nova Church congregation meets in the Bella Rose at Halifax West High School. Each year, the church gathers around 200 backpacks to give out to families in need. But due to the increasing need in our community, they raised their goal to 500. Due to the affordability crisis, many families are struggling to afford the bare necessities for their children. September can be an extremely difficult time of the year for families. Imagine, Madam Speaker, the Nova Church was able to gather and give out 700 backpacks and still had to turn people away. Madam Speaker, I would like to ask the House to join me in thanking the Nova Church and all the organizations and people who donated to this great cause. You helped make things a little easier for the families of Clayton Park West. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Madam Speaker, I stand here today to acknowledge Armbray Academy for all the hard work they are doing to create a more equitable and fair world where kids of all backgrounds can thrive. In particular, I'd like to recognize the amazing work led by Board Chair Joe Hennigar, Headmaster Steve Clark, Director of Admissions Suzanne Morrison, Athletic Director Susan Beasley, as well as the entire board staff and administration at Armbray Academy for creating an environment where everyone belongs. Armbray has made diversity and inclusion a core part of the school's mission. The entire Armbray community, as well as the south end of Halifax, greatly benefits from the inclusive leadership philosophy that the school embodies. Kids are thriving there in all aspects, with access to scholarships and post-secondary opportunities are now available to them from all over the world. The school has provided extensive resources to ensure all children are supported, but especially to those who have been historically left out of these privileged environments. I would like all members of this House to join me in thanking Armbray Armbray Academy for all the amazing work they do to foster brilliance and develop well-rounded citizens. Hope to see you at the Amazing Shake competition.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland South on an introduction.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the leave to make an introduction. And sitting in your gallery, Madam Speaker, I'd ask my son Cooper to rise. He's It's also his grade 9 take your child to work day. I don't know whether it's take your father to work, but he's been involved in some briefings today, a couple meetings, a media update. Now here for question period. He's been representing Cumberland South very well today, and with him as well is accompanied with my brother Trevor from living in Moncton now, originally from Oxford, and I think it's Trevor's first time in the gallery since my grandfather stood down here. So it's quite a family honor today. Thank you very much for your patience. Welcome, Trevor and Cooper.
Welcome. Always nice to see you, Cooper. All right, moving on to the honourable member for Kings West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I would like to recognize Wayne McPherson, a longtime educator and volunteer who has made a tremendous impact on the youth of Kings West over the last 5 decades. Originally from Glace Bay, Wayne is a retired teacher who was in the education system for 34 years prior to his retirement in 2006. Wayne was in the classroom for 15 years at the elementary level, and he worked as a guidance counselor for 19 years at West Kings High School. He worked with students, preparing them for their post-secondary education and helping them through challenges during their high school years. Wayne was a longtime president for the Valley Wildcats Midget AAA hockey program in the 80s and 90s and involved in various hockey schools and player development. He has also been a longtime member of the Kings West PC Association, last year completing a 4-year term as secretary. One of Wayne's lasting legacies in our area are the hundreds of people, young and old alike, he has taught to drive through his driving school, Maritime Driver's Ed, which he wrapped up after 48 years. I'd like to thank Wayne for his years of dedication to our communities and personally for his friendship and support to me and my family. As my neighbor in Aylesford, I hope we don't lose him back to Glace Bay anytime soon. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, in June of 2014, the Knights of Columbus building on View Street in City Mines was destroyed by fire. The KO was a place where there was lots of weddings and dances. It became infamous to the neighborhood. But 3 years ago, certain members of the Knights of Columbus, notably George Walker and Hector G. DiPercio, realized the dream of building a new KOC would not happen, and that it was time for the group to give back to the community. I'm just going to read off some of the investments that they've made in the community since. The Columbian Club has donated $80,000 to Holy Family Parish, $30,000 to the Sydney Mines and District Community Center, $25,000 to the Sydney Mines Volunteer Fire Department, $25,000 to the Sydney Mines Food Bank, $25,000 to the Sydney Mines and Burdor Combined Christmas Cheer, $10,000 to Branch 8 Royal Canadian Legion Sydney Mines, $10,000 to Branch 83 Royal Canadian Legion, $10,000 to the Atlantic Memorial Park Project, $10,000 to City Mines Community Cares, and also, most recently, they just gave $10,000 to the Florence Fire Department for a total of $273,000 back in our community, and we thank them for their service. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Lee's Nails, the familiar nail salon on Quinpool Road, is the source of the inspiration for an important new novel, Sunshine Nails, by Man Nguyen, released by Simon & Schuster in July. Nguyen grew up in and around Lee's Nails, which has been operated by her parents, Lan Nguyen and Phi Nguyen, since '97. Now, a National Magazine Award-nominated journalist in Toronto, she's written for Wired and the Washington Post and the Toronto Star. And in Sunshine Nails, her debut novel, Nguyen explores the fascinating world of nail salons, a world where the Vietnamese community in Halifax, as elsewhere, has a pronounced presence. The book tackles matters from gentrification to levels of privilege in a way that gives voice to the complex and full-hearted lives of the nail techs who are the subject of the story. Mai Nguyen described Sunshine Nails as my love letter to nail techs, and so it is. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to offer congratulations to the Centre Communautaire Francophone de Truro on their vibrant celebration of Acadian Days 2023. This organization's dedication to preserving and sharing the rich Acadian culture is truly commendable. Acadian Day has become a cherished tradition in our region, bringing the community together to honor Acadian heritage, music, cuisine, and traditions. It also serves as a testament to the resilience and enduring spirit of the Acadian people. This annual festival provides the opportunity to not only celebrate past traditions, but also inspire future generations to embrace their roots. Madam Speaker, I would like to thank everyone involved for another successful and joy-filled Acadian Day Festival. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
I recognize the honourable member for Clare.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This week is an important week for my daughter, Matea. This past Sunday was her 24th birthday. Today is her last day of her classroom work placement as part of her BA/BEd at University St. Anne, and she'll be starting a teaching job with the CSAP. Her mother and I want to wish her a belated happy birthday, tell her we love you, and we're very, very proud of you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, the workers at the Pete's Critique location on Dresden Row held an information picket on Saturday, October 28th. The staff formed a union 18 months ago and are still waiting to reach a contract with Sobeys. At that Pete's location, all staff are making minimum wage, even those with more than 10 years experience, and they also do not have access to paid sick days. As Nicole Savoy, union member, said, quote, Pete's workers struggle to afford the bare essentials of life. We work sick because we have no sick days and can't afford unpaid time off. We have been waiting for a fair contract since we voted to unionize in May 2022. We have waited long enough. On Saturday, union members spoke with Pete's customers and passers-by. They displayed a large banner signed by dozens of Pete's customers urging Sobeys to sign a contract with the workers. Madam Speaker, I send our support to the workers at Pete's Critique on Dresden Row.
I recognize the honourable member for Kings North.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Kentville Volunteer Fire Department on its 135th anniversary of serving our community. The Kentville Volunteer Fire Department was founded on February 22, 1888, and was originally called the Kentville Volunteer Fire and Protection Company. The rich history of our fire department has evolved from a two-wheel man-powered hose reel to state-of-the-art equipment responding to approximately 400 calls per year. At any time, firefighters may respond to motor vehicle accidents, fire alarms, water rescue, medical emergencies, hazard materials incidents, and more. The dedication of our volunteer firefighters is incredible and is deeply appreciated within our community. Please join me today in recognizing and congratulating the Kentville Volunteer Fire Department on its 135th anniversary. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Queens on an introduction.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the West Gallery today, I'm just so excited to do this introduction. I've been a member of this legislature since 2017. This is the first time I've had any family members here. So I'm over the moon. It's nice to know someone loves me. So joining us from Ottawa today is my brother, Sean Fancy, his lovely wife, my sister-in-law, Dr. Carla Randall, and her brother, Chad Randall. Welcome to the legislature.
What a lovely surprise. Nice to see you. Enjoy your visit. I recognize the honourable member for Annapolis.
Madam Speaker, it's an honor today to rise to recognize Dorothy Beals of Mosier's Corner. Dorothy is as tough and resilient as they come. After losing her father at a young age, her mother, along with Dorothy and her 5 young siblings, rose up to run the family farm through wartime and other challenging situations. She went on to train and thrive as a teacher and shape young minds at the Mount Hanley Schoolhouse, the Victoria Vale School, and in Nicktaw. How did I discover all this? Well, Dorothy is also an author, and a few years back, at the age of 90, she wrote her latest book called My First 21 Years. Dot's family has recently reached out to me as their MLA and tell me that Dorothy is currently in the Mayflower unit at Soldiers Memorial Hospital in Middleton. She is anxiously awaiting her transition to a local nursing home where she'll have more opportunities for meaningful social and intellectual interactions. I ask that all members of the House of Assembly join me in wishing Dorothy Beals a congratulations on her success as a teacher and author, and best wishes as she waits to transition from a soldier's hospital to a more appropriate long-term care home. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, my 3-year-old Springer Doodle, Gregory Jack LeBlanc, is very excited about the latest opportunity to meet new friends in Dartmouth North. Woofingtons of Lake City is a new doggy daycare catering to the needs of small dogs that's being run as a social enterprise by Lake City Works. Lake City has been in Dartmouth North for over 40 years and is famous for its beautiful furniture. The organization is looking to expand into more service-based offerings. This and the increased demand for pet services since the onset of COVID has driven the opening of Woofingtons of Lake City. Lake City Works provides work experience and skill-building opportunities to individuals living with mental illness, giving participants and supported employees the opportunity to work with animals will be a valuable skill-building opportunity and therapeutic experience. Woofingtons is taking a quality over quantity approach, catering to a number of small dogs under 30 pounds and under. I just said that. I ask all members of the House to join me in congratulating Lake City Works on this new venture and in wishing all the doggies great days ahead.
I recognize the honourable member for Waverley Fall River Beaverbank.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today I would like to honor the memory of a Waverley resident who has impacted the lives of so many people. Mrs. Lillian Wise passed in 2021, but her contributions to our community live on. Lillian was a member of the Friendly Circle, president of Parents Group for Brownies, and was the treasurer for the Waverley Firemen's Ladies Auxiliary. She also was heavily involved with the Anglican Church, now in Fall River. This past July, construction finished on a new gazebo in McDonald Sports Park by Waverley resident Cam McDonald. It bears a beautiful plaque dedicating the gazebo to Mrs. Lillian Wise. Madam Speaker, please join me in honoring the wonderful contributions Lillian made in our community. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize the Route 33 Lifesavers. Formed in March of 2023 and led by Hayden Martin and his mother Patty, the 333 Lifesavers is a way for graduating Halifax West High School students to mark their graduation for a good cause. The group meets regularly for blood donations and now consists of over 100 people from the Prospect area. Madam Speaker, as a recent blood donor myself, I understand the importance of donating blood, and I want to encourage everyone who can to donate when able to. Thank you to the many people involved in this wonderful initiative and all those who donate blood in Nova Scotia.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to honor the life of Barbara Bud McLennan. After moving around the Atlantic provinces and Ontario, Bob and Bruce finally put down roots in Oat Hill Lake in Dartmouth in 1970 with 6 children in tow. Over the next 50 years, they grew a huge and loving family that include 13 grandchildren, their partners, 6 great-grandchildren, and many nieces and nephews. Bub's family extended out into the neighborhood as well. Her daily walks around Oat Hill Lake and her genuine warmth meant she knew and was adored by many. She was also very creative, taking up traditional rug hooking in the 80s, and found that she had a real passion for the craft, which she would practice for 40 years. She produced many colorful works and earned even more long-lasting friendships in the process. Bub was witty, creative, and loving, and she will be deeply missed by her community. Please join me in honoring the memory of Barbara Bub McLennan.
I recognize the honourable member for Digby Annapolis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize that today, November 1st, 2023, is Take Your Kids to Work Day. To all the students going to work, and especially those in Digby Annapolis, I wish everyone a fun-filled day full of inspiration, a little bit of hard work, and long-lasting memories. Remember to dream big, work hard, be kind to yourself and others, and don't take no for an answer, because anything is possible. Madam Speaker, each year on this day, I enjoy reminiscing on my experience of Take Your Kid to Work Day when I went to work with my dad, the Honorable Gordon Balser. It was 22 years ago, and I still have the tie to prove it. But these days, Madam Speaker, at my office, it's more like Take Your Dad to Work Day. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank all the students, parents, teachers, and schools across the province for supporting this and participating in this special day. I also want to acknowledge and thank the 100 youth for working with the public service that joined us here today at the legislature. I also hope that they have a wonderful day too. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to congratulate Bedford resident Dorothy Downey on celebrating her 90th birthday recently. Dorothy is still sharp as all get out. Her daughters say she still looks after her home, and up until not long ago, she was still volunteering doing taxes at the Bedford Library. When I mentioned to Dorothy how grateful I was that she had spent her 82nd birthday with me volunteering at my election headquarters, she said she was happy to, but then she corrected me and pointed out that it was in fact her 80th birthday, and you know what? She was right. So it was a pleasure to be with her on that day as her friends and family celebrated her last month. Happy birthday, Dorothy. I look forward to celebrating many, many more with you.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. September was Polish Heritage Month in Nova Scotia. In Whitney Pier, there was much to celebrate. On September 10th, we celebrate the 110th anniversary of the St. Mary's Polish Catholic Church, and with a special mass and lunch. I also had the privilege to attend the blessing of the coal train in Whitney Pier's Pocket Park next to the Polish Village Hall. There were events around the CBRM, including after-school activities for youth, Polish presentations at CBU, and many other activities to honor Polish Heritage Month. There was an open house as well at the hall with Polish music, dance, food. It was another highlight, which apparently has gone viral on my Facebook. So I want to congratulate all the organizers for Polish Heritage Month on a very successful month. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Antigonish.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, the Truro Raceway recently held Claire McDonald Day, where the accomplishments of Claire, a talented horsewoman, and the winningest active female driver in North America was celebrated. This was also a fundraiser for the Alzheimer's Society of Nova Scotia, an important cause for Claire. Claire grew up in the business. Her father, Ed Haley, established West River Stock Farm over 60 years ago, and Claire and her husband, Kenny, now run the farm. She became a licensed driver at 16 years of age and has not looked back. Over her career, Claire has set many records and achieved many impressive milestones, one of which was reaching the 1,500 win mark on July 13th, 2021. Claire's work ethic, determination, and grit have led to her success. I ask all members of this House to join me in congratulating Claire on her stellar career and wish her continued success on the race circuit. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise in my place to recognize someone that many folks would be familiar with in here. And as we know, there were appointments to the Canadian Senate that happened this week. And I do want to recognize my friend Roger Cuzner, who's no stranger to many, being appointed a new senator. I met Roger way back when in my student government days at Cape Breton University, and Roger was a mentor to me and to many other politicians that have come through the system. Roger also was a big impact on kids all over the island and beyond in his time with the great game of hockey and in his time when he was working with the CBRM. So I rise in my place to recognize Roger. So well deserved. Roger has served Cape Breton well over a long political career, and I'm sure the Senate won't be the same now that Roger has been appointed to the Canadian Senate. So congratulations, Roger.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Madam Speaker, on September 8th, I was honored to attend the Halifax Lebanese Festival. My family and I were warmly welcomed by the organizing committee, who made me feel like family, with lots of delicious, authentic food, bouncy castles for the kids, and they really, really love that, treats, and folkloric music. There was music, dancing, to showcase their proud heritage. It was such a good start to the weekend. A weekend filled with community festivities where their Lebanese culture is embraced while celebrating the vibrant and beautiful province of Nova Scotia, where they're all proud to call home. I would like all members of this assembly to join me in congratulating the organizing committee for celebrating 22 years of the Halifax Lebanese Festival, and I thank them all for such a lovely time.
I recognize the honourable member for Shelburne.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Sandy Point Community Recreation Group. The Sandy Point Community Centre and Lighthouse, located at the mouth of Shelburne Harbour, is one of the most significant tourist locations in the province. And although no longer used for navigational purposes, the lighthouse, located at the end of the sand split that can be walked down at low tide, provides an incredible backdrop for the many events at the centre, including weddings, anniversaries, birthday, public events, etc. Madam Speaker, I respectfully ask all members join me in thanking the Sandy Point Community Recreation Group for their community service in maintaining this unique piece of history for all to enjoy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Last night, Halloween night, is one of the scariest nights of the year. But among the ghouls and goblins is two very amazing shining stars, Jacob Rayfuse and Stephen McLeod. Jacob and Stephen spent countless hours on their annual Halloween street party. This year, they used the street party to raise awareness and funds for the Youth Project. Jacob and Stephen are two people I truly admire and love. Thank you to all the volunteers, including the JLZ football team, who made this successful and fun event for all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Chebucto.
I'd like to extend the congratulations of the legislature to Chloe Defoe and Harry Nickerson of the Halifax Independent School, who were among 6 students chosen from 70 participants at the Halifax Sci-Tech Expo to attend the Canada-wide Science Fair in May, held in Edmonton. Judging at the Canada-wide Science Fair is held at grade level categories 7 and 8, junior, 9 and 10, intermediate, and 11-12, senior. Chloe's project, Mercury Contamination Around the Bedford Basin, was presented as an intermediate. Harry's Do You Really See What I See? Junior category entry received the Excellence Award Gold Medal. Over 400 students present their projects at the Canada-wide Science Fair, and the Halifax Sci-Tech Expo Association is to be commended for organizing and administering the regional science fair from which the national participants are selected. Congratulations across the board. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Uniacke.
Speaker, I'd like to take the opportunity to show my utmost admiration and appreciation for the dedicated firefighters of Sackville-Uniacke and beyond for their tremendous efforts in containing the wildfires that engulfed our neighboring community of Tantallon. All first responders put their lives at risk every day to fight and preserve our land, our businesses, our homes, and in some cases save lives too. Notably, I'd like to recognize Halifax Regional Fire Captain Kevin Corkum and firefighter Connor Scott, who braved the raging wildfires to rescue an elderly resident who had been trapped in his home. Fortunately, they were successful and returned him safely. Speaker, I ask all the members of this House to join me in thanking our first responders for their hard work during these unprecedented times. Thank you, Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for King South.
Madam Speaker, it's with great appreciation that I acknowledge the retirement of Dr. Peter Ricketts as President and Vice Chancellor of Acadia University in Wolfville. Throughout his tenure, Dr. Rickards has exemplified unwavering dedication to academic excellence, innovation, sustainability, and building a strong Acadia community. His commitment to inclusivity and diversity has enriched the university's cultural fabric, creating a welcoming space for individuals from all backgrounds to thrive. Under Dr. Rickards' guidance, Acadia University has forged meaningful partnerships that extend the institution's influence beyond the campus boundaries. Dr. Rickards led Acadia's response to the many challenges posed during COVID-19 when our learning environments had to pivot quickly and dramatically. I ask all members of the Nova Scotia Legislative Assembly to join me in thanking Dr. Peter Rickett for his outstanding contribution to Acadia University and wishing him a fulfilling retirement. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, everyone knows how much work goes into maintaining a constituency office, and this includes the building staff that our constituents might not get the chance to meet. Today, I'm very happy to rise and recognize the property manager for our building on Spring Garden Road, Patrick St. James. Patrick does Sport Nova Scotia's name proud in maintaining and keeping an eye on the building. Thanks to his watchful eye and helpful support staff, my staff and I can rest, knowing that our space is in good hands. When Patrick comes to visit or work on something, you can always count on some fun and honest banter about life, the neighborhood, and the world. He is appreciated by tenants throughout the building and truly makes it a special place to work. Madam Speaker, I ask that my fellow members join me in thanking Patrick St. James for all that he does to keep the Sport Nova Scotia building running smoothly and extend the same to folks who do that work at their own offices.
Just a quick friendly reminder, too, that no props are to be used during statements. Earlier, just in reference to another person order. We will now begin oral questions put by members to ministers. The time is 2 o'clock. We will finish at 2:50. I recognize the honourable leader of the official opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, winter is here. It's snowing outside. My question to the Premier is, we've got over 1,000 people that are homeless in Halifax today. Where does he expect them to stay?
I recognize the honourable Premier.
Madam Speaker, and the air is definitely changing and snow is flying. There's no question that that falls in the air. And there's also no question that there's a number of Nova Scotians who are experiencing homelessness and underhousing and living rough, for sure. I know that as it gets colder, this becomes a bigger concern. So what I would say to the member is that we understand the urgency in getting the shelters up and running. Community Services is working with municipalities, HRM, and others to finalize and open winter shelters. We've also seen an increase in year-round shelters, a lot that were seasonal shelters, which are year-round now. And of course, the minister has spoke about the plans around pallet homes and some of the other innovative ways to support people. But there's work to be done. There's no question about that. Welcome some ideas from the member opposite on how we might support these.
I recognize the honourable leader of the official opposition.
Madam Speaker, winter's here. Temperatures are going below freezing. We've got people in tents, if they're lucky. They're going to need help tonight, or people are going to get desperate. My question to the Premier is, where does he advise those folks to stay tonight?
The honourable Premier.
There are a number of shelters. I encourage people to work with community services, work with some of the social workers, work with some of the municipality representatives. We know this is an issue facing many Nova Scotians. This government has worked hard to support those. Those wraparound supports are extensive, not just a roof, Madam Speaker, but all kinds of supports we have to offer Nova Scotians, and we're working hard to do that.
I recognize the leader of the official opposition on his final supplementary.
People are in danger tonight. Where are they going to stay when temperatures go below freezing?
The honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as I said, Community Services is working with a number of not-profit organizations. There's many Nova Scotians in a number of organizations that are stepping up to support Nova Scotians. We work with those organizations. We like to partner with those organizations to make sure we have safe housing, safe accommodations, and wraparound supports for Nova Scotians. But there is significant work to be done. There's no question, not only in Halifax, across the province, across the entire country, Madam Speaker. This is a challenge that's facing many Canadians, but our province will continue to invest in ways to support all Nova Scotians.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask the Premier a few questions about the situation in Nova Scotia's schools. Last week, the Premier stated that nobody in this House would be satisfied with a child being hungry. That's not something we accept, and I'll table that. While we know that children across our province and in our schools are going hungry every single day, and we know that existing programs are not reaching the children that need them. Madam Speaker, why is the Premier allowing children to continue to go hungry in our schools?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it is not acceptable that there are children, that there are families going hungry in this province. We'll continue as a province to invest, and we'll continue to support those working in the school system. I know there's lots of our teachers across this province are doing everything they can every single day to support students. They're not making them raise their hand up in front of a class and say, we need food, Madam Speaker. They're actually just sitting down with them, talking to them, and doing what they can. And as a government, we're supporting those teachers. We're supporting those working in the school system. We know there's lots of work to be done, but so as a government, we'll continue to invest in Nova Scotians and invest in our schools and invest in our students and teachers.
I recognize the Leader of the New Democratic Party on her first supplementary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What I hear from teachers is that they're tired of picking up the pieces and filling the gaps that the government refuses to do. The Premier is leaving children at risk in our schools with lead-contaminated water all across HRM. The Minister has told this House that she believes that students deserve and are entitled to safe schools, which includes the safety of the water, and I'll table that. In many cases, testing has not happened in years, and the only remediation work the government has taken is to put up temporary hand wash signs and bottled water. There is lead in the water. There is no remediation, no testing, and we don't know how that water is being used. Madam Speaker, why is the Premier allowing children and teachers to continue to be exposed to lead toxins every day in our schools?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and this is a very serious issue, and I want to assure all Nova Scotians that despite the rhetoric you might hear in an environment like this, there are no children in this province that are drinking lead-contaminated water in their schools. There are alternative water sources available for drinking. The drinking water that is being provided by the school system to students in the schools is safe. That drinking water that's being provided is safe. There are certainly situations where they can't drink the water from the taps and stuff, but alternative water is provided in those situations. The drinking water in our schools is safe. I want to assure all Nova Scotians of that.
I recognize the Leader of the New Democratic Party on her final supplementary.
Just to be clear, that is what I said in my question, but the water coming out of the taps that young children are in the washrooms with all day and all the time, unsupervised, has lead in it, and we're not doing anything about it. The Premier is also allowing unacceptable levels of violence to continue in our schools. The President of the Teachers Union recently stated that people should be shocked by the increase in school violence and that it is incumbent upon the government to do something about it, and I will table that. Unfortunately, we have a government who continues to ignore the rising school violence and to ignore the warning flags raised by teachers and families. When will this government take action to ensure that our schools are safe for students and teachers?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Yeah, thank you. And I just want to assure the member that nobody is ignoring these things. We're certainly not a government that looks away from issues. We're a government that acts on issues. We're working with schools, administrators, and people working in the education system and teachers. We're working with anyone who will join us in supporting our students to make sure that they get the best possible education. We have incredible people working in our school system, absolutely incredible people investing their lives in the students and the children of this province. I'm so proud of them. We as a government will continue to look for ways to support them in every way possible.
The Leader of the Official Opposition.
Madam Speaker, homelessness has doubled under this government. This summer, when that was announced, the government brushed it off, comparing the increase in homelessness to summer camping, say it was a natural evolution, and the government took no action. My question to the Premier, we have below freezing temperatures tonight. Why did he wait until late fall to develop a plan to deal with the increasing amount of homelessness in this province?
The Honourable Minister for Community Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the member for the question. And we feel the urgency. We recognize that people are struggling and there's people that are experiencing homelessness and living rough. And certainly, as a department and as a government, we have certainly invested significantly over the last 2 years. Just to put it in perspective, Madam Speaker, we've created 417 units over the last 2 years. That's 71% of supportive housing units in the province have been created in the last 2 years, Madam Speaker.
Hear, hear. Hear, hear.
We absolutely know there's more to do, Madam Speaker, and we feel the urgency, and we'll continue to do what we can to support our most vulnerable. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Leader of the Official Opposition.
Madam Speaker, the government is not taking this seriously. When you call increase in homelessness in summer a natural evolution, you are not taking it seriously. When you freeze income supports for the most financially vulnerable for 2 years in a row, you are not taking it seriously. When you cut rental supplements for people who need support to pay for the highest rents in the country, you are not taking it seriously. I'll tell you who's taking it seriously. The senior women who are knitting socks for people out on the streets so they can keep their feet warm. The 95-year-old lady in Nova Scotia and Sackville who's baking goods for them. There's people suffering tonight who don't know what they're going to do with temperatures below zero. What is this government going to do to help?
The Honourable Minister for Community Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite. And we have been working really hard to secure a shelter here locally in HRM, and I'm happy to say that we have secured a shelter here in HRM. I would talk about our government has been very committed to supporting people who are experiencing homelessness. We've invested in a number of innovative opportunities. Certainly the bridge and the overlook are two great examples of things this government has done. We can talk about the two announcements that we've had recently, certainly with respect to the pallet shelters and with respect to the tiny homes. Madam Speaker, we know there's more to do. And we'll continue to do what we can to support our most vulnerable. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Leader of the Official Opposition on a new question.
Madam Speaker, everyday Nova Scotians now are dealing with winter temperatures. Their power rates are going up 14% under this government. This government has also cut the heating assistance rebate program to many Nova Scotians. The minister responsible for energy promised this House he would keep power rates low for Nova Scotians. My question to the minister, why has he failed to do that?
The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for the question. And if I recall correctly, the Speaker bragged about his 8 years in the previous government of capping the rates at 3.8%. Well, Madam Speaker, the UARB, not me, the UARB recognized this government capped those rates at non-fuel cost at 1.6.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
And I'm sure people who are paying 14% on their power bills care about that information that the minister just tabled. I'm sure the people who got cut $400 from their heating assistance rebate that they were promised and that they budgeted for care about what the minister tabled. The fact is there's options to regulate power in this province. The minister actually stood up in this House along with the Premier. They promised members of this chamber and the public they were going to do that, and they failed. What's their plan now to make sure energy poverty does not increase in Nova Scotia as people start facing winter temperatures?
Good job.
The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank the member opposite for the question. And as we've had the conversation over the last few weeks in this government, I'd like to share the plan. It's Nova Scotia's 2030 Clean Power Plan, Madam Speaker. How this is going to affect the users, it's going to reduce the energy usages within their home. How are we going to do that? Batteries on the grid, Madam Speaker. Installation of up-to-date heat pumps, Madam Speaker. Reducing their own electricity uses in their homes with efficiency programs, Madam Speaker. And I would bounce the question back to the opposition. How many kilowatts of hours have been used for the bell ringing this session, Madam Speaker?
Order. I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, yesterday, the Premier said in a scrum that they did significant consultations with the African Nova Scotian community regarding their plan for housing in HRM, and I'll table that. My question to the Minister, who did they consult with?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
I probably should get clarification. I do have 3 bills before the House. Which bill are we talking about?
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Knowing that we can't talk about bills, I'm talking about consultations. So, Madam Speaker, I have heard from the community myself that they were not consulted. And Madam Speaker, we continue to see the government put the African Nova Scotian community second in their thoughts. Will the Minister of Housing please table the list of who you consulted with and what they asked for?
The Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Madam Speaker, what I can say is actions speak louder than words. We have invested in the African Nova Scotian community through projects in Preston. We are investing in a national community housing transformation organization here called the Black Communities Housing Technical Resource Center. We've invested in that last summer in partnership with CMHC. We will invest more in that. That's a national organization for Black communities. We're very proud of our connection with all our communities here in the province. We will continue to work with them.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Madam Speaker, it's now been 1 week since the Minister stated, this is to the Minister of Education, that she stated her department is looking into the question of waitlist fees. While we believe that the Minister has had all of the information needed for months, we've been anxiously waiting to hear what the Minister is going to do. So, Madam Speaker, can the Minister of Education table her department's report and explain what action she'll be taking to end childcare waitlist fees?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. So as we work to transform childcare in Nova Scotia, as we work to create an affordable system of childcare that is accessible and inclusive and provides quality to care to Nova Scotians when they need it and where they need it, we have a number of steps along that journey, Madam Speaker. We do understand that recently there are some limited number of operators who are requiring certain types of fees. The department is looking into steps that we can take to address that on this $645 million 5-year transformation, and we will be taking steps in the near future to address that issue. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That wasn't really an answer to the question that I had about banning waitlist fees, and the Minister does have the power to do so. Madam Speaker, parents are desperate to find childcare, like Jessica Conrad, who recently reported she lost count of the number of childcare centers she has contacted. I call anywhere that I can get their number. This is a very straightforward issue with a very straightforward solution. Families are being forced to pay unfair fees, and the Minister has the ability to put a stop to it. So, Madam Speaker, I don't know what other options the Minister of Education is looking for. I can give one. She needs to ban the fees. Will the Minister ban the fees?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. So the member opposite may not be aware, but our childcare centres are individually operated organizations. They're private organizations, they're not-for-profit organizations.
The Honourable Minister of Education has the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And so this is really a patchwork quilt. We are building a system. We don't currently have a system. We have a group of devoted, independently operated centres. What I can say that might be helpful for the member opposite to understand is the funding agreements that are in place with all of those operators are legally binding contracts. And so when we change terms and conditions of those, there's work to be done. We can't just sign a paper in this House here and make it happen. So we have a path to addressing this issue to ensure that we have affordable, quality, inclusive childcare for Nova Scotians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberlea Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker. The Minister of Justice admitted his department has a report from the Public Prosecution Service, but has not yet read it himself. Curiously, he knows that the most germane part of that report says that there's a recommendation to hire 44 new crowns. That sounds about right, given New Brunswick is hiring about 30. This government pats themselves on the back for budgeting for 7 new crowns, which we don't even know are filled yet. And experts are saying we need 5 times that amount to keep Nova Scotia safe and protect victims. How can Nova Scotians be assured this government is taking our justice system seriously with this reactive approach?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Justice.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. What I would say to you through to the honourable member is part of responsible government is making sure that we're taking steps that are right for the right reasons. That's why I asked for a report from the Director of Public Prosecutions. I have looked at that report. I have staff are actually breaking down and analyzing the report to see what the exact needs are. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Timberlea Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When asked by reporters if this department will hire more crowns, the Justice Minister said the department is analyzing what the facts are that are in there to see whether or not there's a legitimate need, and I'll table that. Is the record number of case days in this province exploding enough? Is it the head of the Crown prosecution saying that the justice system is on fire not enough to act, Madam Speaker? When will he act on the recommendation from his own acting director to hire more crowns?
The Honourable Minister for Justice.
Thank you, Speaker. And Speaker, I did say previously in the House that we did in this budget year, 2022-23, we put almost $800,000 in, hired 7 crowns. I did say in this House that we're looking at the coming budget and that we're intending on hiring more crowns at that time. So thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We know the cost of living has gone up for all Nova Scotians. There are more people who are working and can't make ends meet that are relying on food banks. This government has tabled 12 pieces of legislation, none to address the cost of living. My question to the minister is, why has there been no financial supports from this government to support Nova Scotians during this time of need?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Community Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. We are absolutely concerned about the cost of living and inflation and high interest rates and what it's doing certainly to impact Nova Scotians. As a government over the last 2 years, we've increased supports to food banks, $3 million last December, another $2 million again in June of this year. And again, we've had a number of targeted investments to support Nova Scotians, including increasing the Nova Scotia Child Benefit, increased targeted supports for income assistance clients, reducing childcare fees as well for parents. We know there's more to do, Madam Speaker, and we'll continue to do what we can to support Nova Scotians.
The honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Nova Scotia is the only province in the country that got an F on poverty reduction. I will once again quote, "It really is a result of lack of action, a stagnation around any sort of policy advancements to address policy, to address food security," said the Food Banks Canada CEO, and I'll table that. Here's an idea that the minister may want. Could the minister at least commit to looking into indexing the current supports to inflation to help more Nova Scotia during this time of need?
The Honourable Minister for Community Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you again to the member opposite for the question. And certainly we recognize, as we've said before, we recognize the cost of living is impacting, Nova Scotians and certainly our most vulnerable. I just highlighted a couple of investments certainly to support food banks and support food insecurity in Nova Scotia. We've also have created collaborative food networks in 3 communities in the province that is supporting Nova Scotians. And again, those three communities were given funding of $200,000 each to work within their networks to make sure that not only are we providing food security opportunities, but also things like mental health and addictions supports as well. Madam Speaker, we'll continue to work as best we can to support Nova Scotians.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Nova Scotians all over this province are struggling, and our community food banks are feeling the pressure too, including in the Premier's own backyard. The Pictou County Food Bank East saw 259 clients register for the food bank up to the end of September. But in October, the number shot up when 395 families came in for food, and that was before the month was over. I'll table that. Most of the food bank clients are working but can't afford to make ends meet. Leah Leclerc, who works at the food bank, said the people from all walks of life are accessing the food bank. The unhoused, young families, seniors. My question is to the Minister of DCS. Where are the supports to help people pay for groceries during this time of high costs when pretty much everybody is struggling to get by?
The Honourable Minister for Community Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. And as we've said, we recognize that cost of living is increasing and has very much been impacting Nova Scotians, certainly, again, our most vulnerable and those people who are struggling to make ends meet. As I said before, we have recognized that and had investments and supports for food banks, both twice in the last year, $3 million in December and again $2 million in the summer. I did also mention the collaborative food networks, and again, across departments, we're working to support people with food insecurity, and again, we will continue to do what we can as a province to support our most vulnerable. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Unfortunately, it's not working. That was a 50% increase in the number of people who are registering for help at that food bank in just 1 month. Danielle Fraser, the Humble Harvest representative for Westville, also talked about the impacts of food insecurity in the Pictou region. The organization hosts a pop-up at their pantry on Fridays to offer perishable goods to people, things like bread and milk. And she said the response has been overwhelming, with crowds of people lining up well before the pop-up starts at 10 a.m. Madam Speaker, everything is gone within 20 minutes. Nonprofits and community organizations are doing their best to step up to meet the needs of people struggling with food insecurity. My question is to the Minister of DCS. When will this government step up with new supports too?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Community Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. And we're very grateful as a government of the support that we have from our service providers that are working really hard to support us and support our most vulnerable in Nova Scotians. As a government, we've committed to, again, targeted supports to support our most vulnerable. I think of increasing the Nova Scotia Child Benefit the last 2 budgets, Madam Speaker, the increases to the Seniors Care Grant. I think of reducing childcare fees. And again, Madam Speaker, these all are in an effort to support our most vulnerable and to support Nova Scotians through a very challenging time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you. My question is for the Minister of Finance. Across Canada, provincial programs that supplement the incomes of seniors pay their benefits automatically based on last year's income tax return. In BC, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Ontario, Quebec, New Brunswick, and Newfoundland, if you're over 65 and your income is under the program's threshold, then the money is advanced to your account or the check is mailed to you. But in Nova Scotia, by contrast, in order to get the Seniors Care Grant, you have to make an application. Will the Minister of Finance table for this House the number of seniors in Nova Scotia who were eligible for the Seniors Care Grant last year, but who did not receive it because they didn't make an application?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Finance.
Madam Speaker, if I can, I will. I know that people have to apply to get it.
Typically, what I would say for the benefit of the House is whenever we can, we try to partner with the federal government so that we can use Canada Revenue Agency to distribute whatever the benefit is, because then we don't have to do it. We don't have to spend the resources and the time to do it, and it's usually more efficient means of getting the benefit to them. But I will certainly look at that for the member, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you. Chebucto Links, a seniors organization in the constituency that I serve, puts on regularly what they call seniors application assistance drop-ins, because their brochure says navigating complex online applications can be daunting. And that's for sure. And that's not to speak of the thousands of seniors who don't have lots of family connections or big circles of friends, or don't watch the news, maybe don't see a paper, and so for whom in the normal context of their living would not hear about the Seniors Care Grant, but who are eligible for it and who really need the money. So wouldn't it be better to have a provincial income support program for low-income seniors that all eligible seniors actually received?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Finance.
Madam Speaker, I think it's a good question, because I think what the member is getting to the heart of is if there is a way to make it easier on people to get these benefits, which we want them to get, then we should try to take efforts to ensure that they can get them without having to apply all the time. There are some improvements I've seen, I know, with the Seniors Care Grant and the heating assistance rebate, where people, if they've applied online the year previous, they can get a reminder that it's available to them again. So I think those things are good. We also, we do see, and I'm not suggesting in the case the member is asking about here, but there are sometimes issues of fraud as well. And we want to make sure that when we have funds, that when we're trying to get them to the people who need them, that there are not people out there who are getting some kind of automatic payment made to them if they're no longer eligible for it, if such a case would arise.
I recognize the honourable member for King South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And my question is for the Minister of Community Services, but he may need some assistance since he is new, maybe from the chair of the Treasury Board. My question, how much did the income assistance budget need to increase in this year's budget from last year for the government to increase income assistance rates by the 7.5% rate of inflation?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Community Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. And we know poverty is complex, and certainly we know, there's intergenerational issues sometimes, or systemic issues, and certainly we recognize that it takes all levels of government and across departments to support certainly our most vulnerable. Income assistance, employment supports and income assistance are certainly a program that supports our most vulnerable. In terms of the actual question with respect to numbers, I don't have those, but certainly I can have a conversation with my department, and we can have a conversation after. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for King South.
Well, the answer to the question is zero. A 7.5 increase in income assistance would have cost $20 million. But the government actually decreased the income assistance budget by $23 million. Now, the government has taken in $2.3 billion more than 2 years ago. That's a 19% increase in revenue. They say they're focused on targeted supports, but there's just as many targeted supports like the heating assistance cut, the Seniors Care Grant, no inflation, cuts to food voucher program, Seniors Care benefit, no change for inflation. These targeted supports are failing our most vulnerable. They're not working.
Question.
The government is taking in $125 million more this year. Does the minister not believe that we have a moral obligation for our most vulnerable? Will he increase income assistance now?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Community Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. And we recognize that the cost of living and affordability has has been an impact on certainly Nova Scotians and across Canada. And certainly, as I said before, employment supports and income assistance are a program that the government has to support some of our most vulnerable. As a government, as I said before, we've created a number of targeted supports that we've provided to support some of our most vulnerable. We've increased supports for foster families, Madam Speaker. We've increased supports for children with disabilities. We've increased the Nova Scotia Child Benefit, Madam Speaker. And again, we'll continue to look at ways that we can support our most vulnerable. We'll take a look at programs that we provide. And again, I will continue to do what we can, and we'll continue to do what we can to support our most vulnerable. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberlea Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to table the report from Feed Nova Scotia where they responded to the last budget. And they said 42% of their clients are on income assistance. And I think the most important part of that report for the minister is the highest percentage of food bank visitors is single adults without children. None of those programs he just mentioned for targeted supports will help those people. The government made the conscious decision to not increase income assistance for Nova Scotians who need it most during record spending in this province. And we continue to ask the government to reverse the freeze on income assistance and, in fact, cuts to the program. I will ask the Minister of DCS one more time, will the government reverse course and increase income assistance so that all people who need the support get that sustained support?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Community Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. And as we've said, poverty is certainly significant, a long-term and complex issue. We know that it's, cost of living and affordability are impacting Nova Scotians. As I said before, employment supports and income assistance program is there certainly to support some of those people who are struggling. And again, we continue to look at our programming. We continue to look at opportunities, again, targeted supports. And again, I can think of, we had several targeted supports for income assistant clients last year and in the year before. And we'll continue to look at ways to support our most vulnerable, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberlea Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You can't get a more targeted support system for Nova Scotians than the income assistance program in the province. The fact of the matter is these one-off, one-time supports clearly aren't working. When they get an F for poverty reduction, the only province in the country that received that grade, Madam Speaker. My question to the minister is, what is the rationale? I haven't heard one rationale yet, just a myriad of different programs. Why this government chose not to increase income assistance?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Community Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. And we certainly recognize as a government that there are challenges that Nova Scotians and Canadians are facing with affordability and cost of living. And again, as I said, employment services and income assistance is a tool and a program that we use to kind of support our most vulnerable. And on the employment support side of things, we recognize if we can support people in getting out of poverty and provide training and education and supports in that way to help people lift out of poverty, that's a very important component. And certainly as a government, we're also very interested and invested in early intervention programming. And again, we'll continue to look at programming and supports that we can provide. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour Dartmouth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On page 114 of the Housing Needs Assessment, it's calling for the government to stand up for student housing needs. According to the assessment, 71% of students are spending more than 30% of their before-tax income on housing, and almost 50% of students have gone without groceries to pay for this housing. Yet this government waffles on when, if it has a plan, when it'll release the student housing plan. So my question to the Minister of Advanced Education, will the government at least commit to releasing the student housing plan during its mandate?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thanks to the member opposite for that important question. Madam Speaker, we didn't wait. As a government, we got right to it. In the first few months of our mandate, we announced the first three Nova Scotia student housing projects. We have one right across the harbour. You can listen to them bang the steel into the ground. Acreley campus, which was just over in Dartmouth. I had the pleasure this summer of several times on my way to Preston in the evenings and on weekends to go out to Preston and look at the progress at Acreley campus. And the one in Stellarton is, I believe it's ahead of schedule. We didn't wait for the plan because we'd be starting right now. We're already in progress. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Cole Harbour Dartmouth.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to take it closer to Province House, not and beyond community college, because instead of offering solutions, this government talks about Happy Pad that has no availability near the universities in the downtown core. And most of the rooms are all over $1,000, and I'll table that. Madam Speaker, 95% of students felt they could not find a suitable housing alternative on short notice. That has been tabled. My question to the minister, where is the urgency in providing students with the housing that they need and deserve right here on the peninsula of Halifax?
The Honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to the member for the question. Madam Speaker, it gives me an opportunity to talk about options for Nova Scotia students. So around Nova Scotia, we also have another sector that the opposition never talks about, but Nova Scotia Community College is vital to post-secondary education in Nova Scotia. As a matter of fact, my son is able to live at home and go to school at Nova Scotia Community College and do the 2+2 program and then to go on to get a university education. Madam Speaker, that is certainly a way to help with our housing crisis, to help with affordability for students. And that's an option we have in communities all across this province. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Environment and Climate Change. Last month, Nova Scotians were shocked to discover that the government had quietly made changes that will make it easier for developers to build on fragile wetlands. We've heard concerns that these changes place too much control and discretion in the hands of the minister and developers, something which is becoming a pattern of this government. Why is this government so willing to sacrifice our environment for the sake of private profits?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I reject the premise of that question. Madam Speaker, this is a government that highly values the protection and conservation of land. Madam Speaker, despite what the opposition has heard, there have been absolutely no changes to the wetland policy, not a single change to a sentence. Not a single change to a paragraph. And Madam Speaker, I'm happy to table that wetlands policy.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, we've also looked at the policy changes and we've heard from advocates. And in fact, they are described by one advocate as, quote, a decision to develop land and to push big industrial projects through for short-term economic gain. And I'll table that. It's more important than ever to protect our limited and invaluable wetlands. They protect communities against flooding and storms. They store massive amounts of carbon and are homes to thousands of diverse species. We, like all Nova Scotians, know how desperately we need housing to be built, but why does this government act like it's not possible to protect the environment and build housing?
The Honourable Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's more important than ever to view housing as a necessary public function in the context of sustainable development. And that's exactly what this government is doing, Madam Speaker. We believe we can build homes responsibly, sustainably, in an environmentally sustainable way. Madam Speaker, this is a government committed to protecting our wetlands. We have it through the guidance book in the policy on wetlands. We have it through legislation at Natural Resources and Renewables and at my department. We have it through regulations. We have it through a 20% land conservation target in the Environmental Goals and Climate Change Reduction Act. We've invested $20 million for the Nova Scotia Crown Share Legacy and $28.5 million from the federal government for land conservation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, food insecurity is a serious issue that is continuously challenging people from all different backgrounds. As Nourish Nova Scotia has outlined, there's absolutely more students in schools that are coming without having had breakfast, or coming with without a packed lunch, or don't have the funds to purchase lunch at school. This issue is absolutely increasing exponentially, and I'll table the statistics. Madam Speaker, the people who are working and supporting delivery of programs in our schools are saying this problem is getting worse. My question to the minister today, has she met with the federal minister about implementing a universal lunch program?
I recognize the honourable Minister of Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. We know how important it is that students have access to healthy, nutritious food in schools, and that's why we invest millions of dollars in supporting our educators and our staff in schools to have access to programming to enable them to support students, to provide food, which we do through universal breakfast programs, which we do through a variety of ways in schools across the province. We have schools that have access to pantries. We have schools that have snack carts. We have rolled out pilots this year to expand access to to food in schools. Those include programs that we've partnered with agriculture on, like salad carts and like fruit bowls, and as well food vouchers. Madam Speaker, I can say that I have connected with the minister, my federal colleague, and we will be meeting to discuss universal food in schools. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
I appreciate some of the information from the minister, because I was there and I can understand that these challenges pop up, and I know how hard the teachers actually work to support those kids. But what does concern me is that the minister indicated that she's going to meet with the minister, and we've been asking this question for over 2 years about a universal lunch program. Myself, Madam Speaker, I've tabled multiple bills over the last 2.5 years, and we've been advocating hard as a caucus, because this is where the students are. Go to where the kids are. You can feed them there and you can support them there, and we know that they're going there. So Nourish Nova Scotia has said if the province were to ensure that every student in Nova Scotia was getting a full balanced meal with 3 to 4 food groups per day, that would be a huge step in the right direction. So my question to the minister, after 2.5 years of questions and advocacy, when is this government finally going to do the right thing and implement a universal lunch program for our kids?
I recognize the honourable Minister of Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to the member opposite for the question. I just wanted to pick up on a couple of things that he had said. So first, I do want to clarify, I've connected with the new minister, but there has been a change at the federal level. I have had many conversations with the prior minister on food in schools, and I would like to table 2 of the letters that we've exchanged on that exact issue. So this is not a new conversation between the province and the federal government. This has been a conversation we've been having all along. And I would also like to pick up on the member opposite's comment, and thanks to the educators and the staff in the system, because everyone in the system is working to ensure that the students have access to the food that they need. We can always do more. We are working daily on doing more, and we look forward to our federal partners pitching in with us and supporting that. And we call upon the members opposite to join our voices and encourage those federal partners to step up.
Recognize the honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We know that many students are struggling with the housing and cost of living crisis, and we can't ignore what we are hearing from students. A CBC article from this fall talked to those running the food bank at Mount St. Vincent University. I was amazed because this Friday was the day that I've seen the most people ever. That's a quote from Devorah Goldberg, who manages the food bank at MSVU. We have around 15 volunteers involved here, and we couldn't catch up with the demand of people coming in. My question to the minister, where should our university students go when food bank shelves are empty? Thank you.
I recognize the honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to the member opposite for the question. Madam Speaker, we have one of the most generous student assistance programs across this country. Of course, we know that students are struggling. It's always at the forefront of trying to find ways that we can have students go to post-secondary, get the education they need, have a place to live, have transportation, and have foods. 2 years ago, we gave $875 to every student that had student assistance. Last year was $550. We'll continue to look for ways to support students to get the education that they want and deserve. Thank you.
The honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the government's own housing needs assessment, it finds that almost half, 48%, of student respondents had gone without groceries to pay for their housing costs. So the minister, in an earlier answer, talked about options for students. And the fact is that half of the students in our province are choosing the option of paying for rent instead of eating. And that is something that I think is unacceptable. At MSVU, the group who runs the food bank receives donations from Feed Nova Scotia and is also partially funded by the Students' Union. The food is free, of course, for students in need, but there's often not enough to go around. So I will ask the minister again, what is this government doing to ensure students are not having to choose between feeding themselves and having a roof over their heads? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the follow-up question. Madam Speaker, and I do want to acknowledge all of the volunteers that are working at our food bank to support Nova Scotians, to support students. It is vitally important. As I mentioned earlier, is that we do have the most generous student assistance program throughout the country, and we'll continue to look for ways to support students. In addition to the funding that we're giving students that are on Nova Scotia Student Assistance, we continue to have our loan forgiveness program for students studying in Nova Scotia, staying in Nova Scotia afterwards, and we'll continue to look for ways to support students because we know that students are important to the future of this province. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And moments ago, we heard the Minister of Advanced Education talk about the strategy for homelessness for university students, being that they should stay at home and crash at their own house or on their parents' couch. So I'm wondering if the minister is willing to give his number for all of the homeless students that could crash on his couch. Does the minister really believe that a strategy of university students who are not from the area staying at home is a good housing strategy, Madam Speaker?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to the member opposite for that question. Madam Speaker, I think there may have been a misunderstanding. I was really referring to the option for students to go to Nova Scotia Community College. You could live in Yarmouth, for example, because the Nova Scotia Community College offers more than 70 programs where you can do 1 or 2 years at Nova Scotia Community College while you're living at home. And then maybe in your next 2 years, you can go to a university and in order to get your university education.
Order.
And when I think about...
Order. The Honourable Minister of Advanced Education has the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I have heard the member opposite talk about, our new Marconi campus, our new NSCC in Cape Breton, and how it was their government, it was their idea. Where's the housing strategy to go along with the NSCC in Sydney? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Order. Order, please. The time allotted for oral questions put by members to ministers has expired. I recognize the Honourable House Leader for the New Democratic Party.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Would like to call bills for second reading, please. I think that's
Public bills for second reading. I recognize the Honourable House Leader for the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would you please call Bill 391? The Income Tax Act, an act to amend respecting a senior's income benefit, please.
Bill number 391, Income Tax Act, an act to amend respecting a senior's income benefit. I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Okay, I'll forget it. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very glad that we are turning to the subject of the Seniors Income Benefit Act, Bill 391 today, which contains the NDP's plan for a provincial income supplement to the GIS of low-income seniors in our province, a plan of the sort that exists in the vast majority of provinces in Canada today. And it's important, I think, to begin and to place at the center of this discussion the incontrovertible fact that our province does have the highest rate of poverty amongst those 65 and over of any province in the country. So I think we should begin, Madam Speaker, by recognizing that this isn't anything to minimize. This isn't anything to sidestep or in any way to gloss over. And I do think that this kind of sidestepping and glossing over is what we often hear in the government's responses to questions that are based in this core fact about our economy, that we have the worst seniors poverty in the country. So often, whenever this central fact is asserted to the government, members of the government respond kind of, oh, we've got so many programs on this and that we're so proud of. Let us tell you about X, Y, and Z piece of wonderfulness, and we're so excited about what we're doing for seniors, etc., blah, blah, and so on. But no, Mr. Speaker, that's not the appropriate response when we talk about a province with the worst level of seniors poverty in the country. The appropriate response is to begin by solemnly taking the measure of the situation. That is to say, registering its scope, registering what a severe matter this is. That's step one. Step two would be for the government to acknowledge and to recognize and stop trying to evade a second very important fact, namely, that one primary reason why seniors' poverty levels in Nova Scotia are the highest in Canada is that the government of Nova Scotia today does less in terms of direct cash payments for the seniors of our province than is done by the government of any other Canadian jurisdiction. There is one other province besides Nova Scotia which doesn't have a provincial direct monetary transfer program to augment low-income seniors' benefits from the federal supplement. That one province is Prince Edward Island. But in Prince Edward Island, the program they have, the Seniors Independence Initiative it's called, the Seniors Independence Initiative reimburses more than double the expenses that are reimbursed to seniors than in the Seniors Care Grant in Nova Scotia. So this too is not something that should at all be evaded. Number one, the worst level of poverty in the country for those 65 and over. Two, the government doing the least to address it of any province in the country. This is not in any way to be papered over. I found it hurtful to hear in the closing days of last week the superficiality of the Premier's response to criticisms from the leaders of our party of the Seniors Care Grant, when he said that how, in his view, I'll table it, members of legislatures of other provinces, he said, are probably debating about why doesn't their province have innovative programs like the Seniors Care Grant in Nova Scotia. This is to not grasp the scope and severity of the problem and the core role of the governments having the least response to the problem in continuing the problem in its present state. What's absent here is any kind of taking in, having the proper measure of the severity of the issue of seniors' poverty in this province. And what's absent here is any recognition of how profoundly out of step with best practices on seniors' income policy that the government of Nova Scotia today is. What is required, Mr. Speaker, is a response to seniors' poverty that is both A, commensurate to the size of the problem in this province, and B, adequate in the way that it functions to address it. The problem with the Seniors Care Grant is that it isn't either. To begin with, the Seniors Care Grant, unlike the Senior Supplement in British Columbia, unlike the Alberta Seniors Benefit, unlike the Saskatchewan Seniors Income Plan, Unlike Manitoba's 55-plus program, unlike Ontario's guaranteed annual income system, unlike Quebec's retirement pension supplement, unlike New Brunswick's low-income seniors benefit, unlike the Newfoundland and Labrador seniors benefit, or Nunavut's senior citizen supplementary benefit, or the Northwest Territories program of the same name, or the Yukon seniors income supplement. Unlike all of these 11 income supplementing programs that address low income amongst seniors, the Seniors Care Grant, unlike them, does not come into the hands of the senior who needs it unless they fill out a form and make an application. Unless, to be more specific, they have the $750 worth of expenses in the certain very particular defined areas, unless they get and fill out and return the application, unless they get and file all of the relevant receipts. That is, unless all of those things happen, Nova Scotia Seniors Income Supplementing Program is of no benefit to the people who need it, which we have in the highest proportion of any province in the country. Imagine if the federal government were to do such a thing with the old age pension. The government, in fact, of Nova Scotia does not do this with others of its programs. The government doesn't do this with the Nova Scotia Child Benefit. You don't only receive the Nova Scotia Child Benefit if you manage to get the form, fill it out, and get it back in on time. You don't only get the affordable living tax credit if you've got the receipts in the right place and get them all filed and you bring them out at the proper time and fill out a form. You don't get the poverty reduction credit if that's the case. A person's eligibility for any of these programs or the federal programs is determined 100% by your eligibility as it is made plain in your last year's tax return. If the last year's tax return says that you are below the eligibility program threshold for those programs, then the check's in the mailbox or it's deposited in your account. And this is the case with all of the other low-income seniors income supplement programs that I've listed. And there's a good reason why all these other jurisdictions do this, and why Nova Scotia does it with so many of its other income supporting programs, and that's because we know perfectly well, and the government knows perfectly well, that the benefits of a program, if you make it dependent on filling out an application, will only reach a proportion, a fraction, or a part of the people who need it. So this is an enormous drawback and limitation in Nova Scotia, the province with the worst seniors poverty in the country, the province where the government is doing the least to address. This is an enormous drawback of the primary program with which the government addresses this problem, the Seniors Care Grant. Related to this are the Seniors Care Grant's real restrictions to access the grant that are created by the application process itself. Now, the government recommends, I suppose MLAs would all know this through the work of their constituency office, that people apply for the Seniors Care Grant online. There's quite an incentive for you to do that because the benefits, the delivery of the benefits is much quicker if you apply online. Now, of course, there are many, many seniors who are not used to working with computers, who don't have an email address. But in Nova Scotia, the Seniors Care Grant, as it is currently designed, if you are applying online, it will not allow the online application even to proceed unless you fill in your email address while you're filling out the application. So, of course, a senior is apt if they don't have an email address. They're not used to getting computers. You get someone to help you do the application, a family member or a friend or some helping agency. But even then, of course, then the friend or the agency is likely, wanting you to get the benefits as quick as possible, is likely to put their own email address down because you can't fill out the application without an email. They're apt to do that, but even that doesn't solve the problem, because the government still insists, with this meager, paltry program to begin with, that the application, which only in Nova Scotia do you have to make, but the application that you have to make, that you cannot complete it. You've not only got to have an email address, you cannot complete it until the senior, mind you, the population with the least facilities and computers, until the senior affixes their e-signature to the application by means of, I'm not making this up, Mr. Speaker, by means of manipulating the mouse on the screen of the person who's helping them fill out the application. Good night, Matilda. Look, there are quite a number of us seniors in the House at the moment. I'm pretty sure I'm not the only senior in the legislature here who would need quite a bit of support if I had to, in order to access a program, if I had to sign my name by means of manipulating a mouse on somebody else's screen. I don't think so. So great big problems accessing the program, beginning with that beyond the fact that you have to make an application to even get there, alone in Canada, you have to make that. Then the application itself is, I don't know how you could design an application less friendly to seniors, to the least computer-used population. But all of that, Mr. Speaker, is not to speak at all even of the things that are essential, particularly for the population this program is supposed to be directed at, which those people who live below the program's threshold of $37,500, those things which they are apt to struggle to be able to afford, which are excluded from the criteria of what you're able to apply to have covered. Might not a government have thought, for example, that this $750 for seniors making less than $37,500 a year might helpfully be used for seniors to get glasses? Apparently not, because glasses are ineligible, not as seniors' care grant expenses. Might a government not have thought, for example, that the $750 seniors' care grant for seniors living on $37,500 or less, it might be useful to have that applicable to dentures? Well, no. Dentures are not eligible seniors' care grant expenses either. Might not the government have figured amongst this particular population, seniors below $37,500 income, those to whom this program is supposed to be targeted, might they have not figured that orthotics might have been a helpful and useful area of expenses? But no. Orthotics, out. Glasses, out. Dentures, out. And this is made worse, Mr. Speaker, by the fact that these are also things that are out from seniors' pharmacare. So, Mr. Speaker, there are many inadequacies of the Seniors Care Grant program, but the core inadequacy, most egregious, is what a piffling, paltry, small potatoes program it is relative to the scope and severity of the seniors' poverty problem in Nova Scotia. So, in Alberta, the Alberta Seniors Benefit supplements people's GIS. And if you qualify for that, you receive $3,600 a year. The Saskatchewan Seniors Income Plan does the very same thing. If you qualify for that by being a person who receives GIS, you get $4,300 a year. In Newfoundland and Labrador, the Newfoundland and Labrador Seniors Benefit pays to those who receive GIS over $6,000 a year. Automatic. But what is needed in Nova Scotia is a seniors income program, a benefit program that will supplement the GIS of lower income seniors in Nova Scotia in a way that is at least comparable with the support provided to seniors in all these other jurisdictions. So glib government self-satisfaction is not appropriate here. Governmental sidestepping or evasion is not called for here. What is called for is for the government to recognize, in a way that today they're failing to do, that addressing seniors' poverty in Nova Scotia calls for a provincial government supplement to seniors' GIS in our province as it is received by seniors elsewhere in the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to get up and support the bill put forward by the NDP on improving the lives of seniors, essentially. Coming from my particular district, I see hundreds of seniors, and my office sees hundreds of seniors over the course of a calendar year. And the stories, Mr. Speaker, that we hear of poverty in our office would really break your heart, actually. The fact that we have people lining up outside our door as soon as a program is announced. We have our waiting room full. We are constantly filling out forms. And because it's so cumbersome for seniors to do this and nobody is there. There are so many seniors living alone, so many seniors who don't have access to computers, so many seniors who are struggling to make ends meet. So we've taken it upon ourselves in our office, Mr. Speaker, to be the advocate for seniors, help them to get what's out there and what they deserve. However, not everybody is getting the message. Mr. Speaker, my CA is so diligent with grants for seniors that she always has them with her in her purse. She's at the grocery store, and it doesn't matter if they live in Northside Westmount, Glace Bay, Halifax, it doesn't matter. It's for the senior. And she is there to help them, and she's always talking about the programs that are available to them. But it's not enough. Mr. Speaker, in our office alone, and that's one MLA office out of 55, at last count, we had processed well over $300,000 just in senior care grant applications. Absolutely. We're there to help seniors, but it's not enough. It's not enough, Mr. Speaker. The reason that we're doing that is because it's an application process. The fact that seniors are intimidated by forms. And in 2 weeks, I'm going to be a senior myself. And I will help in whatever way I can to get seniors through this winter. You heard the member from the MDP talk about other provinces and programs that are available to seniors. And I commend this government, and I commend the government on making a great start with the senior care grant. It's a very welcome program in our community. However, changes are needed to the program. A, it needs to be more money. There's no question about that. We need to, and I love the idea of a Nova Scotia-based GIS program similar to the Fed program that comes every year based on your income. It's so simple to do. You look at their income in Revenue Canada for the previous year. They either meet or do not meet. If they're getting GIS, you do it with property tax rebates. You still have to apply, but if you meet the GIS criteria, you're automatically, we have seniors in our office on a daily basis that are receiving the GIS. They're receiving the GIS, which is a form of social assistance, Mr. Speaker, yet they're not eligible for the senior care grant. They received a small, meager, tiny raise through their federal program, and that puts them slightly over the 37.5 because, in my opinion, we didn't take into account the federal raises that are coming through to seniors. So a senior getting a couple of extra $100 from their federal puts them over the 37.5 limit, and all of a sudden they lose on $700. So the net effect is a net loss to that senior. One program is taxable, the other program is not. Top that with the fact that we've reduced, and seniors are also eligible for the heating assistance rebate. The fact that we've reduced the heating assistance rebate by $400. Now, a senior is short $1,150 this year over what they received last year. I know if someone came into my account and took $1,150 out that I was expecting, that would cause me great hardship. Imagine what it does for our most vulnerable population, Mr. Speaker, and that is seniors. Seniors who have built this province, seniors who have built this country for 30, 40, 50 years. I see seniors in my office all the time that aren't eligible for these grants because they're over 70 years old and they're still working because they can't afford not to, Mr. Speaker. The fact that they should be able to enjoy their retirement, they're not able to quit. And it's really sad. They're trying to maintain a home. They're trying to maintain their medication. And as we all know, as we get older, our health deteriorates. That's a given fact. So, as the member indicated, the fact that we can't use this $750 for health-related items, it just blows my mind. It should be an amount that's given to seniors to do with whatever they need to survive. There should be zero restrictions, Mr. Speaker. So to go back to the bill at hand, which is to provide help for seniors, I certainly believe that by passing this bill or coming up with your own or making changes, I'm sure all the members from the NDP are trying to do is raise awareness of the situation that seniors are facing on a daily basis. And I know, because I hear it from my colleagues, I hear it from these colleagues, and I hear it from some members of the opposite side. I know in your offices that seniors are struggling. And I know that you would want to do whatever you can. You have an opportunity to make life easier, more affordable, less stressful, and at the end of the day, more humane for the people who have come before us. And without our senior population, we wouldn't have. And without the people that came before us in this chamber and in other chambers, we wouldn't have the supports that are currently available to those who need it. However, times are changing. In just a few short years, we've seen major changes to costs of food, major changes to heating, major changes to electricity. All of these cost pressures on seniors. And on top of all of that, we have a housing crisis. We have many seniors that are still, in my riding, we have many seniors that are still in their homes. And the fact that we were able to raise the housing income limit to allow those seniors to repair their home is another example of things that we're able to do as members of this legislature to help the most vulnerable people in our community. And providing seniors with the help that they deserve in the time that they need it, without the red tape of filling out an application. And you know, I had to chuckle when I heard the member for NDP talk about navigating the mouse for the application process. And a big reason that we process all of those applications in our office is so that we can put an email address on the application, so we can track where that person's money is, whether they've been approved. It's a lot of work. And I commend my CA and my summer student and my student in the office who are there to navigate the systems. Because can you imagine, you have to fill out the application online, you navigate, you know, the information required on the application is very minimal, but it's very daunting for a senior. To do it online, you have to navigate that system, and then you send it off into cyberspace. Do you know if it arrived? 4, 6, 8 weeks pass, you still don't have your money in your account, and you're wondering, how do I find out? What do I do? Who do I call? Where do I go? You come into our office, we have your confirmation number, we can look it up. As a matter of fact, the department sent us away to look them up in our office because we do so many of the applications. Thank you. And that's a source that I take great pride in. I take a lot of pride in helping the seniors in my community because I have respect for them. And I think they deserve more. I think they deserve a lot more. And we, as a group, we have an opportunity to do that. We have an opportunity to provide an amount that's reasonable. We have an opportunity to make it less cumbersome to receive. And this is what the bill that the NDP have put forward will do. It will determine an appropriate amount. It will help seniors navigate. It will be seamless. They will automatically receive it. Because, and I love the question from question period today, how many seniors are not receiving this and could really use it? And we all should be doing this, whether we're in Tim Hortons or whether we're in the mall. When we see a senior, the first things out of our mouths should be, have you applied for the Seniors Care Grant? And have you applied for the Heating Assistance Rebate Program? Because those are two things that will help you get through this winter. We all owe that to our seniors. Not every senior has Facebook. Not every senior has access to the ability to know about these programs. A lot of it is word of mouth. So as a member of this legislature, please talk to your seniors clubs, talk to your legions, and get the word out about this program, because it's a helpful program, but we need to do more, we need to do better, and we need to do it now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Colchester North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, it throws me for a loop here often. I get my speaking notes prepared, and then I listen to the comments made by the others, and it's so confusing because they're kind of all over there. But I will, and I will come back to that because I think there's a very valid point I want to make to that. But and I'm sure I'll miss some of the things that went through my mind in response to the comments made. But the one thing I absolutely do agree with is that we owe it to, as the member from Northside Westmount said, we owe it to the people that came before us that made the quality of life that we enjoy today and gave us the things that we enjoy. And most certainly there's a lot of them that don't have the opportunity they certainly don't have those opportunities in their senior years. And, you know, for me, I look back, I have a history, and I will mention it here in a minute, of passion towards them. You know, those seniors that are often struggling, trying to stay in their homes, for example, in rural communities, are the same people that when I was growing up, when I was 5 or 6 or 8 or 10 or whatever, you know, it was like home. It was like going in my own home. You know, that's what it was. Those seniors raised our communities, and they raised us, and they deserve everything we can possibly do for them. So I absolutely agree with that. So to start, Mr. Speaker, it's my absolute pleasure to speak on this proposed bill today for the very reasons I just mentioned. I want to say that seniors and the challenges that they face and have faced for many years, are important to me. And I look back to my time on Colchester Municipal Council, and this will take us to something that I think is very important. Okay, and my 2 different times over that 12 years, I led the debate or the discussion to improve what we referred to as a low-income property tax exemption. A policy clearly developed to enable residents, predominantly seniors, to remain in their homes. During these discussions on both occasions, Colchester County both raised the allowable threshold, income threshold, as well as the amount that could be deducted from their income tax. And I'm very proud of that. And as I researched this information in advance of these comments, I see that, I note that again, in 2023, the municipality of Colchester again readjusted those numbers, and I want to say, well done, Colchester County. Additionally, I would comment that in my 12-year careers in municipal government, I became aware of unintended consequences, and that was a hard lesson to learn. I won't get into that. So as I looked at this bill, Bill 391, the Income Tax Act respecting a senior's income benefit. Now, certainly that's an appealing title, and that undoubtedly will attract some attention and give some seniors the impression that they will receive additional funding. There will be a few calls to my office inquiring, and my very capable assistant will provide them with a full understanding of this bill, along with ensuring that they have received all the other targeted benefits that our government provided over a short time in government. So just to kind of jump back, I'm skipping a few comments there, but just to jump back to this very attractively entitled bill, traditionally it has been recognized that seniors' pensions basically become because of the sheer cost and magnitude, as well as the federal taxation, and as a result, their ability to pay has been a federal responsibility. So this bill gives any future government, when I read through the bill, I really can't find much of real substance in it, but what it does is it enables a future government at any time to just, a government, because of this bill, a government that was a party or whatever that was in government in 2023 could just simply begin this program and start sending out checks. It would be a different story to bring this bill forward if the member's party actually was in government and responsible for the overall budget and responsibility for the actual input on the budget and the operation of this province. Is it right that a bill passed in 2023 would potentially be simply enacted, so simply enacted in 2033, 10 years later. It doesn't make much sense to me that the bill should be presented when you have the ability to implement it. So as a government, we have chosen to support our seniors in targeted ways that would ensure that they do not impact other benefits already in place. And I'll mention these programs in a minute. And this is the minute. So I'm going to mention it. So, as a result of changes to the senior income supports requires changes to senior income supports require a thorough examination of the interactions and other benefits, and something that I would say often creates unintended consequences. And providing additional income to GIS recipients will push some of them over the income threshold and disqualify them for the federal GIS supplement for future years. So I'm going to digress here for a minute. One of the two speakers earlier, and I believe it was brought up in question period, talked about lack of take-up or lack of, how many people actually benefit from this? How many people, and then they rightly talked about all the great work that our assistants did, our constituency assistants did in explaining and filling out the forms, yes, filling out the forms for the seniors care grant. So the first, so we had in my office in Colchester North, we had a real difficulty getting seniors, low-income seniors, to take advantage of this great program. So we really had to get out beating the bushes and explain and trying to encourage people to do that, which we did, and we hope to have caught most of them now. But the single most reason why they would not apply for the seniors care grant was their fear that it would impact their income tax, okay? That it would impact some way, that it would affect their guaranteed income supplement, GIS. And we had to explain to them that that's a simple reason why you had to apply for this, that if we had given them just a direct payment with no rationale or reason for it, if we'd have just put it on their just sent them a check, why it would have been claimed, had to claim it against their income tax. And somewhere along the line, and I think mostly because of some of the federal government efforts to during COVID, they were direct payments, which is what is being asked for here, but they became part of their income, and as a result, impacted the somehow impacted their GIC. I don't understand it fully, but I can tell you, I had a few calls from seniors that didn't understand it either, but they had lost money because of it. Now, I don't know the whole intricacies of that, but I know that happened. So the seniors care grant, as we designed it, one of the many things we've designed to support those very important seniors, was designed so that it could be used specifically for certain things. Now, the member from Northside, and I need to correct this because I don't want any confusion out there. There's enough confusion amongst seniors as it is now with different programs, and certainly some of them find it confusing. My assistant, it's unimaginable how many they actually fill out for people while they're standing or sitting in front of them to fill out. But the member suggested that this somehow didn't benefit, couldn't be used for the most important thing, which was health care. And that's really not correct, because this allows for to be used for prescriptions, and it allows to be used for delivery of prescriptions and drives to the doctor and drives to the eye care, that sort of thing. There's a whole range of things that this is eligible for. So please don't confuse, make any more confusion. It's too difficult to get them uptake on this as it is now. So also there would also be consequences, and I may have run over this before, but there would also be consequences for provincial programs under the Department of Health and Wellness and the Department of Community Services. For example, low to no cost for GI guaranteed GIS recipients for programs such as continuing care and seniors pharmacare. And I got to reiterate that bottom line, that magic number that means so much to our seniors, to be able to take advantage of a lot of different programs that are offered throughout the province and the feds. That's you know, the holy number, holy grail, or whatever. That's critical that you don't get over that. So again, our seniors care grant does not impact that in any way. There are approximately 11,000 Nova Scotia GIS recipients. This is in 2022. Our government returned approximately $16 million in provincial income tax to these recipients. Again, they're always conscious of whether they go over that number. That's a magic number, and they don't want anything to impact that.
Order. There's quite a bit of chatter going on from all sides here. I just ask that respectfully, the member from Colchester North has the floor. I recognize the honourable member for Colchester North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So another targeted provincial tax measure in place that supports seniors is a $1,000 non-refundable age tax credit for seniors whose taxable income is less than $24,000. And then starting in 2018, would work. Starting in 2008, the maximum age amount for seniors was increased by 34% from 4,141 to 5,606 to align with the increase in BPA, which I'm not sure what it is. But anyways, job well done, folks. Okay? So let's talk about some of the run out of time. So let's talk about some miscellaneous things that our government has done to support seniors, because I wouldn't want people to think that we don't support them. So we founded the Seniors Community Wheelchair Loan Program, the Red Cross Health Equipment Loan Program to offset costs for seniors and help them remain in their homes larger. Municipal affairs, changes were made to the province's rent supplement program, which we have heard a lot about here recently, critically, but anyway. Charges to the province's rent supplement program to expand the eligibility for low-income seniors aged 58 and older, aligning their eligible rent supplement with what others of the same income bracket. The investment in the rent supplement program has more than doubled in the last 2 years, for a total of $50 million, and a tremendous amount of that rent supplements goes to seniors. 8,000 households will receive rent supplement this year, up from 5,000 in 2021. The Finance and Treasury in this province returned $17 million in provincial income tax to Nova Scotia seniors through its guaranteed income supplement rebate program. I hate to use my time up, but I'm dry. More than 11,000 seniors who receive the federal GIS will get their provincial income tax break. And seniors do not have to apply for this refund. They must file a tax return first. Again, and in closing, I have to say that the discussion about the forms and going out into the internet and they never knowing if it's out there, well, there's confirmation comes back on that, so that's kind of hocus pocus there. We put a program together that ensured that we could support seniors without impacting that magic number, whatever it is, a threshold that allows them to collect all these other benefits from both ourselves and the federal government. Thank you very much.
Good job, Tom.
I recognize the honourable honourable leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. I'm pleased to rise and speak to Bill 391, an act to allow seniors to live in dignity. Was that a good job? I don't know. The point of our bill is to say that it is complicated and difficult and insufficient to try to access the seniors care grant for seniors. We're not saying it's bad. We're not saying it shouldn't exist. We're saying it's insufficient and it is complicated to access. And that's what we just heard about. We heard about constituency assistants needing to go out into the community and find the seniors and fill out the forms and convince them that it's okay to fill out the forms. And that is a waste of effort. We heard the finance minister today acknowledge that it is simpler for someone to receive an automatic benefit. He followed that up hurriedly, maybe on advice from some invisible person, to say, oh, but sometimes there's fraud. I mean, we're talking about helping seniors afford the basics. I don't think that that is at the core of our concern here. This is income tested. But I would say that the comments of the government on this bill only strengthen our position that we need to have a seniors income supplement like almost every other province in the country has. We have had huge growth in our province in the last few years, but we remain an older province, one of the oldest provinces in the country. And census data shows that the proportion of the population aged 65 and older in Nova Scotia was 22% in 2021. And for obvious demographic reasons, notwithstanding, I know, a slight decrease in the average age in our province, that number is going to continue to grow. And we know that seniors in Nova Scotia are the most squeezed by the rising cost of living. They have, for the most part, a fixed income, and they can't, by definition, with a fixed income, absorb the rising costs of food and rent and gas and everything else. And increasingly in my constituency, I hear from these seniors, and we started to hear from them. Actually, they were sort of the canary in the coal mine for us about the housing crisis and the need for renter protections in Dartmouth South for us. We've heard about it across the province and in other constituencies, but in my constituency, a few years ago, I started hearing from seniors who, on the advice of their kids or their financial planner, had sold their family home and rented an apartment and done all the math and figured out how they were going to afford it all on their fixed income. And then all the prices started going up every year. And they didn't have anywhere to go. And that continues to be more and more of a problem. 1 in 10 seniors in Nova Scotia live in poverty, and this is the highest ratio among that age group in the country. The poverty rate, in fact, of people 65 and older is almost 2/3 higher in Nova Scotia than the national average. Again, and the most important point that I think we are trying to make, the member for Halifax-Chebucto, myself, our caucus, is that every other province or territory except for PEI has a program to supplement seniors' incomes. It's not designed for specific expenses. So we are not trying to scare seniors away from applying. But to be honest, when there is a program that requires receipts, that's complicated to apply for, that people are worried for whatever reason, as we heard from the government member just now, this is a downloading of useless work from the public service into our constituency offices. Our constituency assistants should not be spending all their time chasing down people in the community to show them how to fill out forms and get their receipts. We should create a simpler process so that they don't need to do that. And this is the perfect example. Seniors tend to have a harder time with technology. They tend, as was said, to be more financially conservative, so they might be concerned for all the reasons. And so there is a very simple solution to that. We have an automatic program. And then we have education about it. And we say, here's how this program works. It would be good for you. There will be, most other provinces and territories have income eligibility requirements, and most would require that people already have to be recipients of OAC and GIS. 4 provinces have standard amounts, and the rest are on a sliding scale based on income. But many amount to a very significant supplement, particularly for the people who need it the most. In BC, that's up to $99 a month. In Alberta, that's up to $3,600 a year. In Saskatchewan, up to $360 a month. And this isn't just like money falling from the sky. This is money that seniors who have worked their whole lives and retired need Importantly, for whatever they need it for, not for the minutia of receipts that this time the government's decided it's eligible for. It might be for housing. It might be to feed their pet, who is their last loved one, who they adore. It might be for food. It's not really our business. It's so that they can live in dignity. And if it's a sliding income scale, then we understand, based on Stats Canada and census information and Department of Finance, whether or not they need that money. We know what a living wage is. We know what it costs to live. And if someone is living below that threshold, particularly a senior, particularly someone who has worked their whole life, then we believe that it is the very least we could do to have an income supplement. So to the Seniors Care Grant, as I said at the beginning, we're not being negative about the Seniors Care Grant. It's good that we brought it in, but it's not enough and it's too complicated. It can't be used for food or medication or rent. It can't be used for cell phones, eyeglasses, dentures, personal alerts, vitamins, supplements. You have to spend the money up front and then wait for reimbursement. MLAs know what that's like. Yeah. This is a situation that many seniors may or may not be able to do, or may just not do, to the point of the previous speaker. They may be extremely conservative with their credit cards. The seniors in my life are. They're not going to put something on their credit card that they can't pay off when that bill comes in. Will they have the grant? I don't know. That may prohibit them from spending the money that they need to live, because it can take up to 8 weeks to get reimbursed. And we know that it has a history of low uptake, this program. The early numbers from the first few months, and again, this was reflected in the government's own remarks, that it was difficult to get uptake on this program, showed that only 18,600 of the roughly 64,000 people eligible actually had applied at that time. And only $9 million of the program's $30 million budget had been spent. What we propose is an automatic benefit. We would catch the seniors who need it. We would make it simpler for them. And I do want to again come back to housing for a moment. Part of the reason that this kind of supplement is so critically important is because the housing plan that was recently unexpectedly released after it wasn't going to be released and then it was released, has almost nothing in it that is rent geared to income. This is the kind of housing that the seniors who would be eligible for this benefit would need. They would need, in order to have secure housing that they could count on, which so many seniors come to us and talk to us about not having, they would need to have housing that was affordable based on the amount of money that they have. A single person receiving the maximum amount of the Guaranteed Income Supplement and OAS right now gets between $1,700 and $1,800 a month. According to rentals.ca, the average rent for a one-bedroom apartment in Halifax is over $1,800 a month right now. So they don't get enough every month just to pay rent. And this is why, increasingly, seniors are becoming homeless. This is an urgent situation, and it's a situation that needs to be dealt with in a multifaceted way. This isn't the silver bullet, but this is one way, one simple, I think elegant way, that the government could follow the lead of their counterparts across the country and help seniors to weather this storm. In 2 months, the rent cap will go from 2% to 5%. When we had a housing drop-in session a few months ago in my constituency, because we have become in some ways the hub of the homeless population in Dartmouth, we have the bridge, we have modular housing, we have a tent site, we assumed that those would be the folks that would come. And a few did, but over half were seniors. And they were seniors who would not have identified themselves as living in poverty, although some of them may have been. But they were seniors who, as I described at the beginning, had moved into an apartment. done their tidy income analysis and figured that they could afford it, and suddenly they can't. And they came and said, well, what can we do? And the Minister of Service Nova Scotia likes to talk a lot about education. So we were trying to educate people about what they could do, but sadly, in many instances, the answer was nothing, that they couldn't do anything because their rent was going to go up, and it was going to go up legally. And what we would have liked to say is, well, you can move into that affordable seniors complex down the road. But not only can we not say that because it doesn't exist, it's not even contemplated to exist. It's not even in the housing plan. We're not even talking about it. So having more units, you know, the seniors care grant #1, you can't use to pay for rent anyway. Having more units isn't going to bring down magically the cost of housing. We don't believe in trickle-down housing, unlike others in this chamber. But what would help in the interim as a Band-Aid would be a steady flow of just the amount that we know that seniors need to be able to approach living in dignity. This is what every other province, except for ours, has recognized. And this is what we're asking the government to do. It's not rocket science. It's not pie in the sky. It's not a radical idea. We are telling this government that we are laggards in this regard, that we are failing our seniors. And I'm not saying that that's on purpose. I'm not being negative. I'm simply stating the fact that if we look across the country at the way that other provinces support their seniors, we come in last. And we know that everyone in this chamber respects our seniors, supports our seniors, talks at length in here about all the ways in which we do. But as the government often likes to say, as the Premier likes to say, you know, talk is cheap. We are a government of action. Here's an action. And here are a few others that we think the government could take. They could waive seniors' pharmacare fees. Then seniors would be able to afford their medication. They wouldn't have to choose between medication and food. They wouldn't end up in the emergency room, maybe in a waiting room like we saw on the front page of the Chronicle Herald today. We could ban charging long-term care fees for people who are waiting in hospital for a long-term care bed, the alternative level of care patients. It's not their fault they can't get into long-term care. It's our fault because we haven't fixed the healthcare situation. We could assist with the cost of hearing aids. We could make it illegal to evict low-income seniors into homelessness. We could create a seniors advocate that can investigate and advocate for seniors' issues. These are some of the things specific to seniors, but there are lots of others. We could waive the grocery tax. We could raise income assistance rates. We could increase the affordable living tax credit. And these are all things that our parents, our elders, the people who built our communities, who built this province, would benefit from. These are people who have so much to teach us about life and who deserve to be taken care of after they have taken care of us. Like Nova Scotians, New Democrats believe that as a society, we have the responsibility and every ability to take care of each other. We believe in dignity in old age. We know that the government can help deliver it, and we will keep fighting for it. Thank you. I move to adjourn debate on second reading.
The motion is to adjourn debate on Bill number 391, the Income Tax Act, an act to amend respecting a seniors' income benefit. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable House Leader for the NDP.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Would you please call Bill number 363, Early Learning and Childcare Act, an act to amend to end childcare waitlist fees or deposits?
Bill number 363, Early Learning and Child Care Act, an act to amend to end child care wait list fees or deposits. I recognize the Honourable Leader of the NDP.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move second reading of Bill number 342.
363.
363, sorry. So we've been talking a lot about early learning and childcare in this chamber, and as the Minister of Education has said, and as I also can attest, and I think most of my caucus colleagues, daycare wait lists and even wait list fees are not a new issue in Nova Scotia. But rising demand, in part due to the fee reductions, is causing those wait lists to balloon and is putting families at risk of predatory fees. The rising demand in itself, of course, is not a bad thing. It means that childcare fees are more affordable for families than they were in the past. And this means, for those of us who have been around for more than a few years, we have talked about this at length in this chamber, particularly with the introduction of pre-primary, that mothers are able to work, which has positive economic benefits. It has benefits for children, particularly children who are living in poverty or living in challenging situations. We know that early childhood education can have an incredibly positive long-term impact on the lives of those children. But the problem is that there's not enough spaces. So while the fee reduction is good, in Nova Scotia right now, nearly 50% of children live in a childcare desert. That means an area where there are 3 children for every 1 childcare space. We need a massive investment in these spaces, and while we have seen some, the math is tricky, and the way that we do it shows that the net increase is minimal. The government boasts about new spaces, but these numbers show a different story. And we know that the way in which these changes have been rolled out, this child care agreement, has caused the closure of many existing centres. There's no two ways about it. The growth in this sector has been limited to school-age programs, which are needed, but are not addressing the dire shortage of infant and toddler spaces. And I should just digress for a second and say that when pre-primary was rolled out, we knew this would happen because of the rollout. And what we said at the time, because this is what we were hearing from centres who are already feeling the strain, was run that pre-primary program in existing centres where you can, because this is what helps keep them open. But the government didn't do that. And so a sector that was already under strain then got a 1-2 punch with the rollout of this early learning and childhood agreement. Data obtained just this June shows that since the government was elected, only 28 net new licensed care childcare spaces had opened across the province. Now, I should say, because someone else will, that these are all full-time, all-day spaces. And I acknowledge the value, particularly as a working mother, of before and after school spaces. But when we talk about early learning and childcare, when we talk about that agreement and the benefits that we'll bring, when we talk about $10 a day daycare, we are talking about full-day daycare for our youngest children. The rest of it is important, but that is crucial, and in that regard, this government is failing. In HRM, there were 144 fewer childcare spaces in June than when this government was elected. 144 fewer in HRM, in a province that is growing exponentially, in a city that is growing exponentially, where that growth is being encouraged, where people are coming, where people are settling in all of our constituencies, and in some cases are leaving because they can't find childcare and they can't find a doctor and they can't afford a house. And they're like, all right, never mind, I'm going home. That's not what we want. Families are unable to even find an open wait list. And we hear from daycares of parents calling in tears, desperate for a wait list opening. And when I talk to people whose children are, I'm always fascinated when I meet people with young children and they say, oh, so-and-so just started in daycare. And so I always stop and say, okay, tell me your story. How? Like what daycare? When did you get on the list? How did that work? And in almost every single case, it was like, well, I did get on the list when I was pregnant, but also like my nephew's uncle's wife works there and she did me a solid. Like that's how it works. Yeah, that's how it works, because those wait lists are so long and so unmanageable. And it's not to cast aspersions on the daycare operators, because they're under an enormous pressure of having hundreds of families waiting to get in. But it's almost impossible. And this has led to a situation where families put their kids on multiple wait lists, because if you are pregnant and you put your name on a wait list for a daycare, not only are you not guaranteed a spot, you are unlikely to get a spot. So what do? You put your name on 10 wait lists and you hope that you hit the jackpot and one of them comes out. In a 2019, a report found that 92% of Halifax daycares maintained a wait list and that 16% charged a wait list fee. And anecdotally, we are hearing more and more about those fees. In August, one daycare chain with 7 Halifax locations said it would not get rid of its $200 non-refundable waitlist fee because it is seeing growing demand, which is very confusing. With non-refundable fees, some parents paying hundreds of dollars, and they still have no guarantee of a spot when they need it. They're paying for the privilege of not necessarily having childcare for their children. And there is a very real impact. In a CBC article from this August, Kaylee Fleet, the mother of twins in Halifax, that one hits kind of close to home, paid nearly $2,400 to place her children on a wait list with Kids and Company, only to find out at the last minute that her spots were no longer available. $2,400. She had to make the decision to delay returning to work and discovered that only a portion of her payment was even refundable. This is not unusual. We hear the narrative in this chamber that this is a thing that happens occasionally, and it isn't. It happens a lot. We have been hearing concerns about this for a long time. We raised this issue in the House 7 months ago. And at that time, we raised the issue with a solution. We'd asked the minister to ban these fees. Ontario did it in 2016. I mean, there are other things. You can ban the fees. You can create a centralized wait list, which takes the pressure off of these individual daycare operators. The minister said today that there isn't a system. Well, that's not actually true. We have a Department of Early Childhood Education. We have an entire section of the civil service that runs our regulated childcare system. The idea that we don't have a system, I think, is an insult to the work that those people do. So the idea that we don't have a system, I mean, sure, it's a patchwork. There are individual operators. Same with doctors. Are we going to say we don't have a medical system? Like, yes, we have a system, but there are a number of operators in that system. So the idea that we can't regulate that system, which, by the way, we do, that's why we call it regulated childcare, is an excuse that isn't even really worth addressing. We need to ban these fees, but instead of spending months working on a solution, we have debated whether or not this issue exists. In the 7 months since we raised this issue, we have gone back and forth with the minister, who has often said, well, we really don't think it's an issue anymore. We don't really know if it's an issue anymore. We're not really sure if it's an issue anymore. And last week, the minister said, it's not still happening. And I'll table that answered. This is really, really troubling because, again, this is a problem with an extraordinarily simple solution. If we think it's bad, if we don't really think it's happening, then make it illegal. Stop it from happening. We are legislators. We are in this chamber to make laws. So when we come to the province with an issue that is an area of provincial responsibility, education, and a problem, predatory waitlist fees, and a solution, outlaw them, create a policy or a law that says that those are illegal, And the minister's response is, well, we don't really have a system. I think it's quite insulting, actually, because it's not, that doesn't accurately reflect the situation. We're glad to see that today the minister finally accepted that this is a problem, that she has directed her department to look into it. But we don't think that families need to wait any longer. We have put forward this solution a number of times. It exists in another province. It works. What are they looking at? This is like the interminable jurisdictional scan that the Department of Justice used as an excuse not to, outlaw non-disclosure agreements, which we still can't get an answer for the final decision. Is the minister going to look at it for another 3 years while parents are forced to pay more and more money in fees, while they wait longer and longer to have childcare, are excluded from the workforce, are unable to give their children the advantages of early childhood education, only to be told, oh, well, we decided not to do it? We hear this more and more and more, and it's deeply troubling. This is a problem. There is a solution. We're asking the minister to take action. Every day that the government waits, more families are vulnerable to these fees. There are other solutions. As we said, we need to continue to increase the childcare sector. We need more spaces. We need to continue to work through that agreement. We most recently have heard that the minister's staff were able to finally submit the paperwork needed for Ottawa to release the next branch of funding for the Canada-Nova Scotia Early Learning Agreement. We were glad to hear that. Why it took several months, if not a year, to do that, from when we could have had that money, from when we could have been building capacity in our system, is troubling. But at the end of the day, I think this is about parents, and this is about the parents, and mostly mothers, that I speak to on a daily basis who are struggling to find childcare. And this, again, is in the context of a rising cost of living. My kids the other day, we were watching a movie, and in the movie, the dad went off to work and the mom stayed at home, and they said, but what does the mom do? And I said, well, she's a stay-at-home mom. And they were like, what? And I said, yeah, no, she stays at home. She takes care of the kids. Like, isn't that nice? I sometimes, I'd like to do that. They were like, no, Mom, that's totally weird. That doesn't happen. Because they don't know anybody. They literally don't know anybody who doesn't have two working parents. Because that is the economic environment that we are in. And in that economic environment, parents need childcare. They need affordable childcare, they need available childcare, and they certainly don't need predatory childcare fees. So I would ask the government, in closing, to move forward quickly to ban waitlist fees at minimum, so that parents do not have to pay for the privilege of trying to navigate our deeply challenging childcare ecosystem. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
No. I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
So I'm not going to pretend to have the vast current knowledge of the daycare system that the previous speaker had, because my children are 35, 33, and 27. So it's been some time, and to be quite honest, I wasn't able to access the daycare system when I was working because I worked shift work. So I was one of those people who never had the option of using traditional daycare because I worked weird hours. I never knew what shift I was going to be on. I could be working overnight. I might go in at 4:30 in the morning. And there's lots of people in this province who don't have the opportunity to access daycare. But for those who do, it's something they count on. Not long ago, I had an email from a woman who coincidentally is a provincial employee. She works in the healthcare system. And her husband also works for the provincial government. And, she told me a really sad story about how they had been on the wait list and they'd had a miscarriage. And they decided not to take their name off the wait list because they thought, we don't know how long this is going to take for us to get pregnant again. We're just going to leave our names on the wait list. So they got pregnant again, and they have a beautiful baby. She sent me a picture of her baby. And she was registered with a company that said, we absolutely have a space for you. And then she found out no space. And then she began the frantic calling around, trying to find somebody who had an infant space. And it's like winning the lottery right now to get an infant space. And that's no surprise why, when we find out there's 28 net new childcare spaces. We keep seeing all these announcements where like, all these new spaces created, and then you find out they're not necessarily full-time and they're not necessarily childcare spaces. They might be after-school spaces. I would never want to suggest, as someone tried to say I had, that those after-school spaces aren't important. They absolutely are. And having been a parent, and for a while a single parent, who had to negotiate my way through before school, after school, middle of the day, middle of the night daycare, any child care is important to parents. And it's very difficult to do your job when you're worried about how your children are in child care. But this practice of forcing parents who want to ensure the best for their child, but need to return to work, and women deserve to be able to focus on their careers. Because let's face it, it's usually the woman who's trying to round up the child care. And the fact that we're still grappling with this issue in 2023 kind of boggles my mind. I assumed by the time that my eldest daughter was going to be having children that this would be solved, and it is not. And to suggest that, well, we can't say that it's a predatory practice and ban having people pay to reserve a space, it's like looking away from a problem that's really easily solved. It's not that difficult. You just say you can't do that anymore. The government could do it if it wants to. Like so much of what we've seen in this House this session, the government could decide to deal with issues, but they decide not to. And that is not a government of action. Is it really fair to families who are trying to ensure that they can return to work when they have told their employers that they're coming back to work? Is it really fair to say to them, hey, every list you get on, you have to give us $200? Because you know what that means? It means the people who can afford it are going to be forking out the money, and everybody else, well, you lose. And so the government could decide, we want to solve this problem, but they're not. It would be really nice if the government would in addition to indicating how many new spaces have been created, would give a breakdown every time. How many are actually in after-school programs? How many are full-time? How many are infant? How many are toddler? Because otherwise it's smoke and mirrors. If you're saying we've created X amount, but you don't say, hey, all these ones over here, they disappeared. Because that's what had to have happened for there to only be 28 net new spaces. You cannot support a growing population with the kind of immigration that we're having, the in-migration from other parts of the country. You cannot support that with 28 net new spaces in daycare. You just can't. There aren't that many grandmothers out there babysitting. I'm sorry. And grandfathers too. And as we just heard from my colleague, there were actually 144 fewer daycare spaces available in June in HRM, our fastest growing city. And I spoke a bit last night about what it's like to represent an area that has had enormous growth. This is another issue. I talked about schools, I talked about roads, I talked about facilities. I didn't even touch on daycare, but it has absolutely been an issue. And that's why we were so glad to bring in the free pre-primary program, because that was at least one place, 1 year where parents didn't have to do that scrounge for daycare. And as we noted at the time, it's also an anti-poverty program, because children who have a good start in life, who get that early education, they're more likely to do better in school. They're more likely to graduate. They're more likely to go on to post-secondary education. They actually have better health outcomes. They're less likely to be involved in the criminal justice system. So ensuring that there is robust pre-primary education is important to families, it's important to the children, it's important to families, it's actually important to our society in general. Because if we're putting that money there, it's a much better spend than having to clean up people who've had difficult lives, who have had a difficult time. It's much better if we can spend money up front and equip people for success. And so the bill that is proposed by my friends in the third party, to me, makes sense. Now, perhaps the government doesn't want to do it because they feel they've asked a lot of daycare operators already. And if that's the case, I would say, you have asked a lot of daycare operators already. We've asked them to step up in ways they haven't had to before. In some cases, we have private daycares that are becoming not-for-profits. But the reason that we're in this chamber is to make sure that we're making life better for Nova Scotians. And I'm not sure that having to pay out a couple of $100 or more in various places for parents is improving life for Nova Scotians. The government has a choice here. They can act, or they can look away. And right now what it looks like is they're looking away. They decided we're not going to do anything on that. I thought it was interesting that my colleague mentioned that when she's asking families with young children, are they in daycare? How do they get daycare? It's who do you know? That's how people are getting daycare. And this is not the way it's supposed to work. And the problem with who do you know is, well, probably in here, we'd probably all get daycare because we know lots of people if we were on the search for it. But what about newcomers? What about people who don't have big networks? Who do they know? So it doesn't seem fair to me that we're asking them to fork out money so they can pay some more. The fact we're moving to $10 a day daycare is commendable, obviously. We signed the original agreement on it. This is the way we should be going. But I doubt the federal government is particularly pleased to know if they were to find out that Nova Scotians, in addition to their $10 a day daycare or their 50% off daycare, are actually having to fork over $200, $1,200 to reserve a spot. Because it's not necessary. There is great demand right now for daycare. It's not like they need to know who's coming there. Companies need to know that they're going to have that spot filled. They're going to have that spot filled. And there are swaths of this province where there's next to no daycare. That affects women who want to return to work. That affects families who need their income. And it affects children. There's a simple solution here. The government should act. But it's not, it's looking away. That's not a government of action. That's inaction. And that's a deliberate looking away. And it's a pattern with this government that we see over and over and over and over again. Yes, there are tents in Halifax. Yes, winter's coming. Oh, it's snowing out. Look away. Yes, the doctor wait list keeps increasing. Here's a bright, shiny object over here. Look at this instead. For the first 2 years of this government's mandate, people in this province gave them a lot of leeway. They saw them announcing things. But what I'm getting letters. This week was unbelievable, the number of letters I got about not having doctors. And it could be not having doctors or not having daycare or whatever. And what I'm starting to get is people saying, I thought they were doing things, but it's no better. Or, I thought they were doing things, but it's worse. I had a flood of letters this week about, I've lost my doctor. What am I going to do? And if you keep looking away on the key indicators, on the things that matter to Nova Scotians, you're going to get a rude awakening. Because it doesn't matter if you do things, if you're not doing the right things, if you're not doing the things that matter, if you're not doing the things that make a difference. So you can, over here, smoke and mirrors. But at the end of the day, people are going to ask themselves, am I better off today than I was in September 2021? And increasingly, the answer is no.
Hear, hear. I recognize the honourable member for Hants West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It gives me great pleasure to stand up today and talk a little bit about the child care system and where it's been and where it's headed, and speak directly to this 363, the Early Learning and Child Care Act. I mean, we hear these stories as if this is a new thing, that child care wait lists are something since our government came into place, but 24 years ago, and I know everybody's surprised to think that I could be this young and have a 24-year-old, but I do. And so I too found myself with this brand new baby in my arms and a great job offer at 3 months old, back in the time too when there was a 6-month maternity leave. So I had to take that job. 3-month-old baby, what do? I looked around to these small daycare, these private home daycares and friends and family, and I did get by. I was on that wait list and quite frankly could honestly still be on that list, who knows. And I didn't take my name off that list. I found alternatives, but maybe that person was holding my spot. So then I take that job, and I had another baby, and again, no childcare. The search began because when I went to work, that child care provider couldn't just keep that space open for me when and if I might come back. So we didn't have a system in place, Madam Speaker. This is transformational, what we're trying to do as a government here, and I'm really, really proud of this work. I mean, we're building a system, trying to standardize a system that before this child care agreement, I mean, there was hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of these smaller people that maybe for one reason or another would want to take in one child, maybe 3 child. I mean, we have one daycare center, that was it, one, offering any type of subsidies, and those were very small. The Department of Education and Early Childhood Development is committing to creating a provincial child care policies that are child and family centered, which is exactly what not just today, not just for these new families, but for decades that we've needed. The more and more as women left the homes to work outside the home. And it is going to be transformational. And the steps that we've taken so far is great. I mean, signing on with the Canada-wide agreement, it's giving us that opportunity to truly transform this delivery of this service that is so needed. It's so needed for the new people that are here. It's so needed for anybody that's here. And it's going to transform this province. And it is a time. It is a time to be bold in these actions. It's a time to look to the places and reach out to people. That's what I'm doing. I'm like, did you know that there's licensing, and you can offer these subsidies, and you can help offset the cost for parents. I reached out to my nonprofits and I said, do you know this opportunity exists? And some of them didn't. So, I mean, I would encourage members opposite that are hearing numerous calls or these emails they're receiving to try to approach people in the community and express the opportunities that are there for anybody, nonprofit, or any home-based business that might want to license under umbrella now to fall into this. That would be my suggestion. And the minister's made it very clear many times. I mean, I sit behind her, but I hear it all the time that she does not support these extra fees, and for registration or for cancellation or for vacations or summer breaks. I mean, these policies are not being supported by the minister. I would say, Madam Speaker, the minister is going to take that back. We're in here 12 hours or more a day, and she's already made direction to the department to look into these fees. Where am I? So many things to say. I feel like my colleague from Colchester North here at the moment, but in his hocus pocus. Yeah, this hocus pocus that's this picture that's being painted. The Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development is currently looking at options of how we could address this situation effectively. Acts and new bills are not necessarily needed just to implement something that she agrees with. She already has that ability to do that, Madam Speaker. She's already looking into these situations to look at how they can affect them. And as she standardizes this new transformational way that we can offer childcare in our province, I mean, it wasn't that long ago we didn't have pre-primary, Madam Speaker. And look at that transformational change that made to families. That means that those kids are in care. Those hours that those moms, dads, grandmoms, foster moms, or dads, or anybody in that family dynamic could go to work. That made a big deal, Madam Speaker. Other options that have happened over the decades are, 18-month maternity leave. So those windows of opportunity for needing these childcare services so diminish the fact that after school and before school care is not important. Come to rural Nova Scotia. It's very important. It's very important for the pre-primary programs, Madam Speaker. It's very important. And to diminish that and act like those new spaces are not to be counted or not to be important, they're very, very, very important, because some parents want to stay home with their child for those 3 years, and that new pre-primary with those after-school and before-school spots is when they maybe, for the first time since their baby's been born, be able to leave home and go into the workforce. When parents and primary caregivers bring forward a problem, I mean, the minister, our government is very quick to look into solutions to how to address these. So the sooner we do here, I thank the members opposite for bringing those to our attention. You know, we also knew that, but it highlights the importance of looking for solutions for these problems. In October, the department toured the province, did public consultation sessions. We heard from over 1,400 families, Madam Speaker, to learn about and understand better their hopes and their ideas and their visions for what this can look like and what can work. All family dynamics are different. A transformational change such as what our government is undertaking isn't easy. We should and be showing our appreciation for the sector, for the amount of collaboration that they've been doing. Who here likes change? Nobody, Madam Speaker. Sometimes you hit those walls, whether it be housing development. Don't want it here, but we need housing. It's the same thing, Madam Speaker. We need to give the confidence these centers need, to give them the tools that they need to transform with us. That's why we're getting input from, we set up the round table so that we could get input from sector. And anytime, Madam Speaker, I heard from somebody in my sector that panicked, and of course, if I have to watch the clock here because I have so much to say. I want to tell my other story here. So, So, you know, we introduced the ECE wages. I mean, 14 to 43%. How is that not going to help us get more seats? How is that not going to be able to have these centers open because they'll have more staff there to run them, to do renovations, hire more people? And I want to talk specifically about the fees and maybe paint a picture of why they existed in the first place. You know, I, too, after the third baby, I stayed home. I couldn't afford childcare anymore. I couldn't afford to take my 3 kids to childcare with no after-school spot. So I quit my job. We sold our house. I opened a home-based business. Did I want to be licensed under an umbrella? No. Did I do it as a favor for the friends in the community that I did? Sure, of course, maybe it was who I knew, if that's the picture the member opposite wanted to paint. It was the referral base. That's how I ran my business. But Madam Speaker, what job would you want to do for 200 hours a month and not be paid? What job is it that you would want to do to say, yes, your baby isn't out of the womb yet, but I will hold that space for you for a year and turn away kids? And when the year was up and I reached out to the person, oh, sorry, nanny's gonna do it, Madam Speaker. So you enter into a contract through being, you know, to hold the spot. And you say, you know, my policy in particular was I refunded it off their first invoice. That's how I did it, Madam Speaker. But then if those folks did leave and not come to me, then that was a little tiny bit of the loss that I suffered while I tried to recoup and refill that spot, Madam Speaker. So that's maybe where these fees came into. But again, as we transform childcare, we will look at these. We will standardize regulations for that. So I had contracts signed, and like our government, we've already signed contracts. Maybe moving forward, we sign new contracts. We can add that in those contracts. That's a tool for another reason why this act is not necessary. This amendment is not necessary. You know, newcomers, we talk about newcomers, word of mouth. I can't tell you how many newcomer families I took kids from because we're a province that welcomes people to our province, and somebody knows somebody all the time. We created face group books in my community, Madam Speaker, to connect people. Our fellow colleagues, my other colleagues that did home-based daycares, we were constantly sharing kids. I can't do 3 days a week, I can do 2. Can you take the other 2, Madam Speaker? So there's all kinds of things happening. As for vacations, well, my policy was that if I'm off, you don't pay me. But Madam Speaker, imagine if if people went off on vacation and every time they took a day off or were home sick, you didn't get paid. So you have to, Madam Speaker, these nonprofits and these businesses set up business models that worked for them. Because at the end of the day, nobody can do it for free, as much as I would love to. I love children, and the ones that I had in my home were sometimes much more well-behaved than some of the ones that I can see and hear. But, you know, But, you know, and there's other reasons. It's not just because of the way we rolled it out that some of these centers might have closed, Madam Speaker. It could be the fact that during COVID, people found other things to do. Look at me. I campaigned for a year during COVID and won a seat in the legislature. Who would have thought that? So, yeah, I guess I jumped ahead because when I left my job for 16 and a half years, I offered the spots. And when I saw the need in my community change, originally I took babies. That's all I had, 6 babies at a time. That's why my back hurts probably. That's why sitting here all day kills me, I'll tell you. I said, but as those kids grew, I grew with them, Madam Speaker. I turned my daycare into an after school and before school care center because that's what I needed in the community. We didn't diminish what these privately run day homes, licensing requirements. It's not necessary. You can offer childcare in your home following the regulations. It's very much what a lot of people in rural Nova Scotia do. It's always that balance. I feel like I'm going to quote the Minister of Internal Services here to say it's that tenant's balance. It's that balance between what the need is of the family and how you can run your business and be fair. And I like to think that this, considering the fact that I myself had a very long wait list and I very ever frequently went without it, but these changes we're doing, and I quickly got to get in there really fast because painting that negative picture that there's net 28 spaces, Madam Speaker, I just have to correct the record because in my constituency, Windsor Daycare has 24 newly renovated spaces at their first location, and at Windsor Daycare in the mall, down by the Playful Pumpkin Cafe, we have 24 new spaces. Those are infant spaces, those are before and after school spaces, so I don't think that those are minimal. There were 74 in my community. Windsor Nursery School was a nonprofit that printer had to close until I connected them with the department. The next day, they had a meeting. They now have 20 new renovated daycare spaces that are all day long, after school or before, whatever the need may be. It was a nursery school before, and now that is staying open, Madam Speaker, and I am very proud of that. 74 spaces in my little tiny community is nothing to say minimal. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm grateful to stand up here to talk today about the Bill number 363, Early Learning and Child Care Act. And I want to be very clear what this act, what we're trying to portray here. It's an act to amend to end child care waitlist fees or deposits. So getting back to the topic at hand, I rise today for all the mothers, all the parents, all the families, all Nova Scotians who have fallen victim to the predatory practice of child care waitlist fees. So I want to give you a little meaning of what waitlist fees are. Waitlist works like this. Your name goes on a list. When a spot becomes available, you receive a call from the daycare, and if they need that spot, they take the spot. Some parents who are on a wait list will contact other daycares that they're on and say, take me off the list, I've received a spot. Or they'll get a call from another daycare that says, hey, a spot's open, and they say, no, thank you. I'm okay, I have a daycare. So I just want to be clear on what a wait list is and why people wait to be on a list for daycare. So in already trying economic times, where hard-working Nova Scotians are being stretched to the limit, families with a newborn, in addition to all the costs a child brings, and trust me, I know about all those things, are forced to put hundreds, if not thousands of non-refundable dollars down for the privilege of getting on a wait list for childcare. In this climate, folks are not even able to buy groceries or medicine. This practice of asking for fees is unfair. At the beginning of this sitting, I raised the case of Kids & Company. Kids & Company is an Ontario-based company that owns 7 locations in HRM. Earlier this year, deposits for these centers were as high as $1,400, 200 of which was non-refundable. This amount does not guarantee families a spot either. So you're on a wait list, you're paying for the spot, but you're not guaranteed a spot and you lose money. I was shocked that when presented with this practice, the minister's first response was that she would not commit to banning these fees. Public pressure was able to accomplish what the government refused to do. When Kids & Company announced they would no longer collect $1,000+ deposits, they still collect them. They still collect a $200 non-refundable fee with no guarantee of a spot. But it's not the thousands that they were charging before. I came back to the minister on this predatory practice, and she reiterated her opposition to banning and further claimed that she knew of no providers engaging in this process. So you know me. I'm not coming forward with any information unless I have the receipts to prove that I've done that work. So the next day, I tabled an email to the minister that I was CC'd on from another parent who was being charged a non-refundable $200 fee to another child care provider in Dartmouth. Only then did the minister finally acknowledge the burden on parents and state that she does not support this practice. But even when she continued to refuse to outlaw this practice, it was really disheartening to know that as a minister, there's not much more that they can do. Affordable childcare isn't just an issue for parents or families, it's an issue for the economy. If we want parents or families to fully participate in our economy, with all the benefits that brings, we need a childcare program that all families can afford. A recent report attributed rising child care demand to federal-provincial efforts to reduce those fees, stating that without proper expansion of the system, wait lists will continue to balloon. While the federal-provincial child care agreement is seeking to overhaul the system with the large expansion and transition in nonprofit models, the short-term pressure of this transition is hurting families and creating conditions for profit centers to collect these fees. The most recent numbers from 2019 found that 92% of Halifax daycares maintained a wait list and 16% charged a wait list fee. The national average for wait list fees back then was $50 to $100. The situation has only worsened when we heard the ballooning price of a wait list fee. Inaction by Liberal government after Conservative government has created a crisis point. Families are forced to spend hundreds, if not thousands of dollars while already stretched on something that may or may not end with a child care space. Families are desperate. Perhaps, when the Premier is out actioning things with his friend Doug Ford next week, he can ask him how this works in Ontario. Because Ontario banned this practice in 2016. So if Ontario can do it, why can't we? The minister admits that she agrees the practice of charging non-refundable waitlist fees shouldn't be happening. And after weeks of constant communication and questioning, the minister finally acknowledged that this is happening. So why won't the minister ban the practice of charging these exorbitant fees? In question period last week, and we were all here, the minister told us that she had directed the department to look into this practice and provided options for what we can do to prevent it. Options. What are the options? Maybe ask them nicely. I don't really know. But what other information does the minister possibly need to act on this? I have to tell you that every single day that the minister lets this go on is another day that families are charged unfair fees and parents are not able to get back to work. I also want to point out that when I asked the minister this afternoon about the waitlist fees and banning them and what they could do, I was given a response that you just can't sign a paper with funding agreements. I mean, you just can't sign a paper. There's funding agreements, there's contracts. A paper, you just can't sign it. We can't do that in the House. It can't happen. And I want to point out that in other points of the bill, in other bills, the acts that we have here, there is places that say things like, you know, we can make amendments, and things like actions can be taken under the act or regulations can be written in and amended in an act. So this is what we're asking today. We're asking for exactly what the minister says that she doesn't want happen. She doesn't like the act of waitlist fees happening. She doesn't think that it's appropriate. It shouldn't be happening. We all agree. So if we're all in agreement to the fact that waitlist fees should be banned, then we should do that, and we should do that in legislation, which is our role as legislators, to create legislation, which we see constantly that come back and forth and have discussion. This is a discussion that we all agree upon. We've talked about it in extent while we've been in here this sitting and in previous times. So I just want to say that, you know, these centers charging these fees are licensed for over 1,000 childcare spaces in HRM. That's a lot of parents putting forward fees and really hurting their budgets in order for them to be on a wait list so that they can get their child a space, hoping that they can have a child care space in some of these daycares. So I'll say it then, and I said it earlier, and I'll say it again. This is not a small problem, but it has a simple solution, and I said that earlier. We don't have to do anything wild. We just have to change the wording and legislate it. Ban the fees for wait lists. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to adjourn debate on Bill 363.
The motion is to adjourn debate on Bill 363. Would all those in favour of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the honourable House Leader for the New Democratic Party.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Would you please call Bill 342, the Universal School Food Program Act?
Public bills for second reading. Bill number 342, Universal School Food Program Act. I recognize the honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when I was first elected, in that first year, a young woman came to see me, and she had won the Duke of Edinburgh Award, I think, for being a community activist. And I don't actually remember exactly what it was, but it was something to do with food security. And she was in university at the time, but she talked to me about going to what was then the Southdale North Woodside School, which doesn't exist anymore. And that at lunchtime, she remembered chewing on pieces of paper because she was hungry and she didn't have food, and she had that was just how it was, she didn't have food, so she would chew on pieces of paper. And you know, we all have conversations with constituents that stick with us, and that was one that stuck with me because it was so far outside of my own experience. didn't grow up in an environment of food insecurity. And sometimes it's those conversations that can bring that back. A couple of weeks ago, I was doing some tour work as a party leader, and there was a young woman who was with us, and she was a photographer. There was a film crew. She was part of a film crew. And we stopped for lunch, and we were chatting, and we started to talk about school food because it had been in the news. And she said, you know, a couple of the people said, oh, kids should have food in school. Yeah, of course. Like, kids shouldn't go hungry. And she said, oh, yeah. She said, well, you know, I grew up with a single mom. We didn't have enough money. My mom didn't have time to do things like pack lunches for me. And she said it in this way that was so matter of fact. It was just like, yeah, that wasn't the life and she was young. Like, this is recent. And she just said, yeah, no, my mom couldn't do things like pack lunches. Like, if my friends had a little bit of extra to eat, I would have it, and if they didn't, I wouldn't. And, you know, I've had lots of conversations in between those two, but I think that, you know, to have this conversation about the need for a universal school food program, we need to unequivocally accept that we have an extraordinary degree of food insecurity in this province, and that we have many, many, many children across this province who don't have enough to eat. They might have a granola bar in their classroom. They might have a teacher or a librarian that goes out of their way to find a way to give them food, but they don't have enough to eat. And this is the issue that we are trying to address with this bill. Last year, the Auditor General reported that some students wouldn't eat for the entire day if the school didn't provide them with food. And that same report found that while 43,000 children are accessing breakfast programs daily, only about 3,000 receive a subsidized or free lunch. And part of the reason, which I've spoken about in this chamber, is that lots of our schools don't actually have cafeterias. Like, they don't, it's not an option. And if they do, they might be leased out to a private company. They warned that if these healthy food recommendations weren't addressed, the healthcare cost could be in the billions. And so, you know, we hear over and over in this conversation from the minister and members on the government side that every student who needs food in schools gets food. And we continue to talk to young people and students and parents and teachers and administrators who tell us that that is not the case. And I believe them. And so again, I think we have to come at this conversation from a basic starting point that there are hundreds, probably thousands of students in this province who don't have enough to eat. And so the question is, what can we do about it? Nova Scotia Health report from last fall found that in some schools, students have to approach a teacher or administrator for free meals. This approach risks singling students out. The Premier is trying to make something about me saying that teachers had to that kids have to raise their hands. Kids have to identify themselves. How do we identify them? If we don't have a universal program, a child needs to identify to someone that they are hungry, and that robs them of their dignity, it stigmatizes them, and it's wrong. And so the reason that we are putting this forward is to say that people should not have to do that. Having to self-identify is a barrier. Further, we know that having to self-identify and the stigma that that brings means, again, to be clear on the ground of this conversation, that not all children who need food are getting food, and it shouldn't be the responsibility of teachers. We know that teachers are doing everything they can, and that government funding is in no way sufficient. When we hear about government talk about the money that they're advocating for food in schools, particularly education, well, in fact, my understanding is that the Department of Education has very little, if any, money that is dedicated to food in schools. There's a pot of money from health that is dedicated to healthy eating, but the Department of Education and the progressive conservative government thinks that every dollar, every discretionary dollar that goes into education and is under the control of schools should be used for food, and it shouldn't. There's all kinds of other things we need in schools. We need playground equipment, we need musical instruments, we need to fix infrastructure, we need all kinds of stuff. We shouldn't have to spend all that money on food. And not only are we spending all that money on food, but many schools tell us that that budget is already spent. And we're not even at Christmas. That is how big the need is. We know that food bank usage across the province is rising up to 27% up in this year alone. 1/3 of all Nova Scotians accessing those supports are children. 1/3 of people accessing food supports in this province. Nova Scotia has some of the worst rates of child poverty and food insecurity in the country, and hundreds of children who rely on school breakfast program weren't even able to access them when the pandemic hit. All of the costs have risen over the last year, and those school breakfast programs are becoming narrower and narrower and narrower. And when I talk to my own children and their friends, they say, oh yeah, Mom, well, like maybe there's a granola bar in the back of the classroom. Like for so many schools, that's what school food means. School food means you can have a granola bar when you get to school. And for any parent or anyone who has interacted with children, a granola bar does not a meal make. It's not healthy. And if you talk to teachers, and this has been true for years, I met with Nourish Nova Scotia 5 years ago and they said this, it directly impacts educational outcomes. So it's not just that we need to make sure that children aren't hungry, although we shouldn't have to get beyond that because that feels like a basic. But if we want to go further, hungry children can't learn. Not only can they not learn and have educational excellence and progress, but they can be disruptive. And I think we hear teachers say that particularly teachers in schools in disadvantaged areas where they know that food insecurity is high, well, we're not really going to get anything done in the afternoon because by that point kids are going to be hungry and they're going to be squirrely and we're not going to be able to teach them anymore. That should not be a situation in our schools. We have advocated for this program for years. 1 free meal a day for all students. Across the world, developed countries who have the financial capacity, of which Canada is one, have these programs. And yes, we are also looking to the federal government because this is an election promise that they made. But in the meantime, the fact that we are not acting on our own, I think, is a huge disservice to children and families who are struggling, who don't have the time to wait. The government announced a salad bar pilot in the spring. 8 schools in the Strait region, none in HRM, and that's great. I think that the Minister of Education spoke at the NSTU about seeing bowls of grapes on tables in classrooms. That's great for the classrooms that have bowls of grapes on the table. I've never been to any of them. My children have never been in any of those schools. And so again, I think what we're doing here is that we are advocating for publicly funded school meals, something that is the norm in many parts of the world. We are the only G7 country that doesn't do this. So again, this is not some kind of aspirational, radical idea. This is something that every other G7 country does, and that we should absolutely be doing. And I will say that the UN estimates that school food has a return of $3 to $10 for every dollar invested. So it's also good economics. We are saving healthcare costs. We are saving all kinds of costs. But in the end, the main thing that we are doing is feeding children. So I want to close by saying, this isn't a hugely kind of planned out and well-crafted speech, because to me, the need for this program should be completely self-evident. We all live and represent communities that have challenges around child poverty, because this is an issue across our province. We all represent constituents that have extreme food insecurity, because this is a norm across our province in every constituency. This is a simple thing that the government could do, that we have been hearing dribs and drabs about from the Department of Education for some time, that would directly impact that. And so I urge the government to move forward with the school food program and pass our bill. Thank you very much.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm really honoured to get up in support of this bill, and something that as members of the legislature we've been talking about for years. And I do want to recognize some of my colleagues. The member from Timberley tabled a similar bill in the Youth Food Security Act on March 24th of 2022. And then my colleague from Fairview, Clayton Park, tabled Bill 284, the School Lunch Program Act, on March 29th of 23, and then again myself on October 17th of 2023. So it's something that all members of the House have talked about. And as the leader of the NDP said, it's not really, it's one of these conversations that you don't need to do a lot of research on because it's obvious that a school lunch program would mean so much in supporting students in schools across the province. And I had the privilege of being the minister of that department, and I said this before in my comments when the member from Timberley was the premier. He gave me the honour of being the education minister, and he gave me 2 tasks. One of them was daycare, and the other one was trying to establish a universal lunch program. I wish I had more time, but democracy is what it is. So, Madam Speaker, we have a new government. But there were some great conversations, and I know that staff was really engaged in the conversation. And I was very engaged with the federal minister in the conversation at the time. So it was something that we were fairly close on. Now, mind you, there's been some changes, as the minister indicated in question period today. There's been some changes in the leadership at the ministerial level. But I do have some concern about the timeline and how long that conversation is taking. And I know it's a two-way kind of street when you look at that, Madam Speaker, when you're looking at bills like this and you're trying to develop a program. So I hope that they do have that conversation. I can appreciate that, of course, as a federal partner similar to the childcare deal, you need that partnership, right? There's resources on both sides, and I hope that when they're looking at that program, they're looking at, and they've done it in the pilot projects, that they look at local produce and they look at the ability of using local suppliers for it. But as my colleague said from the NDP, and I kind of gave the speech before, and you talk about the tangible things that government can be doing now to support families in the greatest cost of living crisis we've seen in our generation, for sure. And feeding our kids in school and taking that pressure off of families is one that the government can really start to implement now. I also made the argument around school supplies as well in a speech previous that these are things that the government can be looking at that would take a lot of pressure off of families that are really struggling to pay the everyday costs of life. So we support this bill. Again, it's very similar to bills that we've tabled in the House. And I have those conversations, and I go on tour, and it's consistent all over the province, is that, you look at, and even the committee work that we've seen where we've had advocates come in and meet with various committees over the years, and they all say the same thing, that implementing a lunch program would just be such a massive support and benefit to the kids going to school and their educational journey and how they learn, but also the support that it will provide the families. And we know that our kids are there. So it's one of those places, and nobody would disagree with that on any side. Anything that we can do in our school system to support our kids, because we know our kids are there, and we know that they're going to be there every day, well, Monday to Friday, for the most part. So we can provide them breakfast program. Very proud of our government for implementing that. It was something that we were proud of, and with these programs, you adjust them over the years, and I'm sure the government will look at it and make their adjustments to the program too as well. But that was a big step, because we did know that kids were going to school hungry. We knew that, we saw the statistics around, what how many kids were going to school without a lunch, and the financial barriers that families had in trying to support their kids with all the cost of life, but also making sure that they had lunch. So breakfast was the first step. And we always said that lunch was, obviously going to be the next step. We could give kids 2 meals a day before the end of the day. That would be a huge help. And I don't think anybody on the government side disagrees with that. So this is one of those, I look at this as more of a conversation than kind of a debate on a bill, because many of us see it, we deal with it with our constituents, we hear the stories in our communities, and I think that everybody in here would happily rise and celebrate a universal lunch program for our kids. That's one of those non-political issues for me. Anything you can do for a kid, right? Any support you can provide for a kid in a community, whether it's in the school system or not. We have our questions back and forth. The minister hears lots of them from us. But ultimately, everybody here wants that program. Everybody wants to see that happen. And if the government is successful in it, which I hope they are for the sake of our kids, we will all celebrate that. It's something we've been advocating for. It's important. And there's some other things I believe that you can do in the schools as well. I think school supplies would be awesome. Take that cost away from families at the beginning of the year. It's hundreds of dollars, right? Breakfast is there. Adjust the breakfast if you need to, and bring in a lunch program so we know that every kid that's going to school has that ability to go home at the end of the day with the best experience possible in their education, but also knowing that, you know what, they're going home, and if they're going home to a situation where they're in a more vulnerable environment, that the best we could do is make sure that we can give them two good meals, give them a positive experience at school, and as the member said, put in a system that they don't have to ask. And that is important. And you know what? I wrestle with that as minister too, right? And I can appreciate where the minister's coming from on that, because I see firsthand. My wife's a teacher too as well, so you know she got those requests, right? And teachers do it in a way that is very confidential. They do it in a way that is very professional, and really, you know, so much thanks to them, because that is. You know, they're navigating, you know, they're teaching, they're doing, you know, they're teaching their courses, they're doing what's necessary, but they're also taking on what I would say are some situations outside the scope of their practice. And, you know, I've talked to hundreds of teachers in my time as MLA and education minister, and you know what? They come at that situation with love, they come at that situation with compassion, with professionalism. And in my time in that department, we've never had a scenario where a kid has had to raise their hand in the classroom. They've never have, right? And you know what? That's, to me, I hope it never happened, but I know myself from my own experience that never happened, because the teachers are amazing, right? And they've been dealing with, and I was education minister during the height of COVID. Right, so when we had the worst wave of it, we had kids that we were trying to send packages home to people. We were trying to make sure kids were fed. We were trying to make sure all that stuff was done, and teachers were coordinating all that stuff while they were trying to teach classes online. Support staff were doing that, and they did an outstanding job. And I want to say that on my feet. In my time there, I asked our education teachers and staff to do a lot outside of their scope, and you know what? They stepped up probably better than any jurisdiction in the country. They kept our kids in school as long as they could. They supported them the best they could. And to this bill, whenever a kid needed something, or a student, I say kid, they're all kids to me until they graduate from school. But the point being is that whenever we needed something, the teacher stepped up every time. And I've never had a situation where a kid had to raise their hand in front of anybody else. So I get where the minister's coming from on that. So to the bill, again, this is one of the most tangible things that we can do. And there's lots of bills that come through here, and you know, we're talking about food today. We're talking about, and the minister indicated in the media, I don't have it at the table, I'm happy to do it, I'm sure, but it was her comments around naloxone, you're looking at that. You know, I brought forward the AEDs in schools, and the point being is that schools are community hubs right? And a lot of supports can go there to help kids, and the overall community for that matter. But we're talking specifically about this bill around food, and I don't want to stray too far. But again, this is one of those things again where this would be so good for kids. It'd be so good for their families. And I just hope that that negotiation happens sooner than later. I'm happy to do whatever I can to help, as the minister said today, right? If I have to call my colleagues, I'd happily do it, because I don't care about politics with this. We just see it, right? We're all seeing it and feeling it. Like, interest rates are up. Mortgages are gonna come due. It's not gonna get easier. Everything is expensive. Like if we can all come together on this and do this for our kids, we are going to save families hundreds of dollars, and let's all celebrate that, because it would be massive. Breakfast and lunch. Throw some school supplies in there while you're at it. And you know what? It's a pretty good package to support our kids. And I honestly wish the department well in it, because I know that it's something I've been talking about for 2.5 years. And hey, we're politics and we'll debate bills and stuff, and you know, we'll put a little pressure on the minister and the department to do it, because that's what we do, right? And I just hope that the feds come up with that. I'm actually kind of surprised that it hasn't happened yet, to be honest, because it was like very heavily discussed when I was there. We did as we were doing the child care negotiation, we were actually talking about this at the same time, and it was a different minister at the time, but it seemed like it was ready to go. And it seemed like the funniest thing, I used to walk in and there's certain staff, and I just walk by the hall every day and say, where's the school lunch program? Because that was just the next thing. And I gave the member from Timberley, who was the premier, that was a big piece of his mandate when he was premier. Like, he really wanted to fight for that. And I'm glad to hear the fight continues, right, to get it done. So like I said, we'll have lots of debates back in the education role, but this is not one I want to debate. I just want it done. I want it done, and we all want it done. And I think we'll get there. Politics has a funny way of making people make announcements on stuff too, right? I was there, I was on that side. But I hope that, I hope it happens. And this bill is important. Like I said, this bill's been tabled 4 times in the last 2 years. You know, I gave my first speech in that summer emergency debate that we had over, I forget, yeah, it was the first year. But we were talking about it then. We were talking about school system and what we could do to help families. And so, like, here we are 2.5 years later. And I can get the negotiation side of it, right? Because the minister and I have had this conversation before, right? We need the feds to kick in here. But my question is, we definitely need them to kick in, like we did on the child care deal, right? Like, these are massive programs that the feds play a big part in, and it's in their mandate letters. So, and multiple mandate letters. So, and I read the correspondence, and I appreciate the minister tabling it, and I hope that she gets a response sooner or later, and I'm happy to help if I can, right? So, what do I got? I got 1.5 minutes left. So what can I say for 1.5 minutes? Let's do this for our kids. Let's do it for our kids. Look, the House leader's over there smiling. She agrees, right? Let's do this for our kids. And because the health minister is smiling, so the health outcomes, it's important. Oh, I forgot I'm not allowed to do that. I'm sorry. This would be nice. You know, I'm going to talk MOU all night, so it's, you know, I just figured it'd be nice now. But the point being is, I appreciate this bill coming forward again. And again, this is not a political issue for me. We'll keep asking the question, of course. I can appreciate that there is some work to do on this. I hope the minister gets a response on this. And like I said, just another step to help our kids, another step to help their families, another cost that we can take away. It will pay off big time, especially for those kids who need the help the most. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and it is a pleasure indeed for me to rise and to talk on this bill. I thank the member from Dartmouth South for bringing and opening up the conversation. I thank the member from Sydney Member 2 for adding words as well. And this is about as political as I'm going to get, as the member from Sydney Member 2 was talking about the number of bills that have been brought up since this government took over the administration. I wish that this bill would be amended to the legislation that would have been brought in the previous 8 years. Unlike the member for Dartmouth South, I do know food insecurity is all around us. My father went to sea at a very young age, served in the Second World War and in Korea, and he became a cook. I asked him why he became a cook. He said, Steve, he said, future member of Sackville-Cobequid, if you wanted to eat, be the cook. My mother started Beacon House Food Bank, the largest food bank in Nova Scotia. My experience in this area goes back over 5-6 decades now. As the Premier said earlier, it's not acceptable for Nova Scotians and Nova Scotia students to go hungry. We all have a duty to ensure that doesn't happen. Teachers, administrators, other support staff, they need assistance. And they are getting it, and I'll mention it in a few different ways, but not only from a department, but from a community where people chip in and help out as best they can. I want to talk a little bit about the situation. And I'm going to reference a document from Nourish Nova Scotia. I'll also be tabling the 2 letters that the Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development tabled earlier, but I'll have more than 90 seconds to comment on them, and I will table them. So, we've got a case where people, in particular children, are living in an area where perhaps 1 in 4 live in food insecure households. As was mentioned earlier, we are 37th out of 41 high-income countries in providing access to food, nutritious food, to children. And school breakfast programs help reduce food insufficiency and improve nutritional status. Canada is the one G7 country that does not have a national food program. Research tells us that a school food program increases consumption of healthy foods, reduces risk of chronic disease, improves mental health, positively influencing children's nutritional knowledge, dietary behaviors, and food intake. It improves educational outcomes and increases graduation rates by reducing hunger in classrooms. This is known to be a barrier in concentration and learning. It also helps students feel connected and that they belong. And it has a positive impact on families, especially many single mothers out there who invest significant time preparing food. So why is this so important? We need to perform, our students need to perform better academically, they need to behave better and have fewer office referrals. We need them to attend class on time so that they can improve their educational learning experiences and participate in class and show improved concentration. So why do students come to school hungry? Well, there are many reasons. And as soon as I put on my glasses, I'll be able to read them. How many of you had rushed mornings? Some are taking care of their brothers and sisters, their other siblings. They have other responsibilities. Some participate in extracurricular activities. And one which is key and becoming even more and more prevalent is no access to food at home. I won't repeat the comments made by the previous two members. Sleeping in, especially if you're a teenager, but in the rural communities too, those extra long bus rides. You have to get up early, you have to get on the bus and get to school. Wouldn't it be nice to get to school and have a nutritious meal right there to start your day off? And of course, early drop-offs. Mom or dad or guardians, they have to get up, go to work, have no child care perhaps, early hours, and will do that. Perhaps they're working shift work. 1 out of 3 elementary school children go to school without breakfast. 2 out of 3 high school students go to school without breakfast. Our children are facing a health care crisis. They truly are. Approximately 1 in 3 children and youth are overweight and or obese. The quality and quantity of the foods they eat is not good. Type 2 diabetes is becoming more and more prevalent. Used to be called adult onset diabetes, but it's increasingly a higher and higher number of children who are facing type 2 diabetes. Well, in those numbers, somebody took a look at it and said, what are we going to do about it? In February of 2019, there was a Senate motion. It's number 358. And our own Senator Stan Kuchar was part of that. And I'll quote, "The Senate urged the government to initiate consultations with the provinces, territories, and Indigenous people and other interested groups to develop an adequate funding, national cost-shared universal nutrition program with the goal of ensuring healthy children and youth who, to that end, are educated in issues relating to nutrition and provided with nutritious meal daily in a program with appropriate safeguards to ensure the independent oversight of food procurement, nutritional standards, and governance." In 2019, in Parliament, in their budget commitment, they made a quote, "To work towards creating a national school food program through engagement with provinces, territories, and key stakeholder groups." And after that, in December 2021, federal mandate letters went out to both the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food and Minister of Families, Children and Social Development with the developing a national school food policy and working towards a national school nutritious meal program. So here we are 2 years later, we still don't have it. Having been in government, we all know it takes time to get things done. It even takes more time when you change the chairs on the deck, the ministers, and how do you bring them up to date and how do they go forward? So where we are now, is on this particular issue. The minister indicated earlier 2 letters that had been sent off not that long ago. Madam Speaker, if I could, I'm just going to read it and I'll submit this. Thank you. March 29, 2023, the Honourable Minister Karina Gould, MP, Minister of Families, Children and Social Development, re-school food programs. And this is from our Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development, which was tabled earlier. I think it would be useful to listen to these words. Dear Minister Gould, I'm writing to follow up on my previous letters and conversations we have had on the important topic of healthy and accessible school food programs. Nova Scotia continues to be ready to partner with you and your team to deliver on your mandate commitment to develop a national school food policy and to work toward a national school nutritious meal program. We have been working hard to provide as many options as possible for Nova Scotia students to accessible healthy food, but more needs to be done. I was following the federal budget release closely and looking for the much needed investments in school food. However, I was unable to locate any new funding. Inflation rates continue to increase, which is putting pressure on Nova Scotia students and families. If we act now, we can make a significant difference. As I have mentioned and our teams have discussed, Nova Scotia is very well positioned to quickly deliver on a new universally acceptable, accessible, non-stigmatizing approach, which has been talked to. We will have a well-established network of partners, which includes government departments, municipal units, education entities, public health, and various NGOs, private sector partners, as well as volunteer groups. And I'll conclude at that point. Second letter, a short while ago, to the new minister, just re-emphasizes the point that we need to get acting on this. And we are ready here in Nova Scotia to do that. Some of the things that have been done, I'll go to that now. So, yes, we are doing things. We have taken action to make sure that we are no longer the one out of the G7, and that we do move up in the rankings. What do we have? Well, we've maintained and we built on Nova Scotia's existing food programs, including the School Healthy Eating Program, SHIP, which, by the way, the partner is Nourish Nova Scotia. There is $1.7 million and an additional $2.7, so that's $3.5 million. We're promoting schools, health promotion, $700,000 annually. Nourish Nova Scotia, $275,000. And it goes on and on and on. I can also tell you that in my community, in the Sackville High School family of schools, I've been involved in many meal programs, as have other organizations. Sackville Area Rotary Club goes in and helps with school programs, breakfast programs. We've got community food gardens. When I was a municipal councillor, member for Halifax Needham would know the significance of a lot of the programs, mobile food markets and such that have been put into the municipality. A lot of emphasis on providing good, nutritious food. Food bundles through Square Roots, and I've got a whole list. We've got a lot of work to do. One thing that we all have in common is that we all eat. We all need to eat to survive. Our children are our future. They're our most precious resources. And this government is going to do everything, and our minister is going to do everything that she can to ensure that our children are well looked after with nutritious food. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Just remind the member to table any documents that they were quoting from, please. I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not going to take up too much time because time is slowly ticking by. I do want to say if we believe in feeding our children in a universal school food program, if we truly believe in it, we wouldn't be waiting on the feds for money. We'd be putting our money where our mouths are, and we'd be taking action. Cape Breton has one of the highest rates of child poverty in the province, at 25%. In Escazone, the number is even higher. 1 in 2 children live in poverty. I can speak to my riding, and my riding, according to the last statistics, varied between 1 in 3 and 1 in 2 children living in poverty. Nova Scotia has some of the lowest income support packages in the country, with the second lowest amount for a single parent with 1 child. This has created a strain on community organizations. Speaking to food banks over this summer, and other food providers in the CBRM, such as Loaves and Fishes, they reported back to me that the need and the demand has been increasing substantially. And it's with young families, young people, making up the significant number of their clients. This reflects the greater trend among the food banks in our province. Feed Nova Scotia has reported that their food bank usage across the province is up to, I believe it's 27% is what they said this year alone. The problem with that is that Feed Nova Scotia can't even keep up with the demand that is needed from those that they serve and provide food for. 1/3 of all Nova Scotians accessing food supports are children. 1/3 are children. Volunteer and donation-run school food programs are reporting an increase in demand. And as someone whose partner is a school teacher, I am telling you, what I'm getting reported back is it's not proper food that they're really getting. It's not always nutritious. It's a granola bar. It may be a thing of fruit, but most of the time it's a granola bar. That is not substantial. That is not going to sustain them through the rest of the day. This year, the average food costs were found to have increased by 11% across the province. And it is one of the top of the massive cost increases in other areas, like an average of 18% increase in shelter costs. All of this, and what it does to people in my community, is increases the need for more supports. It puts strains on families. It makes sure we have children going to school hungry. We have teachers bringing food in to ensure that their kids have at least something in their belly so that they can learn. But these parent donation-funded teacher funds, they're not always reaching the children. They're not reaching all the kids because kids are too embarrassed. They're too embarrassed of the stigma of not having food, so they try to hide it. Those that can, the oldest, the ones in the middle school and in the high school, and junior high and high schools, and the elementary students, the fear becomes when DCS might get involved because they're coming to school without food in their bellies. That is a fact. To the member across, that is a fact. You don't feed, the member can laugh all they want, Madam Speaker, but these are children who are starving, and the members over there on the other side are laughing. How dare they? They should be ashamed.
Order. Order. Please refrain from acknowledging what members in the House are doing. Order. The time for opposition business has elapsed, and we are now at the moment of interruption. As stated earlier, we will now move into late debate. Again, the late debate was submitted by the member for Dartmouth South and states, whereas the number of people who are homeless and without access to shelter in Nova Scotia is exploding. In Halifax, the by name list that tracks people in need of housing has reached over 1,000 people. This level has never been seen since the list was kept. Whereas this is an issue felt in every community across our province, and below freezing temperatures are now upon us. Whereas shelters are full, modular housing units are full, the public housing wait list is in the thousands for the first time. There is simply nowhere for people to go, and this government has not provided any plan or assurance that people will not be wintering outside. Therefore, be it resolved that this government's inaction to provide housing will have dangerous and life-threatening impacts this winter. I recognize the honourable leader of the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I understand that I can't refer to whether a member is present or absent, but I will note that this is one of the few times in the House where quorum is not required. Members don't have to be in the chamber for this conversation, but I would hope that members would decide to stay. Because what we heard today in the scrum from the Premier, when he was asked whether people would be sleeping in tents this winter, was an unqualified yes. The Premier said, yes, people will sleep in tents this winter. And he went on to make remarks about how there are always people sleeping rough all year round, et cetera, et cetera. But the fact that the leader of this province would, without flinching, confirm in a snowstorm, in a climate like this, that people would be sleeping outside without an immediate follow-up, that their government would do everything within their power to stop that from happening, is a matter not just for late debate, but for urgent debate in this chamber. Across this province, we have people living in tents, under bridges, in stairways, on couches, in basements, in substandard living conditions, in shelters. That number is growing and growing and growing. And despite some efforts from the government, yes, there are things being announced. It is not making the difference that we need to see. Since the government was elected 2 years ago, the number of chronically homeless people here in HRM has doubled. There are now over 1,000 actively homeless people in Halifax. A survey conducted in July found that 22.5% of people sleeping on the streets in Halifax reported having lost their housing to a fixed-term lease or rent eviction. What we hear is, oh, there's new construction, that's why rental costs are going up. As we've said many times in this chamber, the cost of rent has gone up more quickly here in Halifax than anywhere in the country, notwithstanding a rent cap, and yet we have a government that refuses to act to protect renters. We hear about balance, we hear about education, but we also need to hear about the 22.5% of people sleeping in tents who lost their housing. This is not like an academic discussion. This is a discussion about life or death for people who are living outside right now. And unfortunately, although we do have a winter plan announced, by its own admission, that plan will not come close to meeting the need for the people sleeping out of doors. What is the plan? It is snowing, it is freezing, and we don't have a plan. We know here in HRM, I mentioned the 1,000 people. We don't have as clear counts for the rest of the province because there isn't the capacity to count in the same way. But the South Shore Open Doors Association in October said 124 households 65 children just on the South Shore. This government represents the South Shore. I hope that they are advocating internally to find a place for these people to stay indoors this winter. In eastern Nova Scotia, 419 people experiencing homelessness when the numbers were last counted. That would be higher now. And there's been an encampment at Grand Parade. We all see it every time we're in downtown Halifax for months. 20 tents counted at Grand Parade in my district, at the tent encampment on Geary Street. Last time I heard, 40 people living in tents in an area probably the size of this chamber. The plan isn't going to cut it. The tiny home community on Cobequid Road will have 52 units to provide housing for about 62 people. They will be ready by next summer. But what will these folks do during the winter? The province is spending $7.5 million for temporary housing produced by Pallet, 200 units in Nova Scotia, 100 units in HRM in the face of 1,000 people that we know of sleeping outdoors. And we know that there's apparently, we heard today, and maybe we will hear from the government in their response. Today, the government finally said, yes, we're going to have an emergency shelter in HRM. We figured out where it is, but they won't tell us where. In Dartmouth, where we have the bridge, which I hope the government is not counting in their supported housing numbers, because the bridge is not supported housing. It is a shelter. It is a hotel where people have a room and a toilet. They don't have a kitchen. They don't have like anything that resembles an actual home. It's a shelter. It's supposed to be temporary. You're supposed to come in and out as you need a shelter. We have the modular housing units. We have the tent encampment on Geary Street. And we have so many more people. This number of people that will be accommodated, it won't scratch the surface. So these undetermined location shelter in HRM, I think the word was Halifax. What's that going to do for folks on the Dartmouth side? Between Dartmouth North and Dartmouth South, we have hundreds of people sleeping rough. Where are they going to go? We have no idea. These announcements are all a step in the right direction. We need more shelter beds, but we need more housing. And we've had a long time to figure out what that housing is going to look like. And the only conclusion that we can come to is that the government doesn't understand the magnitude of this problem, and so we are taking this opportunity to impress upon them the magnitude of this problem. People living in tents are working full-time. They are attached to the labor force. Not all of them, but some of them. Some of them were driven to homelessness by the shockingly insufficient income assistance rates, which have been frozen in the face of record inflation. The provincial government is responsible for housing. They are not responsible for paving the way for developers to do things that enrich them. Developers build. We need that. It's great. We need to expedite planning rules. That's great. But to solve the housing crisis, to solve the number of people living in tents, to solve the fact that our shelters are full, we need affordable housing. That is non-market housing. That housing is built by nonprofits and co-ops. Public housing, 222 units is great. Again, that's in the context of a wait list of thousands and thousands and thousands of people who are waiting years and years and years. So I hope that there's an affordable housing plan that's like part 2 of the housing plan that we just haven't seen yet. We will welcome it. But as it stands, we know that we need at least 70,000 units of housing by 2030. We know that more than 30,000 of those need to be affordable, and we don't see anything that takes us even close. We have been fighting for more and better housing for years. We would say this in the chamber 5 years ago, and the government of the day would roll their eyes. Oh, there's the NDP talking about housing again. And here we are. We are in a full-blown housing crisis, and we will continue to say the same thing. Everyone deserves a roof over their head. We have responsibility for housing. It is our job to ensure that every person in this province is sheltered this winter and that everyone has access to a home that they can afford. And we look forward to the government letting us know how that's going to happen. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the NDP caucus today for bringing forward this really important late debate topic. Now, as the member for Dartmouth South mentioned, and as has been said many, many times here, we are currently in the midst of a homelessness, housing crisis first and foremost, but a homelessness crisis here in Nova Scotia as well, and Halifax in particular. Not one of us, I imagine, can get here to Province House without walking past the tents that are in Grand Parade Square, or Victoria Park, not far from here, or just outside of the Cobequid Community Health Centre in Lower Sackville, or at any other number of locations in HRM where there are 1,000 people who are experiencing homelessness right now today, as snow falls, as temperatures dip below zero overnight. And of course, it will get colder in the months to come, and there are very, very serious concerns around safety, physical well-being for people who have to suffer outside. And I think it's very easy for us to look at these things in the abstract and think about them in terms of numbers, but those 1,000 people, they're human beings, and they all have stories, and they're mothers and fathers and grandparents and sons and daughters, and they've obviously fallen on very difficult times for a wide variety of reasons. And it's incumbent on us as legislators, and it's incumbent on the government, I would argue more than almost anything else, is to take care of those who need help the most. That's a pretty basic principle that I unfortunately see not being lived up to from this government on this particular issue. And when we look at homelessness, it is an extremely complex issue. No one disputes that. And the reasons why people fall into homelessness are almost limitless. Often, we hear about perhaps there's mental health issues, there could be addictions issues, there could be issues of someone potentially fleeing domestic violence. But when we look at the core of the issue, and if you look at other jurisdictions that have tackled homelessness to an effective degree, or academic research on homelessness, the two core drivers are housing and income. Those are the two core drivers for homelessness. If you have enough of that, enough housing, and adequate incomes for the vast majority of your population, the number of people who are homeless will drop. And if you don't, it will rise. And it's a fairly direct correlation between those two things. And I think on those two issues, housing and income, we see insufficient action or inaction from this government. If you look at housing, for example, and the member from Dartmouth South cited many of these things, we look in vain through the housing strategy, through bills that are before this legislature for an overall addressing the issue of affordable housing, which is, of course, a key component in the homelessness epidemic. We talk about rent supplements, for example, which I know we've talked about a lot. In the housing needs assessment, the average recipient of a rent supplement in Nova Scotia is making $15,000 a year. And so, of course, those people are going to have a nearly impossible time finding housing when we're looking at rents in the HRM easily being in the range of $1,600 to $1,700 on average. And we hear the government is taking what I would say are some positive steps in terms of tiny homes and shelters through Paladin. I've talked to the minister about this, and I encourage him to keep moving forward on that and scaling that up to a higher level, because as welcome as those units will be, that still leaves hundreds and hundreds of people without. The fact is that those shelters are not going to arrive overnight, and I think we really need to be looking urgently at what are spaces in HRM. Large spaces, could be church halls, could be community centers, could be facilities of that sort, perhaps municipally owned or provincially owned, that are either unused or underutilized. And can we work out some kind of system where there will be temporary shelter for people? Is it ideal? No. But I would argue very strongly it's certainly better than being outside in a tent. It's certainly better than living in a car, which we know far too many people are having to do. And the other piece, the other driving factor when it comes to homelessness and predicting homelessness, housing, and then the second piece, of course, is income. Very basic. If you have enough money to afford a place to live, you will have a place to live. And unfortunately, we have seen over the past couple of years this government decide, wrongly in my view, to freeze income assistance rates for those who, again, are most vulnerable, who are most at risk of slipping into homelessness. And the figures, the dollar figures, might seem very small to many people, but when you're trying to survive on $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 a year at most, an extra $100 a month is a huge, huge difference. And when we look at the amount of money that this government is spending, that's one thing I will say. They are willing to spend money, but in odd places and not always in the most logical places. So the investment that's required, the member from King South was talking about this earlier today, to raise income assistance levels to match inflation over the last year or so, which of course we know has been running very high, 7.5% on average, is $20 million to match that income assistance rate to inflation. And in the grand scheme of things, and given how much money this government is spending on programs across the board, I struggle, really struggle to see how that could not have happened. And again, if we're talking about an extra $100 or $125 a month, and if that is the difference between someone living outside or living in a tent or living in their car or being able to pool enough money together to rent an apartment or to move in with a couple of roommates or whatever the case might be, to actually have a roof over their heads and warmth and comfort and security and all of the benefits that flow from housing. Because having a place to live is the keystone and the foundation of solving so many other problems that can emerge when someone doesn't have the luxury of somewhere to live. And I don't think we can just wish away this problem, assume that as time passes and as inflation goes down, hopefully, this problem will solve itself, because it won't. It certainly won't. And it's also a problem that is deeply rooted outside of Halifax, too. We know that there's 1,000 people, let's say, there's probably more. These things are never as accurate as we would like. Let's say there's 1,000 people who are homeless in HRM. How many hundreds are there outside of HRM, where we know in many rural communities there might not be shelter or support services or wraparound services to help these people? That is another issue that I think has been underappreciated and not looked at as closely as it needs to, because the needs are just as great outside of HRM, in my view, and in fact, the supports that are available are not as great outside of HRM as they are here in the city, and so that's a pretty scary combination. So as we get into the winter months here, I would just urge the government to have a sense of urgency and not get caught up in trying to figure out the perfect solution, because we're never going to have the perfect solution. But the first thing we can do is find immediate shelter and immediate housing solutions for the 1,000 people who are living outside. And the second piece, which would be longer term and structural, is really to look at how can we support these people, raise their income levels so that they actually have a chance to succeed and thrive in life, which of course should be the goal for all of us who are here in the chamber. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to say a few words during this late debate. There's no question that having a place to live brings with it stability, security, and a sense of belonging. Having a place to call home is something most of us take for granted. For others, the struggle is to find safe, dignified place to live and sleep is a daily challenge. Madam Speaker, the reasons for homelessness are varied and complicated. They may include uncertain physical and mental health challenges relating to addiction, lack of affordable housing, and community and business and family breakdown. And we know that homelessness ultimately may result in increased use of the healthcare system, an increased substance misuse, increased danger for abuse and violence, an increased chance to entering or re-entering the criminal justice system. All of these outcomes come at a serious cost to both the individual and to society. But Madam Speaker, it's important to note as well that homelessness and lack of affordable housing is a problem too significant and too complex for one level of government, one private sector organization, or one not-for-profit group to fix its own. It takes all of us to meet this challenge. We're building community. Our goal is to provide more supportive housing or supportive permanent housing for people across Nova Scotia. And we are beginning to see the progress. This year alone, the Department of Community Services budget to provide support for those experiencing homelessness was increased by $8.2 million, bringing the total investment in homelessness to $18 million, which represents a 261% increase over the last 2 years. Madam Speaker, we recently announced 2 innovative initiatives as we work to provide supportive housing to these experiencing homelessness. In the first, the government and private sector are coming together to build a tiny home community, the first of its kind in Nova Scotia to help people experiencing homelessness in Halifax Regional Municipality. This pilot community will have 52 units providing housing for about 62 people. The project is a collaboration between the provincial and municipal governments and Nova Scotia companies. The Shaw Group and Dexter Construction, part of the municipal group, the community will be built on surplus land belonging to HRM. HRM is providing the land at no cost and will also provide support such as snow clearing and general property maintenance. In this case, the province will invest $9.4 million in construction and $935,000 per year in annual operating costs. Dexter Construction will undertake site services and land preparation work using its local workforce and equipment. It's anticipated that 30 units will be complete by next spring and people will be in them next summer. The community will complete by next fall, and if successful, similar communities may be created in other areas of HRM. The second initiative has to do with added support and shelter options for this winter. The province is providing more funding to create new winter shelters enhance shelter diversion supports, and establish a formalized emergency weather response for vulnerable people. It is also investing in operational supports and providing land in HRM to establish an innovative shelter solution. In partnership with service providers and municipalities across Nova Scotia, the province will invest $7.5 million in shelters produced by Pallet, a shelter provider. It will purchase 200 units to provide temporary housing across Nova Scotia, including 100 to be located in HRM. The funding will also purchase bed frames, mattresses, and desks, as well as support operations. With the approach of the winter season, the province is providing $1.8 million for an additional 3 overnight shelters in Amherst, Bridgewater, and HRM. The Amherst shelter opened October 1st with 20 beds. The Bridgewater shelter will open November 15th with 15 beds. We have secured a 50-bed location for the HRM winter shelter, and working with HRM, we are finalizing the setup of those details. I anticipate we'll have an announcement very soon about the location and opening date. This location will be able to increase their bed count right up to 100 as needed, and will have areas for men, women, and youth. The province is also expanding diversion and eviction prevention support funding by $570,000 to 11 organizations, 8 in rural Nova Scotia and 3 right here in HRM, to ensure service providers have more options for Nova Scotians in need. With more extreme weather events, the province is dedicating $250,000 to support the coordination of emergency weather responses across the province, again, for experiencing homelessness. Madam Speaker, the province will also provide HRM with up to $180,000 in funding this winter to support a designated campground for RV and trailer park hookup. Speaking of the winter months, we have also invested in ensuring that when bad weather hits, our shelters can keep the lights and heat on and stay focused in supporting the people they serve. Madam Speaker, to that end, we made a $1 million investment through the Generator Program at Communities, Culture, Tourism, and Heritage to purchase generators for all provincially funded shelters. For many years, the sector has been asking for this support, and we are pleased to have provided each of them with this peace of mind. Madam Speaker, last year we announced new temporary winter shelters in Amherst, Dartmouth, and Lower Sackville for those experiencing homelessness. This added 60 new emergency shelter beds right across the province. As I mentioned, the Department of Community Services has secured a location for our winter shelter in HRM this winter. We'll share those details once setup details are finalized. Our service provider is ready to go once everything is in place. In addition, over the past year, we provided 8 communities outside HRM with $95,000 each to fund housing support services, diversion support, and emergency hotel rooms when shelters are at capacity or for people better served within a hotel environment. Madam Speaker, we also committed the first annual funding for Open Arms, Viola's Place, and Pictou County Roots for Youth, and the Truro Homeless Outreach Society to stabilize and professionalize staff operations. Shelters are important, but they're not the long-term solution. Sorry for my English here today. We believe supportive housing is the path to help more Nova Scotians. Many Nova Scotians experiencing homelessness have challenges that make it difficult to live in housing without additional supports. And I'll leave you with this, Madam Speaker. We know finding a home is life-changing. We know there is much to do. And there are many Nova Scotians looking to us, collectively, for solutions. As I mentioned earlier, this is a complex problem, but I am confident over time we can.
Order. I want to thank everyone, all the members, for participating in late debate. We will now move on to government business. I recognize the Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, I move that you do now rise and the House dissolve itself into a committee of the whole House on bills.
I will now rise and we will take a short recess in order to prepare for committee of the whole House on bills. Thank you.
Order. I recognize the Deputy Government House Leader.
Madam Chair, will you please call Bill number 340, the Municipal Reform Act?
Bill 340, the Municipal Reform. I recognize the clerk.
Bill 340 was referred to the House by the Standing Committee on Law Amendments on October 30th, 2023, without amendments and contains 19 clauses.
Clause 1. I recognize the Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I am very pleased to get up and speak about Bill 340. What I want to cover during my time on this bill is why Bill 340 is not good for the CBRM. We recognize the fact that Bill 340 is positive for some municipalities. However, in its entirety, it's not good for CBRM. And Madam Chair, I would like to read from the letter presented to CBRM from the Housing and Municipal Affairs Minister dated September 21st, 2023. Now, we've heard from this government and we've heard from the government members from CBRM through Facebook posts and through what we've heard in this House that a charter is offered. A charter, we got a good charter, it's good for CBRM. Well, I'm going to read from this letter where the options were presented to CBRM. And when I read the options put forward by this government, it's not good for CBRM, and I'll go through why I feel it's not good for CBRM. So the letter on September 21st, 2023 reads, Dear Mayor McDougall Merrill, further to your conversations with Deputy LaFleche from earlier this morning in our previous letter exchange dated September 15th, there are two options available to CBRM regarding service exchange. So two options are put on the floor for CBRM. Option number 1, participate in the proposal currently being discussed for service exchange. Through recent consultations and as outlined in our CBRM one-page summary sent on July 31st, CBRM would see savings of approximately $4.5 million upon implementation of the new service agreement. So this is where I disagree with point 1. There is no savings for CBRM. The savings that are being referred to here are stopping the payments from CBRM for the housing, which is a provincial responsibility, and for correctional costs, which are also a provincial responsibility, for which CBRM includes in property taxes to the residents of CBRM. Therefore, it's not a direct benefit to CBRM corporate. It's a direct benefit if it's stopped to the residents of CBRM, which would be a good thing. However, it's not being portrayed properly by this government. It is not a savings. It's only a savings if CBRM continues to charge the residents for these fees that they're no longer paying to the provincial government, which in my opinion, and in many residents' opinion, is absolutely wrong, immoral, and fraudulent. Furthermore, point 1 goes on to tell us that the municipal capacity grant that CBRM has been receiving for the past number of years, which has not been changed for many years, of $15 million, will further be reduced at a period of time by $2 million. So no longer are we going to be responsible to pay those fees for housing and corrections. Great. But as a thank you for that, we're going to reduce your capacity grant by $2 million. So we need to keep that in mind for the future calculation that I'm going to make. Corrections would save annually $1,054,000-ish and change. Again, a flow-through cost which should not be charged to residents. Housing net operating losses, $3.5 million. Again, that's an estimate. It's your flow-through costs, not a savings for CBRM. Total, $4.5 to $5 million, not a savings. In addition, if you are part of this proposed agreement, you will be eligible to participate in a new $15 million infrastructure program, Part A, worth $6.1 million annually. No detail, no information. What does this mean? What is the true cost to CBRM? Finally, the province will retake, this is a funny one. Finally, the province will take responsibility for any obsolete schools which are closed following the approval of this agreement. Madam Speaker, I was on the school board. We closed 17 schools of CBRM. There's no more schools to close in CBRM. They're all closed. CBRM is bearing the brunt of all of those buildings. So, that's option number one. So choose CBRM. Option number one, zero savings. Reduce your capacity grant. I'm no mathematician, but to me, that's not a good deal for CBRM. Option number one, big X, not a good deal. Option number two, this is the information of the so-called charter that's offered. 3 bullets. Proceed with a separate negotiation. Should CBRM decide to proceed in this way, it is important to be clear on 2 points. The above savings, which are not real savings, fictitious savings, won't apply. So CBRM residents will be continued to be taxed to pay for these items of $4.6 million. And any future negotiations on an agreement will be capped at the $4.6 million, which is not true savings. So tell me how this is even a choice. 0 plus 0 equals 0. 0 times anything equals 0. 0 divide anything equals 0. There's no benefit. What's offered here to negotiate a second agreement is not a negotiation. It's basically, you can have the same as the other 47 municipalities in your own agreement. Why? Why, in the name of heavens, would anyone sign on without physical negotiations? A one-day letter. In law amendments, we didn't hear back in 9 days. It only took 2 years to negotiate the agreement, but we didn't hear back in 9 days, so we just assumed you didn't want it. An entire municipality of 100,000 people without consultation, without discussion at the council table. It's impossible for this group to send back, because unlike other levels of government, consultation has to take place. There's 16 or 17 people around that table that have opinions and have to decide what's the best way to go. Well, I could tell you, it probably wouldn't have taken me 9 days to look at this and say, there's no option here. The minute I read this thing, I thought, wow, there's no option for CBRM. On top of that, NDAs had to be signed by the members of the committee. They couldn't even talk to their municipal staff or other councillors about what was taking place. So how can you make an informed decision when you're not allowed to disclose it or discuss it? It's heavy-handed. If you truly felt that you want to get the best possible deal for municipalities in this province, this letter is not the way to do it. Picking up the phone. I traveled this road weekly. It's 4 hours, 4.5 hours. You know, a former boss of mine used to say, it's 265 miles from Sydney to Halifax, but it appears as though it's 1,265 miles from Halifax to Sydney, because nobody can come and do the negotiations and the discussions that are required to put something like this together. This could have been a monumental time for CBRM and the other 47 municipalities. But it's important for the people of CBRM to realize what this agreement, if signed, does to them. In 2023-2024, next budget year, the net transfer from, now you got to pay attention to this point, from CBRM to the province is almost $5 million. For services that are the responsibility of the province of Nova Scotia: housing, corrections, and education. So signing this agreement the way you'd hear the government members talk about it, the way you'd hear the MLAs from Cape Breton on the government side talk about it, it's a great thing. We're going to save the municipality $4.5 million. They have a choice to bill the residents for things that they aren't paying for. That's a real great choice. But what we're not hearing and we're not seeing, and is not public knowledge, but for those of you who sat in on law amendments, the real truth was told by the CFO of CBRM. When I make up my decisions on things, you have municipal politicians, you have provincial politicians, each with a different story. But accountants have no reason to put a spin on the numbers. The numbers are what they are. Madam Chair, the numbers for this agreement for CBRM are not good. As an example, the net impact of this MOU on CBRM in year 1 is minus $4.8 million. By 2930, even though the requirement is not there to pay for housing and corrections, the net transfers for CBRM is $8.2 million. A difference of almost $4 million less CBRM will be receiving because the increase, just without changing anything other than this agreement, the increase in costs associated with education will add $6 million to the transfer requirement of CBRM. A provincial responsibility. That needs to sink in. The premier of this province, who at the time was the leader of the PC party and running for election, told CBRM and other municipalities, we are going to double your capacity grant because we recognize there's a problem. So, and we're going to double that capacity grant until such time as a new agreement is negotiated. And true to his word, in year 1, the premier doubled the capacity grant for municipalities. CBRM received $30 million. And with that, they were able to reduce property taxes a little bit in the province of, there we go, that was a slip, in the province of Cape Breton. Not yet. In CBRM, where residents pay $2 on average per 100 of assessment, the highest taxes in Nova Scotia. And I've asked the question, and I definitely want to, I haven't received the answer yet, but of that $2, I would really like to know what the provincial portion of that is. In other words, of that $2, how much is corrections, housing, and education? The chief financial, and I will table these documents at the end when I'm finished. So, CBRM's net transfer to the province under this agreement increases from 4.8 million to 8.3 million, or 8.27 million. Because education is tied to assessments, and assessments are growing at an astronomical rate in Cape Breton. So in the end, all this agreement does for the residents of CBRM is raise taxes to the tune of 16%. I know when I received my tax bill, and tax bills, I believe, just came out this week in CBRM, and following that on Facebook, everybody's talking about tax bills going up. We ain't seen nothing yet in Cape Breton. When this agreement is forced upon CBRM and causes another 16% taxes, when we talk about equalization, and I was corrected on this term at Law Amendments by a good friend of mine, equalization is designed to provide comparable services for comparable level of taxations. Not equality, not equal, but to provide a form of equality, which we know doesn't mean the same, but it means comparable. So in CBRM, if we were to compare the services in CBRM to the services here in Halifax, there's no comparison. The parks, the construction, the development, the amenities, for less taxation. I'm told a property in Cape Breton, if you were to pick it up and move it here to Metro Halifax, you'd pay a lot less than is currently being paid in CBRM. There's a very simple solution, and one of the things that I would have done had I been in charge at CBRM was I would have written back to the minister and said, we would like option 2 with these following points. Remove the cap of 4.6 million because that's an arbitrary number that's no longer valid. Remove the fact that residents are required to pay housing, required to pay corrections, but also remove that education. That's an easy one. Remove the education amount from municipalities. And I'm not sure that other municipalities have gone through and done the math at the difference that they're going to pay over time as assessments increase in their area. But the CFO of CBRM certainly did. And it's daunting. So, remove the provincial taxes, which will give residents a much needed break on their property taxes and bring it closer to the equalization levels, and double the capacity grant. Those 2 points, and I think a deal could be struck between the province and the second largest municipality in this province of Nova Scotia. It would mean a doubling of the capacity grant to 30 million and the elimination of provincial fees. Now, what's the cost of that? We know that the original capacity grant is probably 80% or 90% funded by Nova Scotia Power, so there's really no cost to the province of that. So doubling that fund would be like singling the funds, the province putting in their share. And for CBRM in year one, it would mean the residents of CBRM are not taxed $20,143,688 for provincial funds. And we know that this is doable, and we'll hear that we can't do that because we've got a healthcare mandate, we're fixing healthcare, every dollar we're having, and I would say wonderful if that was actually accurate. We're not seeing improvements, we're seeing apps, we're seeing smoke and mirrors, we're seeing all kinds of things, but we're not seeing the improvement. But this is not about healthcare, this is about the MOU, and I'm going to focus on that. I just wanted to talk for a moment about where the money could come from. We saw this year a $150 million surplus. The previous year, we saw another big surplus, even though we're budgeted for major deficits, which are not happening. We had a major increase in the federal transfers for equalization. We received $2.85 billion a year from the federal government to make these changes and to ensure we're able to provide equal services, comparable services for comparable taxes, which we're not currently doing. I just want to read a little excerpt from the submission that CFO Jennifer Campbell made at Law Amendments on Bill 340, which, in my opinion, was the most compelling argument, the most compelling information, because it's numbers that can't be refuted. They're actual numbers. She goes on to tell us that CBRM is highly reliant on the municipal capacity grant. In fact, we currently receive about 1/2 of the entire fund. So that tells us something, in that CBRM currently receives about 1/2 of the entire municipal capacity grant for the province of Nova Scotia. Why would one municipality receive half? Because they have a significant need. There's significant poverty, and the residents of CBRM would argue one of the reasons that Nova Scotia receives such high equalization transfers from the federal government is because of CBRM. It's because of Cape Breton and the levels of poverty that we experience. Jennifer goes on to say, we have the highest municipal tax rates in the province, and by a very large margin. And she talked about you can go on the provincial website and see where municipal tax rates are across the province. And CBRM is at the top or close to the top, and other municipalities are lower. We heard CBRM talk about the cost pressures that they're facing, especially around transit. Transit has grown by over 400%, yet they have the same number of employees. As a matter of fact, we heard during law amendments that CBRM currently has 40 less employees now than they did in 2012. The population is now growing. We're seeing a significant number of international students. Another major issue for CBRM is the ability to handle the wastewater. The added costs on wastewater for the municipality to try and meet the standards is astronomical. And I can speak at length about wastewater because it's a major issue on the north side. It's the one area of CBRM that has not seen any wastewater improvements. To fix the wastewater problem on the north side is $160 to $200 million. It needs to happen, and it needs to happen soon. We have the most beautiful beaches with sewage outfalls right next to them. Raw sewage being dumped into the harbor. And CBRM does not have the infrastructure or the funding to deal with these items. Last year marked the first ever operating deficit that CBRM has seen, mainly caused by the increase in costs of transit and, of course, inflation that we're seeing. Yet, this agreement, this MOU, will continue to see the capacity grant of CBRM decrease. A viability study, according to the CFO, was introduced in 2019, and it highlighted the fact that CBRM is facing significant challenges. The study found that CBRM's per capita cost of delivering municipal services were the lowest in almost every category compared to municipalities of similar size and characteristics. CFO Campbell goes on to say, despite our efforts, it was clear in the findings that our tax base cannot financially sustain future operating capital pressures without substantial changes to legislative policy on taxation and other strategic actions to grow the tax base. Madam Chair, that's a daunting thing for CBRM to face. And you can imagine the feeling that the CFO and staff and council and the residents of CBRM had in 2021 when this current government came into power and fulfilled their promise of doubling that municipal tax grant capital, the municipal capacity grant. They felt that they finally turned the corner. And this was going to be a turning point for CBRM and all of the other municipalities that were struggling in Nova Scotia. It was like they were running through the desert and they saw this beautiful oasis of money that was going to help solve their financial troubles, financial woes, and get them back on track. I've talked to lots of municipal councillors, and CBRM is very clear. They're not looking for handouts here. They're looking for fairness. They're looking for a hand up so that they can become self-sufficient and self-sustaining as a municipality. So, look at this from CBRM's perspective. They feel 2021, the municipal grant is doubled. Things are looking up. It's a turning point for CBRM. Year one goes by. We get into year two. The municipality is asking to work together to come up with an agreement, asking to, let's work on the charter, only to be told, no, you're going to be very happy with the new MOU when it comes out. Hold off and wait. So, no negotiations took place. And the time has elapsed. The time goes on, time goes on. No doubling of the capacity grant in year two. CBRM has to roll back their tax savings that they had passed on to residents. Which caused a lot of financial hardship for the residents of CBRM. And they continued to hold out hope that the government would negotiate in good faith. But what happened when the agreement was presented to them? Even though they have a report from 2019 that tells you CBRM is struggling to make ends meet, even though the government recognized that there was an issue, so they doubled the capacity grant. But now they're telling you that we're not going to increase the capacity grant. In fact, we're going to reduce it by $2 million. You're going to no longer have to pay us for housing. You're going to no longer have to pay us for corrections. So you can continue. You can continue, Madam Chair, to bill your residents for those amounts and net the benefits of that. Just don't tell them you're doing it. Well, CBRM, on their tax bills, lay out. They don't pay for this out of general revenues. They collect it from residents and they pay it to the province. It's a flow-through cost. There's no benefit to CBRM for collecting it. It just gets collected and paid every 6 months. Gets collected from the taxpayer and paid. The CFO goes on to tell us the new formula simply redistributes to 1995 funding. Think about that for a minute. My daughter was born in 1995. She got married this year. She's 28. So this formula hasn't been updated in 28 years, and there's lots of governments in between those 28 years to blame. But all of those other governments aren't here right now, and this government is the one that said it's going to fix it. So the new formula redistributes the same 1995 funding, leaving 17 municipalities with less money than they're getting today. The CFO goes on to tell us the municipal financial capacity grant is given to assist municipalities whose costs of delivering a core set of services exceed their ability to pay when compared to similar municipalities. But there are no other similar municipalities in Nova Scotia. Here's a big problem. You can't compare CBRM to the other 47 municipalities. Heck, you can't even compare CBRM to HRM. CBRM is its own unique set of circumstances and its own unique situation. It's a population of 100,000+ people, 10 times bigger. 10 times bigger than the next biggest municipality that's included in Bill 340. At the same time, CBRM is a lot smaller than HRM and doesn't have the same tax base, it doesn't have the same assessments, it doesn't have the same infrastructure. It's been neglected for too long. It's time to carve CBRM out of this picture. There's nothing wrong with having two large municipalities in this province. As a matter of fact, it's healthy. A strong Halifax, a strong CBRM, and 47 other strong municipalities is going to be what makes this province succeed and be great. And there's a misnomer that the government has told CBRM through the reporting structure. They indicate that there's capacity to increase. The provincial government has told CBRM that there's capacity to increase property taxes in CBRM by a lot, according to the CFO. And this formula is based on the percentage of household income that's spent paying property taxes. The calculation is simple, according to the CFO, but the implementation is not so simple. So the formula suggests, based on CBRM's median household income, the average tax bill should be around $2,500 per household. The average tax per household in CBRM is around $1,900. At first blush, it looks like there's an opportunity on average to raise taxes by $600 per household. That's if you take this formula and you apply it simply to CBRM. But not all taxes are based on market price. And there's no use of the ability to pay clause in this formula. You look at, on average, so with an average tax rate in CBRM of $2, if you're lucky enough to get an average tax bill of $1,900, that means your taxable assessment is $95,000. My daughter just bought a home a couple of years ago, actually, in CBRM, a modest bungalow, and paid a lot more than $95,000. If you can find a home or build a home for $95,000 in CBRM, I'd buy that every day and sell it because you make a fortune. So it's not realistic, is the whole point of this piece. It's not realistic to raise taxes, property taxes for the residents of CBRM. So to put this in context, as CFO Campbell did, a young family on the market for an average size house, an average size place in today's market in CBRM is probably around $250,000, if you're lucky. Based on the current tax rates in CBRM right now in Sydney, the taxes on that property would be $5,475. CFO Campbell goes on to say, assuming the couple makes $120,000 in gross income, which is, by the way, nearly double CBRM's median net income, property taxes as a percentage of income would be 4.6% for that family, much higher than the current parameters of affordable taxation, according to this province's own benchmark. And if you wanted to, check that out for yourself, look at your own assessment according to CFO Campbell, and take that $2 rate and apply it to your own and see what your taxes would look like. In my opinion, I tend to agree with CFO Campbell on a lot of her points. Bill 340 could work for CBRM if the recommendation of CIRMGAR that were ignored were applied, and failing the ability to negotiate through Bill 340, a simple negotiation to remove the education costs, remove housing, remove the corrections costs, get those back in the province where they belong, and double the municipal capacity grant that would put CBRM in a much stronger position to be the successful municipality that can help this province grow. CBRM cannot withstand a doubling of their net transfer over a period of 5 years due to the increase in education costs that they will see if this MOU is passed. At the very least, what should happen is CBRM should be removed from Bill 340 and not have to pay the housing costs and the correction costs while the remainder of the agreement is negotiated with CBRM. Take them out of it, but in a good faith, showing, building trust. Remove bullet point 1 from the letter dated September 15th, 2023, and do not require CBRM to pay those costs while the remaining clauses are negotiated. This is really why we asked for the hoist motion to begin with. CBRM had 29.5 hours of consultation on Bill 340. So I think if the minister and the premier were able to travel those 1,265 miles to Sydney, or they were able to meet somewhere along the way, a deal could be hammered out much faster. Nobody wants this to be a difficult process. Nobody wants to fight for the sake of fighting. But it's important for me to stand up here and represent my community and represent my constituents, because I don't want them to pay more. I want the people of CBRM to receive comparable services for comparable levels of taxation. And this province can easily start that process with a show of good faith, provide the funding necessary, pay for the things that are the responsibility of the province. That's what equalization is about. It's about providing service to residents without them paying more. And it's my job as representative for Northside Westmount to make sure the government understands the perspective that the residents of CBRM have and what they deserve. And I'll continue to do that as long as they elect me to stand here in this legislature and be their voice. I can't, in good conscience, say that Bill 340 is a good bill for CBRM. I don't know how anyone can, who logically can look at numbers and see what the net difference is going to be over a period of time and see that things are going to get worse at home where they live. It doesn't make any sense to me. We're going to pay more than our share for less. If you were buying a new car, you wouldn't pay more than they're asking for it, because it doesn't make sense. That's why this MOU does not make sense for the people of Cape Breton. And I want to go back to the letter from the minister to CBRM. In my opinion, it was a letter just to say that we offered a choice. It wasn't real. It was a letter to say, well, we gave CBRM, it was an escape clause for this government. It was an escape clause for the Cape Breton members of the provincial government to say, we offered CBRM a choice, they didn't take it, here's what we did, here's what we did, here's what we did. What we did is smoke and mirrors. This is bad for CBRM. They shouldn't take it. They should negotiate. The minister should negotiate a better deal for CBRM. And Madam Speaker, with that, I'll take my seat. Thank you.
I ask that the honourable member, table the documents from which he spoke. I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know people at home. I know the people at home right now are thinking that the province of Cape Breton has a good ring to it. The thing is, but the thing is, the province needs Cape Breton. It needs CBRM because guess what? Without it, that equalization funding that they get from the province, or they get from the federal government, the equalization money that the federal government provides Nova Scotia would be significantly decreased. Because the reason the province gets so much money in equalization transfer is because of the high poverty in Cape Breton. This bill, 340, is extremely personal to me. As the representative for Cape Breton Centre Whitney Pier, my riding is located in the CBRM. And Bill 340, as it stands today, will cause significant harm to my community, to my residents. It is going to cause harm to my residents, and for that alone should be enough for all of us CBRM MLAs to say no to this bill. I was elected to represent my community's interests. I was elected to come here to ensure that their interests were being met, that their voices were being heard. And this bill does not serve my residents. It does not serve my community of Cape Breton Centre Whitney Pier. It does not serve the entire CBRM from Glace Bay to the Badors. It will only cause harm. And I understand that there are communities, municipal units, that believe this bill is good for them. Of course they do. The municipal units have been starved for funding for years and have had to pay mandatory transfers to the province for years on things that they are not responsible for in housing, corrections, and education. So of course, offloading 2 of those mandatory transfers would seem like a weight or a burden being lifted on their operational costs, of their financial capacity. But what we do know is that education will remain, and they will have to continue to pay the mandatory contributions of education. And education costs are expected to rise over the next foreseeable years. And the CBRM has rightly pointed out and argues that it will eat away any money the municipal units will save on the mandatory costs, the 2 mandatory costs being removed. When the NDP put forward a bill on the CBRM viability regarding funding, the bill stated it was that we would pay $50 million over 3 years before an MOU and a funding formula could be developed between the CBRM and the province. The idea was that there'd be new money put into the pot. New money put into the pot, that would provide a better financial capacity for the CBRM, and in the hopes, in turn, for all other municipal units. This wouldn't be a big ask, considering currently Nova Scotia Power actually provides 67.33% of the funding for the municipal capacity grant, while the province of Nova Scotia only has to pay 32.67%. So put it in terms, that's roughly, let's say, 20 plus million for Nova Scotia Power, and a measly 9.9 mil for the province. So when I expected an MOU to come back, I was expecting a substantial increase to the capacity grant. I was expecting that there would be new money put into the pot, that all municipalities that needed this funding would receive it, and they would receive it in a way that didn't redistribute old money, where municipalities that needed the money would not see a loss in their municipal capacity. But this government, the Premier and the Minister, decided to pick a fight with the CBRM. They decided that no new money would go into the pot. They decided that they would redistribute old money, and the CBRM would lose over $2 million when it was already struggling with the $15 million that they were getting. Earlier today, I was provided with what is coming out in all of our tax bills in the CBRM. So, no, I'm speaking.
I recognize the honourable member for, or the honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Oh, absolutely.
An introduction.
Yes.
Thank
yes.
you. In the East Gallery, my wife Heather has joined us, and I just, I don't know, I said to her when I started talking about her, I'll tear up, but my constant companion and fellow traveler through life, many ups and downs, but still enjoying the experience and still having an interesting life together, so just ask the House to welcome her.
Thank you. Welcome, and I hope you enjoy your time here. I now recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, as I was saying, earlier today, I was provided what is coming out in the CBRM's taxes, the mail out. And it says, provincial government's new deal for CBRM. After 5 years, millions less in funding. Premier promised a better deal for CBRM. Question to the Premier during the election. Can you reconfirm your earlier commitment to immediately doubling the transfer to all municipalities while you work on a more fair deal? Premier, yes, I can immediately reconfirm that. The agreement between the province and the municipalities is very old, decades old, needs to be renegotiated. I have said, as a show of good faith, while that deal is being renegotiated in full, I would double the payments to the municipalities that the province currently pays out. About $32 million to municipalities. We'll double that as a show of good faith while the new deal is being negotiated. Cape Breton Regional Municipality has a transit and housing crisis. Transit ridership is up to 400% by CBRM's ability, but CBRM's ability to keep up is falling short. CBRM residents can't afford higher taxes. Housing is a provincial government responsibility, but they have not built new units in over 30 years. We are growing rapidly and need more investment. Your mayor and council do not support the new proposals from the Premier and Premier's government that leaves CBRM worse off than we are now. CBRM is working with developers on over 1,000 new housing units. We need a partner in the provincial government. Please reach out to your MLA and demand a fair deal for the CBRM. This advertisement is a message from CBRM Mayor and Council. And I'll table that. So during the election, the Premier promised a fair deal. To negotiate a fair deal, the Premier also promised that his government would double the funding while that agreement was being negotiated. That doubling only lasted 1 year. One-time payment, and then it was gone. There are CBRM MLAs on the government side that were elected on that promise. And it was only done for 1 year. Meanwhile, last year, negotiations were still ongoing. So what I don't understand is, and maybe somebody can explain it to me, how you can say we're going to negotiate a fair deal, and in the meantime, we're going to double the pot, and think you kept your promise because you did it for 1 year. That's not keeping your promise. If you think it is, you need to go back and check, because I am telling you, I don't think people at home in Cape Breton and CBRM are going to think that this was a promise kept. I don't think they're going to think it is a promise kept when an MOU, and after 5 years, I mean, it's going to go down just enough time for a new government to form. It's just in a few years, a new government's going to form, and, you know, then CBRM's money goes down by $2 million. And what happens then? In the negotiations, according to the CBRM Council, the Minister of Housing and Municipal Affairs and the Deputy Minister told them that they
had room to raise taxes further to 16%. They also told them that that the CBRM could continue to collect on mandatory contributions that they are no longer collecting. Now, somebody pointed out that it might be legal. I question if it's ethical. So that may very well be legal, but is it ethical? And in maybe some communities, they may not notice that their municipality did not adjust the rates to exclude housing and corrections. They may not notice it. They may not notice it because their taxes are lower than the CBRM's at $2 on the 100. So they may not notice, if their taxes are lower than that. CBRM, those residents are going to notice. Some of your residents might be able to handle a tax hike. CBRM residents are overtaxed as it is. The whole point of equalization is to provide comparable services at a comparable tax rate. The whole point of you can call it whatever you want, the municipal capacity grant is equalization. You can give it whatever name anyone wants to give. It's still equalization. So, that money is supposed to go so that municipalities can provide services without having to drastically increase their taxes. Now, some people might argue what the CBRM did with that money the first and only year that they received it. They didn't like it. There was, controversy on how it was used, but they used it appropriately by lowering the tax rate. You can disagree with it, but they did use it for what it was for. But now, under a new MOU, the encouragement is to continue to keep the rate basically as is or increase the rate. So if the CBRM has to increase their taxes, it's going to be because of this PC government. The Tory tax, I believe it was called. Because they are refusing to treat the municipalities, I would say fairly, but I wouldn't say also equal, because it's got to be equitable. Because not all municipalities have the same needs, and not all municipalities have the same unique issues as the CBRM does. And I would remind the residents of Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier, and all residents of the CBRM that the increase in taxes you might see was encouraged by the Premier. It was encouraged by the Minister of Housing and Municipal Affairs. And apparently it may be supported by other CBRM MLAs. Not me. I won't be supporting it. Now, with those introductory comments, I want to go and talk about the SERMGAR Committee's proposals. So let's go to mandatory contributions, shall we? Mandatory contributions have been a long-standing issue dating back to the Graham Commission of 1975, where it was recommended that they be addressed. They were discussed again following the 1995 service exchange, but no progress was made. The 1998 Memorandum of Understanding did not cover the mandatory contributions either. In 2007, it was agreed that the province would not increase mandatory education contributions by more than the Consumer Price Index. Now, concerns with the mandatory municipal contributions, housing, corrections, education, have continuously remained the top priority of the NSFM and of the CBRM. When I was there, we talked about it. I even one time during a budget session said, why are we paying these? Just stop paying them. What's the worst they can do to us? Because of the financial strain it caused and the financial pain it caused our residents. The proposal from CIRMGAR was the province assumed full responsibility for the cost of corrections and operating losses incurred by regional housing authorities. Additionally, it is recommended that the contributions towards education be temporarily frozen while discussions towards phasing out such contributions are underway. I don't see education, nothing about freezing education in the MOU here that's before us. You know, and we've heard that education is due to rise. And according to this net impact of the MOU that the CBRM provided us, it looks to me, from reading this, that the education is really going to eat up a lot of the CBRM's budget. So the CBRM net transfers to the province would increase from, as of right now, in the 2023-2024 budget, from 4.8 million to 8.27. According to the CBRM, that's a 3.47 million in added pressure due to Bill 340, even though housing and corrections are eliminated. So I'd ask the minister every time he stands up and says this is good for all municipalities, that the municipalities are going to be saving money. How? How are they saving money? Again, I am going to tell you, the capacity grant, the municipal capacity grant, was to help provide services, and for municipalities that have high tax rates, lower them. So if the minister is suggesting that the CBRM continue to collect those contributions and not flow through, and to increase taxes by 16%, that is not a real savings. It is fake. Because it is on the backs of taxpayers. It's raising the taxes. That's how surprise everybody, that's how you're saving money. By raising the taxes on an already overtaxed residents of the CBRM. It is unimaginable. It really is. And I will table this beautiful, lovely document here. I'm still blown away that a minister would suggest municipalities raising their tax by 16%. Because obviously, the capacity grant is not going to do what it needs to do because they will not put more money into it. They are just redistributing the money. And that redistribution is on the backs of residents of the CBRM. residents in my community, my neighbors. And for all of us who are CBRM MLAs here, our community, our neighbors. Right now, it's $2 tax rate. How much more do you want them to pay? How much more do you want your residents to pay? In an already overtaxed community, in a community where 1 in 3 people, 1 in 3 families and children live in poverty. So here's the other one. This one, again, is on the municipal capacity grant. So what CIRMGAR suggested in this, in a way, aligns with what the NSFM has been saying for 5 years. So the NSFM's resolution stated that over 5 years, the committee proposes an increase in $15 million in the province's funding for the MFCG, which is the Municipal Financial Capacity Grant, to be increased annually by CPI. This would bring the total funding up to about $45.3 million and increase the province's funding share to 57.47%. These changes would reflect the growing costs and needs for municipalities. So the proposed action from CIRMGAR was to update the MFCG formula to ensure an accurate representation of municipalities, increase the total funding in MFCG by $15 million plus CPI annually, implement floor payments for municipalities facing reductions, and freeze funding at updated amounts for municipalities undergoing consolation during the review, Class 1 and Class 2 classification. So this seems pretty obvious. So I don't understand if the NSFM, for years, has been asking for more money into the pot, and the CIRMGAR has been asking for more money in the pot. Why wasn't more money put into the pot? Considering, and let's go back to the numbers here, the province only pays $9.9 million of the municipal capacity grant. It's Nova Scotia Power that pays the $20.4 million. The province is getting off the hook pretty good here, considering. And I am going to table this when I'm done of it. I mean, it's a whole council document, so I need it for a little bit, but I'm good. So if NSFM has been asking for this for years, the CIRMGAR committee said that this is what needs to be done. Why did the Minister of Municipal Affairs and the Premier decide to break their promise to the residents of the CBRM? Why did they not put more money into the pot? Instead, in 5 years, the CBRM will lose $2 million. So I'm just going to look for it here. A resident sent this email on October 26th, and they sent it to the Office of the Legislative Council. And it says, and I blacked out the name, I don't know, just in case. Good morning. I'm a resident of the CBRM. I'm disheartened with my provincial government is offering my community. We are the second largest municipality in Nova Scotia and much larger than the third. However, we are lumped in with 47 small communities. Halifax is allowed their own MOU. and receive a large amount even though they are a much richer community than the CBRM. We are falling short every year and in need of a hero that will see our worth and our immense need. I pay $3,660 a year currently in taxes to my municipality for sewer and garbage collection. The communities amalgamated many years ago, yet I fall under the province for road care. I have a small bungalow, and my taxation is extreme for the two services I receive. We cannot endure another tax increase, as the minister seems to think we can afford. He seems to have a real problem with the CBRM on a personal level. In his position, he should be professional and care about all areas of Nova Scotia. This does not seem the case. Now, I know my council cannot agree all the time and may have not jumped on this as quickly as they should. However, as a constituent of Nova Scotia, not just CBRM, I'm ashamed to say my home is Nova Scotia. I'm appealing to the provincial government to not include CBRM in Bill 340 and to come to the table with a fair offer for the second largest municipality in Nova Scotia. Allow Cape Breton residents to be happy with our council and province and to live with a little ease and not poverty. So many are suffering everywhere in Canada, and I'm asking my provincial government to see us in CBRM, see our struggles, and be our hero. That is a resident of the CBRM asking the PC government, begging the PC government to not cause harm to their community. They're asking for a hero. Now, the members here in opposition, we can continue to bring their voices forward. We can continue to bring their concerns forward. We can bring amendments to this bill. But this government, this PC government, has a huge majority and can vote us down every time. And I'm sure you will. And we're going to get back up here with more amendments, and you're going to vote them down. But before you do that, sorry, I think I said you. But before they do that...
Order, so then you retract that?
Yes, I retract. I did, and so I'm sorry. But before they do that, before they vote those amendments that are going to be coming down, this is not just a municipal government that they can fight. This is not just a municipal government that they can fight and pick a fight with. There are residents, there are communities at stake. There are residents who are asking for their government to not create more taxes on them and tax them out of their homes, to tax them out of their communities. Now, this might sound trivial to some. But what if it was your community? What if it was their community? I'm sorry. I'm kind of using that in a whole, to you, Madam Chair. What if it was your community, Madam Chair? And your residents, your communities were on the line of their ability to provide their municipality's ability to provide services to them. I'm sure you'd be up here doing what I'm doing. Fighting, imploring this government to fulfill their promise. Mayor Amanda McDougall Merle, as she's now known, I'm still getting used to that, on Monday, August 14th, sent out a letter to the 3 CBRM government MLAs, and it said, meeting follow-up, proposed provincial municipal MOU. Good afternoon, colleagues. I want to again express my gratitude on behalf of the CBRM Council and staff for taking the time to sit down with us and discuss the proposed provincial municipal MOU. As promised, see below for suggested changes put forward by Cape Breton Regional Municipality regarding the proposed provincial municipal MOU. Bullet 1, the proposed provincial MOU eliminates housing corrections tax collection as a municipal responsibility. We are asking that education taxation be removed as well. We request the provincial government honor the doubling of the municipal capacity grant that was allocated to CBRM. Studies such as the CBRM Viability Report in 2019 and Dalhousie Review of 2000 have indicated that CBRM possesses a unique set of challenges around infrastructure, growth, and demographics. We ask that CBRM be offered the same opportunity as HRM to negotiate an agreement outside of the general MOU process that reflects these exceptionalities. Included to this correspondence are the requested studies and supplementary information that was cited in our discussion this morning. We ask that you advise when this information will be brought forward to the PC caucus and when we might expect a response to our suggested changes. In kindness, Mayor McDougall Merrill, Mayor of the Cape Breton Regional Municipality. That was August. That was in August. So then we had another email, I believe. Just let me get it here. So the mayor sent this out to the CBRM the CBRM PC caucus, to those MLAs on August 14th, asking for an agreement outside of the MOU.
Order. Because you directly quoted from this tabled email, you must table an email. You must table unredacted version. Okay, at your leisure. Thank you. If you don't have it on you now. Okay, thank you. I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you. Again, with this email, this was August 14th, when the mayor was already asking for a separate agreement and asking that the information that the CBRM had asked, the proposals from the CBRM and the information that came with it would all go to the PC caucus, and when they would expect a response for the suggested changes. The next email we have that I have on me, and I will table that one, is the Minister of Municipal Affairs responding on September 15th to a follow-up letter on September 6th. As the Minister of Municipal Affairs, the Premier has asked that I respond to your letter of September 6, 2023, in which you raise concerns about the proposed service exchange agreement and request a meeting with the Premier. I want to take this opportunity to assure you we both understand the situation clearly. The department staff are currently working on the final proposals to submit to the Treasury Board, and we would appreciate clarity from you. So 1 month went by. 1 month went by before even the suggestion of the CBRM going into its own MOU came from the minister. Meanwhile, my colleagues across the way were concerned about 9 days. A whole month went by before the minister responded with what is an awful proposal, as far as I'm concerned, but responded a month. And my colleagues across the way were concerned about 9 days. I find that quite entertaining and funny, if it wasn't so serious. Because throughout the month of August and September, negotiations could have began with the CBRM. They were open to them. They were asking for them. And yet, nothing really came in. Requests to meet from the CBRM didn't come into play here. You know, the minister wouldn't meet with the CBRM to discuss it all together, sitting around a table, rather than exchanging emails, and where they could actually, you know, there was no one sitting around a table actually saying, okay, you know, everyone coming in with their proposals. None of that happened. Snarky emails that said, this is how it is, it's our way or the highway, emails came in. I'm going to table this, actually, this whole agenda that has everything in there. But yet, no meetings, no physical in-person meetings took place. There were several presenters at law amendments, Madam Chair, discussing the issues of the CBRM. I'm going to read one from the town of Truro, in which the mayor of the town of Truro said in written statement as well as verbal, while this agreement provides financial benefit to many municipalities, some will be disadvantaged. In the case of the CBRM, the province should extend the new agreement to CBRM until such time separate terms can be negotiated and implemented for their unique circumstances under their own charter. It is important that the province negotiates fairly with the CBRM and recognizes the critical importance the regional municipality play in the sustainability of Cape Breton as a whole. Other municipal units came to the defense of the CBRM at law amendments and asked the government to look at the CBRM separately, in a separate MOU. Keep them in for right now, keep them in the MOU while a separate deal is developed. Right now, I want to take this opportunity to thank that mayor, Mayor Mills, because it was very kind and considerate for the residents of the CBRM. So other municipal units are watching. And I think that maybe some of them know that what they're seeing with the fight being picked with the CBRM and the fight being picked with the HRM, they could be next. I want to read also from Law Amendments, a statement from Councillor Steve Gillespie, a former council colleague of mine, who wrote, "Good morning, and thank you for allowing me the time to speak regarding Bill 340. My name is Steve Gillespie, and I'm a lifelong resident of the Cape Breton Regional Municipality. I'm also municipal councillor representing District 4, Cox Heath, Sydney River, and the Westmount area. The district has over 7,000 people in a 54 square kilometer area made up of predominantly single residential homes with 3 volunteer fire departments, 3 elementary schools, and the area's largest high school. I consider myself a hands-on counselor, and I am also physically responsible. I mention this because this is the first time in my 7 years as an elected official that I've traveled off the island for municipal business. Now I know Steve Gillespie, and when I was on council, he was adamant about this. In fact, he actually said, the only time I'll travel off the island, at a CBRM for municipal council business, is if I have to go up to Halifax and I have to fight for the CBRM and the municipal capacity grant, or equalization, as we usually call it around the council table. Steve was true to his word. He never traveled off the island for municipal business unless it was to fight for the CBRM, which he did at law amendments on Monday. It was important to him, that idea that he never traveled off. But it was also, I mention it because I want to underscore how important he felt his presence was needed at law amendments. He felt it important to be here for the residents of the CBRM, to underscore to government how brutal this bill could be for the residents. He said, he also, talking about the CERMGAR Advisory Committee, he said, in my opinion, the process was not transparent. I was also concerned that the chair or spokesperson facilitating the virtual meetings started and ended each meeting with, I know August is not the best time to meet. I know it's not the best to meet virtually, and I understand this all seems rushed, but if you, end quote for the chair. Steve goes on to say, if you have to apologize for everything that is obviously wrong with these consultations, then why continue them? Once these consultations started, it was obvious to those in attendance on the first day that the CBRM was not happy with the proposed changes, and the CBRM staff and councillors were attending in high numbers to express our concerns and ask for support for our municipal colleagues. from our municipal colleagues. But like magic, the next day, the virtual room was full of pro-Sermgar and MOU voices, all seemingly reading from the same playbook. This was my first look into a stacked deck against municipalities that were going to lose funding. Some mayors and councillors spoke in favor of a bill that hurt 17 municipalities, including the second largest municipality in the province. I felt the CBRM was being strong-armed into agreeing on the proposal without allowing us to voice our concerns and discuss other options more suitable to the CBRM. Our senior staff and seasoned councillors have indicated to the rest of us that CBRM is being purposefully, punitively targeted with this agreement. And I agree. It was also unsettling to find out that the strongest Sermgar voices in our virtual consultations were former provincial PC MLAs. Several times during the consultation, it was asked, why was there no increase in the municipal capacity grant funding envelope of $30 million, which had been in place for over 25 years? The answer was the Sermgar Advisory Committee did not recommend it. But as we know, and I just read it, Madam Chair, I read the Sermgar report and the recommendation, but as we know, after the release of the NDAs, the committee said no to the recommendation of doubling the capacity grant, but settled on an ask of a 50% increase. And the provincial government said no. I would point out that on a provincial budget of $14.4 billion, doubling the capacity grant to municipalities would be less than 1/4 of 1%. I ask you what committee tasked with making a recommendation on a 25-year-old stagnant funding formula would refuse to ask for more money in the current financial climate. When the same question was asked of the Deputy Minister of Municipal Affairs, he repeatedly said he was up for a job review and couldn't justify a funding increase. Besides, that is a Treasury decision. The CBRM is asking the Law Amendments Committee to amend Bill 340 to request the Department of Finance and Treasury Board find the additional money to permanently double the municipal capacity grant and prove the provincial government is committed to the sustainability of all municipalities. Steve Gillespie, CBRM Councillor, District 4. And I will table that. I have similar questions to my councillor colleague. Why would an advisory committee, after money being stagnant for years, funding being stagnant, and a MOU being stagnant, would they say no? Or would the government, they would say no, or the government would say no to actually increasing the funding? None of this makes any sense. And I have been going over this for, whenever that bill was put on the table, Madam Chair, I have been going over this in my head. I don't understand it. I don't get it. It makes no logical sense to me. It makes no logical sense that while prices are increasing, there's no doubling of the municipal capacity grant. My colleague read from Jennifer Campbell, our CBRM's Chief Financial Officer of the Cape Breton Regional Municipality a while back. And Jen is, I've worked with Jen. Jen is very well respected CFO. She knows numbers like nobody's business. She can get, whenever I'd ask for an answer, she could get it for me almost immediately. And she stated in her comments that the CBRM, she asked for us to do some math, so I'm going to go over some of this stuff. She said, I encourage you to do some quick math of your own. Apply the CBRM's tax rate of $2 to your own market assessment. How does that compare to what you pay now? Is our bill something you or your children's families could easily afford if you were to pick up and move to the CBRM tomorrow? So I'm going to ask that my colleagues across the way do some math. Apply the CBRM's tax rate of $2 to your own market assessment, to their own market assessments, and how does that compare to what they pay now? Is their tax bill something, and I won't say, you know, themselves could afford. Let's talk about your residents. Could your residents afford it? Could their families afford it? If they were to easily just take their house from where they live now and plop it into the CBRM at $2. Because I won't talk about us because, you know, we're not making the average money here in this room. We're not making the average. So we probably shouldn't do that math. But I think others, your community, your residents, I don't think they'd be able to afford it, Madam Chair. I really don't. Jen goes on to say, the elimination of the flow-through taxes for housing and corrections as proposed in this bill is great news, but the financial benefit of no longer taxing our residents for these provincial services is going to be rapidly absorbed by the continued increase to our education transfers that are 4.5 times what we pay for housing and corrections combined, and an increase each year with inflation, while the municipal capacity grant doesn't. And in 5 years' time, the CBRM is going to lose $2 million off the 15, going to 13. Meanwhile, the education costs are going to continue to increase. Next year, the CBRM's education transfer will increase by $1.1 million. That's more than the total we pay for corrections today. Our capacity will decrease by $3.5 million per year, even with housing and corrections eliminated. The result of continuing education transfers increases and the $1.6 billion loss of capacity grant funding that will be taken from the CBRM and redistributed to other municipalities when the formula top-up is lifted after 5 years. We understand that including the entire education transfer in this bill requires much more discussion and planning, but amendment to the bill would see that this immediate freezing of education at current amounts is needed to support the mounting pressures faced by municipalities and their residents by the one remaining transfer, which is a provincial responsibility. I am standing here today because you're going to have some time. There's going to be some amendments, Madam Chair, for all of us to look at. And I am asking my colleagues really think about those amendments And not just what it would mean to one municipality that is the CBRM, but what it would mean to your communities. Now, we are all being told that our municipalities are going to save. But with the increase in education, the question becomes, as education increases, are they really saving? And keep in mind that some municipalities are going to continue to charge in their general coffers and their general taxes for the mandatory contributions that they are no longer flowing to the province. So your residents are going to be taxed by the municipalities on things that they are not collecting. I am imploring on behalf of my residents that they please, on the other side of the aisle, please take this time, because the CBRM needs a hero and you have the majority. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the comments that we've heard so far. Appreciate the conversation in the House tonight, and here we are again on another night having important conversations about communities across the province, and particularly a bill that has seen a lot of conversation. I was saying to my colleagues in the last couple of days, I don't think the CBRM has seen this much media in the local newspaper and provincially in any of the sessions that I've ever attended in my time here. But I want to come at the speech tonight. I don't want to come at this as confrontational, because I think for a couple of reasons. I'll say this. I want to preference this. I wish every community never had a capacity grant. You know, ideally we get to a point where Nova Scotia and communities are prosperous enough that we're not even having this conversation. And I think everybody wants that. Right? I think that you know, in an ideal situation, you know, I'm standing on my feet particularly for the CBRM, and there's other communities that lost too, but ideally we wouldn't be having a conversation about any capacity grant, because the communities would be able to sustain themselves on their own. But we're not there yet. We could get there, but we're not there yet. And I want to come at this as more in a diplomatic way. You know, I'll talk a little bit about what I said before. You know, I know that this is an issue for MLAs on all sides, and I appreciate the arguments that we're going to hear from everyone. You know, ultimately, everybody wants what's best for home and the other communities across the province. And I think CBRM, when they came to law amendments, I think that they were actually very thoughtful in their approach. It wasn't, we want everything. You had representation from both politicians and from staff, people who've been around the table for a long time, that provided a lot of good information and a lot of history about the community. And you also had presenters there too as well from other communities that the MOU actually benefits, and that's great. We've said that from the beginning, and we know that MLAs on all sides of the floor represent some of these communities that, for them, this MOU works for them. They see the benefits of it. They are happy with it. And they're ready to move forward, and that's fantastic. And I said that in the beginning, in my opening comments, is that I get what the minister's trying to do. I totally do, because in 2017, toured all of those municipalities. As the minister said in his opening comments, as we were going through the bill, is that this has been work that's been ongoing for years. And you know, I was honored to be part of it, to go around and see all of your communities and meet with elected representatives. I met many of you on that tour. I did, and here we are today, and you know, colleagues back then, and here we are now, all in the legislature. And you know what? It's great. You know, it's good to see folks progress in their career. I got a real sense of how much many of you who are former councillors that I met on that tour love your communities, regardless of what party you represent. And here we are now. Madam Speaker, yourself, right? I met you on that tour. And the other Deputy Speaker I met on that tour. And there's a few others I met on that tour. And we've always kept a good relationship. You know, and this year, I don't agree with the MOU. I agree in the sense that it's good for communities. I agree with the foundation of what the minister's trying to do. But as someone who represents the core of the second largest municipality in the province, you know, I have to stand in my place and say it does not reflect the characteristics of the CBRM, which I'll get into. But there's also a solution to this, and it's not, you know, and CBRM provided some, you know, amendments of what they wanted, but this was something, and I'll say this because we were negotiating the concept of the MOU back in 2017. And I'll get into it in a little while because there was one key piece to it that we agreed as, and I'll speak as my time in government, which is will be consistent as I go down the path of the next so many minutes. But again, so I reiterate, I've been fortunate to be involved with kind of the political history and the history of Cape Broadway since I was a kid. And that started with a family member who was a counselor. I was the paper boy in the neighborhood, and they asked me to go knock doors, and I got to meet a lot of people in my community, and the rest is history, and here I am. But I remember the days when the forced amalgamation happened, and we heard that conversation from the Deputy CAO, John McKinnon, when he presented on behalf of CAO Marie Walsh, that you know, CBRM was forced into an amalgamation and sold at the time under the idea that this was going to be a super city, and it was going to be similar to Halifax, and there was a lot of resistance at the time, and there was a lot of resistance in Halifax too at the time too of amalgamation. You know, there's identities with cities and there's identities with communities, and people didn't want to lose that. And so we were amalgamating. And then there was the agreements that came thereafter. And it's been a legit struggle for a community that was forced to amalgamate of that. So you imagine taking all of the South Shore, Madam Speaker, you're riding and all the other communities within and saying, okay, now all of a sudden, you're one. So, which could work. You would be able to tell me better than me try to explain it. But the point being is that at the time in '95, there was a whole lot of debt that was accumulated under the amalgamation. There were a whole lot of, like the service exchange was still being worked out. So you take that and you use another geographic area of the province and you do that. You know, it's a transition, especially when you're coming on the back end of what a community was built on, which was coal and steel and industry, and there was fishing, and there was other aspects, but ideally, you know, thousands of people were working in those industries. So, you know, you're coming on the back end of that. Those are closing, so you have a huge part of the population that's transitioning. So if you try to do that in any other community, you're going to run into the same challenges. So forced amalgamation, and Halifax, good for Halifax, they're our capital, we need them to be strong, have the foundation of government, have the foundation of military, have the foundation of just, you know, being the capital and kind of being the center of the big driving economic activity in the province. And you know, CBRM wasn't the only one that struggled at the time. You know, you had a lot of migration happen, really into the, well, it's been happening. We've been in decline for generation in the CBRM, which is now kind of turning the other way, which I'll talk about too as well. And but you have that history, and now you're in a situation where, and like I have the release here, I didn't get a chance to look at this yet, but my colleague from one of my colleagues from Dartmouth gave me this. This is the actual news archive of Municipal Affairs Minister releases Planning Act working paper. Sandy Jolly today released a paper entitled The Planning Act Working Paper in legislative form. It represents the next step in reviewing Nova Scotia's Planning Act. So, like, this is back in 1996. So interesting piece of history. If anybody wants to read it, I'll happily table it. But CBRM's been kind of on this journey, and not alone. And I don't want to just talk about CBRM. We're talking about the bill in its totality. So this is other communities. They've also been on that journey. So as I said, you have these communities that are very happy with this MOU, so hey, fantastic. But again, I go to the fact that CBRM was forced to amalgamate. So you take every one of those communities. I'm using the South Shore as an example. So you take all of those communities down there and you force them to amalgamate, and then you have to build your transit systems. You have to build all of your infrastructure around this new municipal unit, and deal with debt at the same time. And that population of a community that you used to represent is of 10 or 20,000 is now 100,000. So now you have to totally change your identity as a community. I actually argue Halifax probably had an easier time doing that too as well, just because of the nature of, and you know what, hey, you would be able to tell better than me, because I still hear it. I still hear the issues of the amalgamation up here, and you'll still hear the issues of the amalgamation at home. And but in regards to CBRM, and I remember growing up in this, because my father was in industry, and he was in electrical supply, and he sold a lot of gear to the industry, and you start seeing these collapse, and you start seeing the collapse of the economy, and it just got worse. So 95 comes. Then you see all of these challenges of a municipality that started with 125,000 people and actually declined to where it's at now. So it's been constant decline. So as a result, and I talked about this earlier in my comments previous, in other readings, that CBRM's been on this journey of just trying to hold on. And as every community, the needs of communities change, the cost of infrastructure changes. And in CBRM's case, and which I'll talk a bit about later on too, a lot of big infrastructure had to come in that many communities wouldn't have had to deal with. But in regards to the MOU, CBRM has had some very tough conversations over the years about the services that they provide to people. You hear a lot about transit from CBRM as probably one of the best examples, because I was around for that conversation when I was on council talking about closing it for good. And now all of a sudden 9,000 students are at CBU, and it's a very different story. But so CBRM amalgamates in 95 and really struggles for years. And this has been a long time coming for them. And, I can say, as I said, the MOU conversation started years ago with some really good feedback from the communities, and now here it is. And we heard a lot of very interesting comments come out of law amendments that I think are important, because, as I said, CBRM didn't come here with, in my opinion, the mentality that, well, we need everything. They came here with the mentality saying, listen, talk to us. We don't want this fight. We're happy to negotiate. There's obvious miscommunication. I can get into the letters. There's lots of stuff I can table. We've heard all of that. But I try to kind of move past some of that stuff now, because we all know what it is. So as legislators, and as MLAs, and regardless of what side of the floor you're on, you want to come to a solution on this thing. Because ultimately, the decision that will be made on this MOU, in my opinion, could severely impact the CBRM when we're all out of here. Because governments come and go. product of it. You know, CBRM says in the long term, after year 3, this becomes very much worse for them. And I don't think anybody wants to sign on to anything that's going to make a community potentially feel the pain of an agreement in 2023 and 2030. I'd rather set the stage so that in 2030 they're not on a capacity grant at all. It's kind of like you're looking at it backwards, right? Why cut the money now, or why not increase your capacity grant now so that in 2030 maybe you don't have a capacity grant? And I think that's where CBRM wants to be. I think that's where everybody wants to be. But to get there, you need the resources to do it. So a reduction, you know, and they've made the argument, and they're right. Like, and I've said it before. You know, you can debate the 4.5 million in savings. It's always been a flow through, so that would be a decision that the CBRM would have to make to keep that money. We can sit here and we can have that debate all night. Some communities obviously are going to do that. They're not going to adjust their rate. They've made that clear in law amendments. But the number isn't as significant. And that's not to take away from those communities. They're just smaller communities, which is also another issue that I'll get into again. But in CBRM's case, that's 4.5 million. And of course, that's money that they could use towards their infrastructure. But I would argue the ethics of it myself. And I would argue that in the sense that it was never really their money. And I would also argue the fact that you're looking at those costs, but like 40 cents of that tax rate represents the education costs. And I think that's something that should have been discussed before the MOU came to the floor, because those costs are going to rise so high that any kind of savings that the CBRM is going to see will be negated pretty quickly. And which again, there's a couple recommendations that came out of the committee, the Simgard committee, and that was one of them. They'll freeze the education costs, and the government didn't do it. And the other big one was the capacity grant, which the recommendation was to increase the capacity grant, which the government decided not to do in the recommendations from Simgard. So which would have, in my opinion, solved this whole conversation, because that was something we talked about too back in 2017, is that if you're going to look at this, you got to look at that grant, right? If you're going to make the change, and more communities are going to draw on it, and you're going to change your formula, then you got to look at the capacity grant, and you got to say, okay, it's time, right? And you know, people can say, well, why didn't you guys do it? But we actually probably invested north of $1 billion in the CBRM at the time for many of the same services. So every government does it differently. We can have that debate. Happy to have it. So here we are in Committee of the Whole. And, you know, I talk a little bit about the history of the CBRM. I talk a bit about, talking a bit about the challenges that we faced as a community. And talking about, as I said, CBRM didn't come here, they came here to advocate for the community. Of course they're going to. It was great to see. It was great to see the passion come from the mayor and the councillors and the staff who really are just dealing with so much opportunity. Because like I don't want the conversation to be completely about, oh, CBRM needs more money and this is why. Yeah, hey, we all know that conversation. They're dealing with a lot of opportunity, but they're dealing with that opportunity in an environment, in a community that has declined for so long that they're trying to adjust to growth for the first time in decades. And when you're in an MOU with a community, with communities that are wonderful communities, but they're a tenth of the size, there's just no comparison. So CBRM, like every community has opportunity, but CBRM is now in this situation where they're, like I personally think they're on the cusp of just exploding in the right direction. And, but they're not there yet. So, and again, they're in an MOU where they're being compared to communities that do not have to handle the services at the same level as CBRM. Many of them don't have transit systems. I know they have community transit. I was involved with some of those projects, which are great, trying to bring rural transit into communities across the province. They're not dealing with the massive wastewater infrastructure that we were federally mandated to, the CBRM is federally mandated to complete, with some of it still not done yet. One of the tabs we picked up, which was, I think, north of $30 million for the CBRM at the time, because it was a unique challenge for them. Which is still a unique challenge for them because they're going to have to operate them, as we heard in law amendments, which is going to be in the millions. They're dealing with, as well. I talk about transit. I talk about some of the wastewater infrastructure, the road infrastructure, too, as well. You're looking at as well housing, much larger scale. I would argue in the CBRM that they need to deal with, and government wants them to play an active role in this. So why reduce the resources that the community needs now? We heard all of this in law amendments. We heard this in law amendments. And you hear it from the CBRM, right? Like, it's the Mayor McDougall and them, and I have these documents, Madam Speaker, happy to table them. I think you may already have copies of them, but these are amendments that were, these were comments from the amendments. And as I said, CBRM didn't come looking for, a fight with everyone. And as I said, as I've repeatedly stated on the record, I'm absolutely thrilled to see an agreement presented that so many of our municipal colleagues and their communities will benefit from. That is precisely what we had hoped to see from the MOU negotiation. There's plenty of good in this bill, including Section 26, which eliminates the requirement for municipal units to remit for provincial corrections. Similar, Chapter 36, Section 11 of the Housing Supply and Services Act does the same for municipal remittances for provincial housing. However, there's a glaring absence in the amendment required for the Education Act that would remove the same requirement for municipalities to remit for provincial education services, something that was strongly recommended by the Surgar Advisory Committee. And I'm sure each municipal elected official and staff member across the province. In CBRM, that change alone would mean a $16.5 million reduction in annual tax collections for our residents. Instead, we continue to collect money on behalf of the province for services that the provincial government is responsible for. And I'm gonna go through these documents as I talk, but again, I go back to the argument, Madam Speaker, that in this MOU, and as we get into the amendments, that again, CBRM was coming at this holistically, saying we're happy for everybody else, but just hear our plight. We have some suggestions that we believe can make this better, and the mayor indicates that too as well, and she actually thanks the government in this. She says, "This may surprise you, but I want to thank the government of Nova Scotia for the opportunity of this moment. Being here in law amendments means we have the opportunity to engage in dialogue that will hopefully result in the changes to this bill that will benefit municipalities, but most importantly, the residents that we all serve. It also shows a willingness to engage in respectful communication and actual negotiations that will produce a separate agreement for the CBRM." And again, came here happy for the other communities, but again, was trying to express the concern of the CBRM. And I think they did, as I said, I think they did an excellent job. I do. I think they came in with a number of recommendations. And they also tried to clarify some stuff. And again, I'm coming at this because I wasn't involved with the negotiations. So you hear, Mr. Speaker, the conversations on both sides as part of the MOU. And the ministers indicated that CBRM has offered a charter. Okay, that's great. There was no real timeline on it. People are questioning timelines around letters and all that stuff. We've heard all this stuff. We've heard all of this stuff. My point tonight is not to go down that road too much. Well, we're debating, but not to go down that road too much, Mr. Speaker, because I think the best thing we can all do in here is just reflect, take a step back. CBRM is involved with this MOU now, They understand that they're going to be involved with this MOU, but they've also provided a path that they feel that they can negotiate with the province, get this thing back on track, and stop the political back and forth. And we've seen a lot of political back and forth. We have. We've seen commitments from the Premier that as there was a new MOU being negotiated, he would double the capacity grant. It happened for a year, then it stopped. And you know, we're seeing the CBRM, their own public relations campaign. We're seeing some new information come forward. And Mr. Speaker, you've seen a lot of media back and forth. But I try to not reiterate all that stuff because, like, you know, and again, to my colleagues on all sides from Cape Breton, this matters to all of us, right? It does. And we can agree to disagree, but we all care about home. And it can get chippy in here at times. I don't want to go down that road. Let's debate our policies and let's make some decisions, and hopefully some amendments will come forward from the government. That's all, you know, that's the best we can hope for, because there were a number of amendments that they did talk about. And you know, I go back to the mayor's letter. I just want to take a quick look. You know, and she kind of clarifies that. She said, I've heard repeatedly CBRM was offered an option to opt into the MOU. Why didn't you just accept that? You know, she provides some clarity on that. You know, I don't want to go too far down that. I think we got to start thinking about next steps here, about how we get the relationship back on track. Because I said, regardless of what side of the government you're on, I said, you want every community to have a strong relationship with the government. And we know that CBRM has problems. We know that there's other communities that are going to lose funding under this agreement. And that's, you know, people had the chance to plead their case in law amendments, and we saw some of that. I will say this, though, and I think the government has to be very cautious of this, is that, and they should have done this, HRM had no idea, Mr. Speaker, that this was happening. And we heard that from the HRM representatives at law amendments. And one of the pieces of correspondence, and I wish I had it, I think I'm allowed to paraphrase, I can find the document, but, and I'm happy to table it because it was, you know, it was from then. But like HRM at the time, they were saying that if they had no real knowledge of this negotiation that was happening between the other communities, and they said, well, if we were under that agreement, under the MOU, they would save $12 million in some of those fees. So that's a pretty significant number. You're getting into pretty big numbers when you get into the CBRM at 4.5 and then Halifax at 12. So, you know, the government has to figure out that relationship with HRM. And they, you know, they don't have any set dates on the negotiation of their agreement, whatever that looks like. So maybe what they should do is take a look at the CBRM and HRM at the same time and say, you know what, here's the two largest communities that have unique challenges, and I think we got to get to work and set some timelines to get the work done. And so again, so CBRM really came in. So in the mayor's comments, she offered the suggestion, and we're going to get into amendments on this. These amendments are, Mr. Speaker, my friend, the fisheries minister, has some, he wants to table something over there, I think, but I think he'll just give it to me after I'm done my speech. But anyway, so CBRM came in with some suggestions, and one of them was, okay, so we're in the MOU. They're not going to fight that right now. They don't want to be in it. It's not the right deal. I agree it's not the right deal for the CBRM. But let's, within the next year, figure out what the deal looks like for the CBRM. I think that's a pretty tangible thing to do. It doesn't cost the government any money at this point. But like, as I said in my comments before, I was on the government side. I got lots of disagreements with people. That's what happens, right? You make decisions as a government, and some people aren't going to agree, especially when you get into healthcare, right? A couple hospital closures. Try that. The health minister knows, right? You make tough decisions, and people are going to agree, and people are going to disagree. But if you can bring the parties back together, sometimes that's harder than others. And sometimes that doesn't happen at all. But in this case, as I said earlier, I said a cup of coffee and a conversation with the second largest municipality can get this back on track. And they gave you a path. They're not saying give us more money now. They're not saying we need more money tomorrow. They're saying, okay, let's get through the conversations that have been happening and let's just legitimately sit down and let's figure this thing out. Everybody wins in that situation. I would welcome that. The last thing I want for home is to be in a situation where they have no relationship with a government and they can't negotiate a new deal because nobody's talking to each other, because that's what's happening, and it's another public fight. That's been my biggest criticism of the government, Mr. Speaker, in the MOU and in other things, is the public fights. Nova Scotians have lost every time in those fights, and there doesn't need to be a fight in this case. The path has been set to to take this thing and get it back on track, and the CBRM provided it, and I believe in a very diplomatic way. And you know, they talked about some other amendments. So the first step for them was, okay, let's stop fighting. Let's do it right. Let's do it within a year. And I don't think they need a year. I think it's just a matter of providing ample window, and you'll see that in amendments. You're going to see that in amendments as they come forward. You'll see that will be one of them. You'll notice that the amendments probably through both parties are similar in a sense because it's essentially what the CBRM asked for. So on the other suggestion, and hey, listen, in 2017 when we had these conversations about what a new relationship looked like with the municipalities, there's no way that there was not additional money that needed to go into that capacity grant. If you were going to do it, you had to do it because more communities were going to draw on it, and the cost of everything goes up. Infrastructure needs, transit needs, you know, there's a list, like communities are trying to be accessible by 2030, like all of these things are part of it. And one of the points that was actually made, and it is a good point with this MOU, and it was made during a lot of amendments, is the costing of it. It's like when you're making this decision around a new memorandum and you're not putting any money on the table, you're not really costing out what the future looks like. So I just made a good example. So communities trying to be fully accessible by 2030. You know, that's an important new investment that municipalities are going to make. You're looking at wastewater infrastructure, et cetera, within these communities. You're looking at coastal protection. You're looking at a whole number of new initiatives that this government may bring in, but other future governments are going to bring in. So again, why would you want to leave a community with less when we're trying to get off coal and when we're trying to make our communities more accessible, and you have a community coming forward that is in a memorandum that's 10 times the size of everybody else, that's trying to pay for a vast amount more of services and supports for people. So, excuse me. So they came forward. Recommendation one was, let's stop the fight. Let's get back to the table. That costs you nothing. The second one costs you money, and that is the capacity grant. And this is where I kind of am a little confused about the CERMGAR committee and NSFM. And I said, so the recommendation went to the government for a number of recommendations. One of them was to up the capacity grant to 15 million. So I think that was the final number they decided on. So I don't understand why everybody was. That's a huge part of this issue, and I think that step one, sit down with CBRM. Step two, look at your capacity grant. Government decide on a number, but whatever that number is, it's got to be more than it is right now, because there's more communities accessing it, the costs of infrastructure and services that municipalities provide. And that's not just for CBRM, that's for everyone. That's right, so everybody would benefit from that. And that is, for a government that is, I would argue, has more money than any government before them, why would you not want to do that and strengthen the relationship with your municipalities? They are the ones that are on the ground providing the services that people use every day. I call them you were a councillor, Mr. Speaker. You know yourself. The services people see every day. Buses, garbage, infrastructure, all of the things that municipalities provide. So why would you not want to strengthen that ability for those communities to do that? It just builds a better relationship with government. And I think if you're going to go down the path of the MOU, so CBRM made that recommendation. So now which would ultimately benefit every community. So sit back down, let's stop the fight, let's stop the media. CBRM wants to do that. Ultimately, this is about serving people. CERMGAR comes out and says 15 million more in the capacity grant. Okay, great. Whatever that number is, that's for you to decide. But I think moving forward, whether it's this agreement or the next, that number's got to move, whoever's in government. So that's a decision for folks down the road too as well. So that was another big important one that they brought forward. And again, so like when I see when I hear that the committee that was doing the work is okay that number wasn't increased, it kind of concerns me a bit. I've made that clear to some of the folks on the periphery who were involved with that, but I wish that they would have negotiated a little bit harder with the government for all the communities, because you have some communities that are making money, you have some communities that are going to lose money, and it didn't have to be that way. And it was like, why not just wait till the spring and do this right, have a negotiation, and really, it would have been red flags for me if I'm on that committee making a recommendation to add $15 million to the pot, and then all of a sudden that money is not being offered by the government. And they supported it anyway, knowing that people were going to more communities are going to access it, but people were actually going to get less in the long run. So CBRM came forward what I think is a clear path to get this thing back on track. And the other big one that I think should have been done as well, and again, I go back to some of the documents from law amendments. This is the letter from Marie Walsh, which I will say on the record, in all my years of this, I have never seen, and this is part of the MOU, because ultimately CBRM was left out of this correspondence, why would you send a letter to every CAO except one and talk about political parties on department letterhead? Personally, I don't think the Department of Municipal Affairs wrote that letter. I think the letter was written, parties were mentioned, and it was decided to be placed on letterhead from the Department of Municipal Affairs and Housing. That will be probably one of the most, political comments I'll make of the night. But 5 departments later, I had the privilege of being the minister. 4 and then sometimes 5, labor and advanced education, when I subbed in. And all the correspondence we sent in those years, we never took a shot at a political party, Mr. Speaker. Never. I've never seen that in my life. We dealt with Communications Nova Scotia staff and department staff, and we would respond to communities. And some of the issues were political in nature. And similar to this MOU, I've never seen that. That is a dangerous practice when you're using public dollars, which are being written by staff that are supposed to be non-political. It doesn't matter what party you referenced, but they referenced political parties to bureaucrats all over the province. And I'm sitting there going like, really, this is where this got? So again, I make that point saying, we've seen all of this. That was a huge slap in the face to the CAO, who is a wonderful woman, who has dedicated her life to public service in our community. I worked with her closely, I hope the other CAOs see it the way I see it. And I hope we never see anything like that again. That's public funds being used, non-political staff writing letters on department letterhead of political nature to CAOs. I've never seen that. But that's unfortunately, that's where the conversation went. And even with that happening, CBRM still came here after, in my opinion, I don't know if insult is probably unparliamentary. Oh yeah, maybe it's not. After CBRM being insulted, really, their director, their main director, being left out of a conversation, not because of, and a conversation that referenced political parties, when we were, maybe 10 hours into the debate at the time. Like, we've been here 11 days. So, 11 long days, mind you. But, we weren't that far into the session of the House. And it was like, I was the minister of that department. We would never send a letter like that on letterhead. We wouldn't have been allowed. And I'll tell you, if we did, the premier at the time, who was the leader of the opposition, we wouldn't have heard the end of it. We would not have heard the end of it if we did that. The mismanagement of public funds. He probably would have filibustered for like 10 hours on it, right? No, see, people have got to go back and watch law amendments. Trust me. Listen, the Minister of Municipal Affairs gave a great story of blueberries one time. It was yes, on the bill. So the point being, Mr. Speaker, is that as we debate this bill and people think that we're filibustering, the minister, being the gentleman that he is, gave us a history on blueberries, and it was pretty epic. Off the cuff, but the point being is, I'll go back to the point. So CBRM, as I said, CBRM comes here diplomatically. They come here, they express their concerns, as we've all expressed the concerns. But express those concerns in celebration of the communities that agree with this MOU, which many do. So we can fix it. We can tell the second largest municipality that, you know what, we understand your uniqueness, that we understand that you have concerns around the current MOU, that we want to give you a charter eventually, that we want to stop the back and forth in the letters in the 9 business days. When I was hearing that in law amendments, I was like, 9 business days? Like, what are we talking about right now? So when we hear all that stuff can stop, and you blank slate. CBRM is accepting the fact that they're in this MOU right now. It's not the best deal for them, but the government has said they're willing to work with them. So, work with them. Bring in some amendments. Bring in the amendments that we're going to be bringing forward are exactly what CBRM talked about in their presentations. They're nothing new. Schools, pre-1981, we're going to talk about it. Doubling of the capacity grant, we're going to talk about it. It's important part of the MOU. Going back and sitting down and taking a year, which I don't think you need, but taking a year to do it right. There's nothing ill-willed in that at all. There's not. And the government, it's not like the government's saying, no way, Mr. Speaker. The government's saying, yeah, okay. The communication's been all over the place on this thing. Government will blame. CBRM will explain. Back and forth, back and forth. That's all it's been. It's not getting anywhere. Now we're at a position where the government is in a position where they can do something. They can either accept our amendments, which are not big political in nature that we're going to say the government's wrong. These are exactly what the CBRM have asked for. And we can pass them now. And some of them, particularly, don't cost any money. Agreeing to sit down with the CBRM over the next year and negotiate a separate MOU doesn't cost you a cent. It will when you sign the dotted line, but a lot of times good faith and goodwill costs you nothing. Most a cup of coffee and a nice scenic drive to Cape Breton on a new divided highway, by the way, which is fantastic. Cup of coffee and some gas. You know, you're from New Waterford, Mr. Speaker. It's beautiful. Lots of good stuff happening in New Waterford, I tell you. New school and hospital. It's great. It's wonderful. But it's like one of these moments where it's like, I don't know, like I could sit here and debate and table letters and do all of that stuff. I've done all that stuff, right? I have. It was like the conversation we were having earlier today about feeding our kids lunch. Like, if I can play a part in that to help feed our kids in the worst cost of living crisis, great. It's the same as this. The CBRM is offering a clear, non-political path to do this right. So, let's do it. You know what I mean? You got representatives on the ground on the island that happily lead the charge on behalf of the government. I'm sure they would to do this right. And I've been around a long time, I guess, and been through a lot of very interesting conversations on the government side and some of the tough decisions that we made. And so, as I said, some of them were tougher than others. And in this one, you know, it's been very interesting to watch. I don't agree with the government's stance of having CBRM in this MOU under Bill 40. I've made that clear. I think the government got really political when they didn't need to the point where they insulted a CAO. I don't think that was necessary. These are all, you know, then there's the back and forth on, you know, 9 business days for a letter and no response. Like, this is doing nothing but breaking down relationships at a time when we have a community, and other communities for that matter, that I believe nobody should lose in this. I don't think any community should lose any amount of money in this MOU. And we can have a great debate over whether, you know, whatever savings they are, because the province is taking back those fees. I personally, that was never CBRM's money. I think that's a double tax. That's my personal opinion. People can disagree with that. It does not impact smaller communities as much, but that's $4.5 million that the province says CBRM can save. That was never CBRM's money. So we can debate that. That's fine. I'm sure we will. I'm sure we will as we keep going. But as I said, Mr. Speaker, I've been around a bit now, and you know, I'm sure like I said, I can table a whole bunch of stuff. I got it all here. You're gonna hear a lot about it tonight. We're gonna be here talking about Clause 1. There'll be some other speakers that you'll hear from. But part of me wanted to come into this because I was really kind of proud of the CBRM. They kind of came into this really diplomatically when they could have came here. When I was on council, we came up here a few times guns blazing, Mr. Speaker, back in the day with various levels of government. But I kind of want to play a little more diplomatic role in the speech because I'll be up talking about other specific amendments. The relationship can be repaired, especially in this one, because the final decision hasn't been made yet. And when a community comes forward and says, you know what, after everything, and I would argue, and I'm not putting the blame on everybody over there when I say this, but you know, considering the fact of how the relationship deteriorated and promises that were made that weren't kept, and letters to, you know, shun to CAOs and not sending them to, you know, the community that you're actually talking about, like it's amateur to me, on letterhead from a department is, you know, this could be way worse than it actually is, and it's tough enough, right? Like you're seeing, you know, my colleague from New Waterford, the MLA, she tabled something that went in the tax bills, right? And I don't think I need to table it again, but you know, CBRM is standing their ground, and rightfully so. They were made promises. The negotiation didn't go well. It didn't go well at all. The relationship was strained. I wasn't part of that, but every indication is that the relationship was strained from the beginning, whether that's the political side or the bureaucratic side. You heard the comments in law amendments. So people's guards were up right away. Right away. This was something everybody was excited about, and everybody got their guard up right away. So everybody got defensive right away. And I think that's on both sides. I think it just started that way, and it never ended. And, you know, we heard, as I said, we heard the comments from the councillors that you know, some of the bureaucrats went in and it just really didn't go well. And I said this too, I think the political folks were kind of left, all of us were kind of left scratching our head going like, what happened here? Like, how did the relationship deteriorate to the point that it did? And it did. Well, I think that's why a big part of the conversation that we've been having is part of that relationship breakdown. You know, I think that the MOU could have came forward. We probably would have debated the policy. CBRM would have came up and advocated for itself. It's just the relationship deteriorated. And as I said, you know, in the last 10 minutes, I'll take 10 minutes to talk a bit about that and, you know, just talk about home and just kind of reiterate where I think we can go. It was a bad negotiation from the start, Mr. Speaker, and that's just based on the correspondence that we've seen. A lot of it has been tabled, and as I said, people got their guard up pretty quick. You know, you see a community that's growing, excuse me, that has been in decline for years, that's on the cusp of more growth. You know, seeing significant investments from governments over the years, and this government has built on some of that. So you know, you look at the hospital redevelopments, that was $1 billion. Community college, big money, important investments. Some of the work we did around ensuring inclusivity in our community, around some of the projects around the community, some of the infrastructure that we looked at wastewater-wise, trying to support the CBRM, knowing full well that eventually a new MOU would be designed, but respecting the fact that CBRM is the second largest municipality by far, the largest in the MOU. So, you know, they see a negotiation, they see some numbers, they see a decline. They question some of the calculation, and then the whole relationship falls apart. And, excuse me, that relationship, in my opinion, needs to be rebuilt, because whatever negotiation is done now is going to impact that community well into the future. And it's been always a struggle for the CBRM, and multiple governments have come and gone. And I've always tried to do my best, Mr. Speaker, as one of the MLAs in the community, to try to defend that uniqueness of the CBRM, that it is the second largest municipality, created at the same time as Halifax, and should be treated as such. And we were getting there. And I was proud, you know, I've heard that from one of my colleagues, Eldon McDonald. He's a councillor in a big swath of the area a big part of the area that I represent, and he said it like, you know, we started to see a bit of the light when it came to, you know, making some strategic investments in the community, and as I said, you want a community to get past the point of a capacity grant. We want to be out of the business of capacity grants altogether. We do. That's the ultimate goal for the entire province, is that the day will come when the growth is such that communities are sustainable on their own. And, you know, seeing what I've seen, and I just use my own community, but there's other communities that would be other examples, smaller communities, but at the same time dealt with the similar challenges when it came to old migration and industry changing, and I'm sure all the MLAs, you know, would have a story about that. But let's not take from a community at a point when I honestly believe that they're going to get to a point where they're not going to need the capacity grant. But they need it now. And to take away from them now, I think would be a mistake. As it is for the rest of the communities that are being impacted that would receive less. Again, I go back to the fact that a lot of this conversation would be done. A lot of the aspects would be fine if the capacity grant was increased to what the committee recommended. If you increase that to what the committee recommended, and then you have a real conversation around the education costs, which I've said tonight represent 40 cents of the overall tax rate in the CBRM, this conversation ends. Yeah, it does. It ends. I think that the capacity grant is really kind of the benchmark of all of this. And, you know, again, and I've said this before, Mr. Speaker, you know, I'm on the opposition side now. If I'm in the government side, I try to, you know, have a debate and talk about stuff that if I'm still on that side of the floor, what decision am I making? And, you know, based on what I've heard from not only CBRM but from others, is that this committee that was formed, that I believe may have been former MLAs. One is the mayor, and I'm not sure if the other one is still involved with politics or not. But you know, there was a committee anyway that made specific recommendations to the province, and those key ones to me, especially around the capacity grant, which they recommended, wasn't discussed. There was no more money coming out of the Treasury, and that is a big problem. If you add that money in, and you see the difference in the percentages, and every community gains, and CBRM may look at this MOU very differently. No negotiation is perfect. You know, eventually you're going to try to find that sweet spot, or that spot where people can agree that in the interest of both parties, that this is the best that we're going to get, or this is what, you know, we can do for now until we review the MOU, which is planned to be reviewed in a few years. So, 4 minutes left. I'm stretching. Look, my friend's got some business cards over there he wants to give me, Mr. Speaker. He's been giving them to me all day. I got a whole pocket of them now. I can take them home to Sydney. I'm going back to the bill. He started it. Yeah, I can do it. Oh, listen, I quite enjoyed watching the government last night try to stretch out those minutes. But I'll say this. Let's leave it at this. You have a path that can end the politics of this. And the first step of that is free. It's free. It's a cup of coffee. So, you know, CBRM is accepting, and I've heard it in the comments, they have accepted the fact that they're in this MOU right now. It's not the right thing for them, obviously, for a whole number of reasons that we'll be talking about as we go forward. But they've offered that olive branch to say, let's stop this back and forth. Yes, there's been letters. Yes, charters have been promised. Yes, 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 yes. It's been in the paper, it's been on the radio, it's been all over the place. And frankly, I could have sat here for the last hour and accused the government of this and accused the government of that. But ultimately, I took the same approach that the CBRM took when they came here. And they said, here's the problems, here's the facts around letters, but here's the path forward. And it's the right path. It's a path that, whether it's a PC government. See, I use PC, Mr. Speaker. I didn't use conservative. See that? Listen to the Speaker. Whether it's a PC government, Liberal, NDP, doesn't matter. Every municipalities play such an important part in our communities. We all know that. They are on the ground dealing with day-to-day issues, dealing with day-to-day challenges, who are trying to expand the services that they provide to people, because the challenges that communities face are so much more complex than they were when this agreement was signed back in 1995. One community in particular has had a journey and decades of decline. Now they're expected to flip the switch, which is fantastic, to see growth. And now they have to flick that switch. And that switch is 10 times the size and 10 times the price tag of any other community who's in the same agreement. Great for the other communities. Nobody should lose money in this agreement. Nobody should. So CBRM has to flick that switch. And they're saying this isn't good for us in the long run. And think about that, the long run. They've indicated that there are aspects of this that is very good. So, 59 seconds. Everybody take a step back. You have a path to get the relationship back on track. You have the Cape Breton representatives, I'm sure would be happy to do it. I hope the government sees the amendments that we bring forward as constructive, because they are exactly what the CBRM has asked for. And as I said, the first one is free. A cup of coffee or two, a drive to Cape Breton. Go soon enough, there still might be some leaves on the trees. It's beautiful. Go down and just stop the conversation, stop the public fight. They've offered you that path. Just do it. This stuff happens all the time, but not all the time do you get a path to get the relationship back together. So go down and talk to them. Go down, have that conversation. And I think the biggest part of this is to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton East.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've been listening a lot over the last number of days and weeks. I'm not quite too sure at this point, to be honest with you. Certainly can't listen to myself speak for an hour, so I'll kind of get my facts, I think, on the record here and just to kind of set things straight from my perspective. Certainly there's been a lot of talk of the impacts that this agreement could have on Cape Breton residents in terms of potential tax increases. I think a lot of fear-mongering, to be quite frank, a lot of misinformation. I'm not sure if the members opposite don't understand, or if they understand and they're kind of spewing it out anyways. It's very disappointing, certainly from my perspective, to hear that today. I do have just an article here from the Nova Scotia Federation of Municipalities president that was in the Cape Breton Post last week. I think it's important just to add context to this so-called, I guess, flow-through conversation. Municipal financial growth is pivotal to our work. The MOU offers a new revenue options. While some may view the corrections and housing changes as flow-through, municipalities have the discretion to reinvest these funds or reduce taxes. Ultimately, it is resoundingly clear that our members demand a new MOU. Bill 340 provides the legislative framework for enacting this MOU into regulation, including pathways for HRM's MOU and the potential for CBRM's MOU if they choose that direction. One thing NSFM cannot support is maintaining the status quo embodied by a 3 decades old MOU that is no longer serving our needs. I can table this. So I certainly watched law amendments very closely. I think it's a very important part, certainly of the democratic process, as bills kind of work their way through the House. I think the mayor of the municipality of the District of Lunenburg kind of summed it up well when she kind of categorized it as a savings or an avoided cost for residents. So certainly municipalities have to make very difficult decisions in offering services to the residents. We certainly, as provincial legislators, have the same sort of difficult decisions to make. So I just wanted to get that clear on the record that this is not an increase of any kind. It's a $4.58 million savings for CBRM. So I think if you look at the duration of the 5-year period, you're talking close to $23 million of savings for Cape Breton. So I would like to add that the fiscal capacity grant hasn't been increased by a nickel in many, many years with previous governments. There hasn't been a nickel of savings with these repayments to the province under previous governments, previous premiers, and previous ministers, to be quite frank. So for the first time, I think, in 28 years since amalgamation, there's finally an opportunity to have a charter for Cape Breton. Certainly, I know myself and the member from Glace Bay Dominion and the member from Victoria the Lakes, we met with Mayor and Council in the middle of August. Very heated discussion, for sure. Certainly had some There was some hollering, certainly at the members from the government side. I would say some unprofessional conduct, but that's okay. That's part of difficult conversations. And we kind of took the message loud and clear. Took it to the Premier, took it to the Minister. It wasn't an easy conversation, but at the end of that conversation, for the first time in almost 30 years, Cape Breton was offered a charter. So I do think that, there's been a lot of conversations about, I think one of the amendments is actually looking for a separate conversation for Cape Breton with a time frame. So it's perplexing to me as a member from Cape Breton, who has a close relationship and a lot of respect for the municipal councillors and certainly for the mayor, that this was on the table and we didn't even get a response. So I certainly was surprised, I would say, by that reaction. I think they had certainly a very good approach at law amendments, a very respectful approach with thoughtful ideas. It's just surprising that for this long that this hasn't been responded to. We certainly have heard many conversations tonight about certain pressures seen in Cape Breton. I would certainly agree that transit and housing pressures are significant pressures within the community due to growth. I know, having conversations with the member from Glace Bay Dominion and other members in the community, we've done a lot of work with the transit piece, and there's certainly a significant initiative and announcement to come in the very near future. So we take those concerns very seriously. And I think just a conversation about the modernization of the municipal fiscal capacity grant in itself. It's really this regulation and modernization of the legislation itself is geared to be more flexible and easier to adapt to the changing needs of municipalities through regulations. So certainly, from my perspective, if I were to receive a plan from the municipality, from the CBRM, give me a plan. I'm waiting for a plan. I'll take that forward to the Premier, to the Minister, whoever I have to take it forward to. Certainly one thing I was really disappointed with yesterday, residents of Cape Breton received their tax bills. Inside that tax bill, there was a tax style, I guess you would say, literature, paid for taxpayer dollars. Certainly, that was surprising. I have a very close working relationship with my three councillors and with the mayor, for sure. It really was misleading for constituents, indicating that this piece of legislation was the cause of their tax increase for this year, with a bill that's going through. It's not even through legislation at this point, right? So they and this is going to be tough for me in Cape Breton. This is going to be tough conversations to be had after tonight. That's okay. So the 3.5 tax percent increase that residents would have seen on their tax bill this year was due to the fact that they were in a deficit, the first deficit in the history, I believe, since amalgamation. Certainly, we did give them the additional funding with the $15 million, another additional $3 million last year. So the fact that they ran a deficit and they're indicating that the deficit is at fault of the province, for me, is deeply disappointing, to be quite frank. That being said, I think a number of the amendments, I haven't looked through all of them, but I think a key focus that I would have is we're certainly still willing to collaborate with CBRM, willing to listen. I'm very eager to hear on a decision that if you're willing to accept the offer to have your own conversation with the minister and with the government. We haven't seen a plan for transit. I haven't seen a plan for housing. These could be conversations that are very important, I would say, to the CBRM and to Cape Breton. It's very difficult to have a discussion if we don't have a plan. I need something give me something that I can take forward to my colleagues, to the minister, to the Premier. I think it's important that we've listened to many conversations here throughout, I think, second reading, and now that we're going through this process, it's just please present accurate information, right? Like, I think any reasonable person that watched law amendments, there were some very thoughtful presentations from a variety of elected officials from across the province. They were very clear that this is a savings. It's up to the municipal units if they want to invest in infrastructure, if they want to do a tax reduction. It's up to the municipal units themselves. And I know at certain points there was conversations about roads. Certainly as an MLA with 95% provincial roads in my constituency, I certainly wouldn't have supported any agreement that would affect my constituents in that way. The vast majority, as I think some rural MLAs would know, we get hundreds and hundreds of road calls. So I think it's important that we advocate on behalf of our constituents. So I just want to have that on the record that that's not accurate. That's not even part of this phase of the negotiation. So I think that's just important to have that on the record. So I think this is also part of a broader conversation, certainly when you look at the level of provincial investment right now across Cape Breton in terms of, hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars in healthcare, in schools, in community recreational facilities, in roads. I know myself, I've announced tens of millions of dollars for rinks, for housing, for healthcare. So I certainly appreciate the comments from members opposite. I know the previous member for Sydney, Member 2, has made some significant investments in Cape Breton and was a great advocate. That being said, we continue to not only invest in those investments, but invest even more. So I don't know the last time that a sitting premier came to Sydney to do a state of the province address to announce a new medical school in Cape Breton.
Here, here.
So we continue to invest heavily invest in Cape Breton. Certainly, I never thought I would see the day where I see a sitting premier on the copy of the budget in a Cape Breton University in Sydney, right? So these are certainly significant investments. You could ask my colleagues when I come to caucus or to cabinet, that you can't be asking for anything else for Cape Breton. You guys are getting everything, and it's never going to be enough for me. To be quite frank, it's not. Part of our roles as Cape Breton MLAs, it's a unique environment. I mean, certainly being the only minister in CBRM, it's a very challenging environment some days. I get a lot of correspondence from neighboring constituencies and other Cape Breton members' areas, which I try to do my best to respond to those requests, because you're the person in government, right? So it's very challenging. At times, but I certainly know that Cape Breton is a tough place to do politics. I wasn't a career politician before I get in this racket. I was a lobster fisherman and a nurse, right? I can't stand here and talk for 50 minutes. I certainly have a passion for mental health and addictions, and certainly helping my community. That's why I kind of got involved in politics. So I'm assuming CBRM is watching, and if they're not, I'm sure they're going to hear about it sooner or later. Certainly, we're here still willing to listen. Certainly, I know the minister is a very kind, compassionate person who cares deeply about Cape Breton. I think the fact that he's willing to look at a piece of legislation that hasn't been looked at in close to 30 years says a lot. This is a very complex piece of legislation with a lot of moving parts. The fact that the vast majority of people that are into this agreement think it's a really good thing for their municipalities certainly speaks volumes. Is Cape Breton unique in terms of, in size and population, in culture, in proximity, all those things? 100%. Otherwise, I wouldn't have brought this to the Premier and to the Minister to advocate, to have their own conversation. So it's difficult for me to look at amendments that are asking for something that's already been proposed. It's a bit perplexing, actually. So I'm not too sure. I know we'll spend hours and hours here talking about, amendments that's part of the process. I think that's a fair part of the process. But in my mind, the CBRM has an opportunity now that they haven't had in close to 30 years. It's certainly it's certainly been something that's been talked about well before my time in politics. I'm sure it'll be something that's talked about well after. I know that there's been conversations tonight, with the words, fraudulent and unethical, and the province of Cape Breton, right? So, just absolutely ludicrous conversation, in my opinion. I know that equalization is certainly a buzzword tonight used by members opposite. It's a very hot topic, certainly in Cape Breton. And I think that group, they're a very passionate group, to be quite honest. Certainly, I've had some difficult encounters with them, as most Cape Breton MLAs have had over the years. I do think they have certainly a desire to improve their community. I think if you look at the history of the process, in Nova Scotia, and especially in Cape Breton, going back, the 2009 sort of situation, the mayor kind of, taking the province, through the judicial system, certainly was found, dismissed at 2 levels of court, with the highest court in the province, the Nova Scotia Court of Appeal. The Supreme Court refused to hear the case. That's not me speaking. I'm just speaking about legal precedent that happened in the province. And it's certainly, but I do agree with the idea that Cape Breton needs their fair share, for sure. And I certainly think that, it's hard for me to say that the province isn't investing in Cape Breton. It really is, to be honest. It's certainly looking at Glace Bay with the multi-million-dollar announcements there for youth center, cardiac cath lab, a medical school, roads, bridges, schools in Awamaport. So I mean, if you look at the provincial governments, certainly healthcare, education, public works, these are all provincial responsibilities, right? And these are all things that we're doing. We're doing our part in Cape Breton. So I won't be much longer. I just wanted to get a few points on the record. I'll certainly be speaking to this a third reading. I will not be supporting amendments because what we have on the table now I think is a very reasonable offer, and I'm eager to hear on the response from Cape Breton. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to begin by recognizing that I don't have the depth of experience or expertise with these fiscal questions pertaining to the CBRM of the previous speakers who are speaking, a number of them out of extensive experience as former members of the CBRM Council, and others out of extensive experience in the communities of industrial Cape Breton. Despite that, though, I do think this is a very important bill, and at this stage of the debate, I'd like to make a few remarks about it. And I want to start those remarks by acknowledging what an important thing it is, and an overdue thing for Nova Scotia to have, as the previous speaker has indicated, after all these years, this very important matter of municipal fiscal reform. About the best you could say about the current system of municipal fiscal arrangements in Nova Scotia is that it is anachronistic and burdensome. It's probably no exaggeration to say that in many respects it's bizarre. Certainly it's anachronistic to think about how much of our system of municipal funding, fiscal financing, is based on municipalities carrying what are clear provincial responsibilities in the mandatory municipal payments. And how much this has been a great weight was something that I took very clearly out of the many presentations that were made at the Law Amendments Committee of municipal officials, most municipal elected officials, who are in favor of Bill 340. There was in many of those presentations, there was an almost palpable sense that with a bill to get rid of those mandatory payments, the sun was finally coming up in the morning. There was a real sense of excitement amongst those presentations at the prospect of having a system of municipal financing in the province that doesn't have those mandatory payments around the municipality's neck. So there is that first dimension of our system, which is inadequate for sure, the mandatory payments. But there is, I think, and has been for a long time, a second, maybe even a deeper flaw in our system of municipal finance in the province, and that is the flaw that has been spoken about here from different points of view this evening, the structural inequity that leaves the CBRM unable to fiscally carry out its responsibilities in a way that has relatively equal levels of services for relatively equal levels of taxation. And it's very clear, I think, that this is not, we ought to be clear, a CBRM problem. Now, I think we should also be clear that it's not a Cape Breton problem. In a province that only has 2 cities, the structural incapacity of one of those cities to fiscally carry out its responsibilities is a major problem for our province as a whole. So what I want to say at this stage of the debate about this bill is that I think it effectively addresses the first of these 2 deep structural flaws in our system, the mandatory payments, but that it fails to adequately address the second, and in some respects stands to exacerbate and make that second flaw of the structural inequity the CBRM faces, it stands to make it worse. Now, I want to just say a few words about the nature, as I understand it, of the fiscal incapacity that the CBRM faces, because it certainly is a complex matter and has many dimensions, and I'm only just going to scratch the surface of 2 or 3. For one thing, the CBRM in its overall situation falls particularly victim to a great flaw in the overall system of basing municipal revenue on property taxation, namely that financial viability is dependent to a real estate market in this situation that is expanding. Well, that's often the case, maybe even usually the case, but we know that it's not always the case. And the system that bases expanding municipal expenses on the assumption of an expanding real estate and related to an assessment market comes into a situation of unviability if it gets into a situation where municipal expenses with inflation begin to rise faster than property assessments. When this is the case, and this is cumulatively true over a number of years, the only path available to a municipality is either to set a higher tax rate or to diminish services. Both strategies, we know, have been pursued in the CBRM, but the thing about both strategies is that they have their limits. These limits, I think it's fair to say, have been reached for some time past in the CBRM, and that is the character of the fiscal crisis out of which the CBRM looked with real hope to the development of a new, better Memorandum of Understanding. And I think, too, if as someone whose family comes from the very far end of the province of Cape Breton, Yarmouth, if I may be allowed to say, I think it would be always helpful in debating this subject if we have in mind the long and heavy weight of deindustrialization which the CBRM carries. And this is true in a way which is not the case for anywhere else, not only in Nova Scotia, but it's not the case for anywhere else in Eastern Canada as a whole. I just think back a few years ago to the proceedings of the old school board, where, as I recall, there never was a proposal coming forward from the school board that had a single school being slated for closure. Every proposal was a closure proposed for 3 or 4 or 5, 6 groups and clumps of schools. I think about the council and the CBRM. A few years ago, when I first began being attentive to the proceedings of the CBRM Council, one of the things that struck me as a person not from the area as being so much different from any other municipal politics I'd ever followed was the amount of resources and the amount of debate and consideration and time in the life and work of the CBRM Council that was given to the subject of the demolition of abandoned properties. And this was always a problem that the council was so challenged to keep up with. These are kinds of problems at a scale of problems over decades now that are not and have not been faced by anywhere else, certainly in our province. And I think that to all of this, we also ought to add a mindfulness about geography. I mean, CBRM is not obviously a city in the sense of a geographical sense of a center with a periphery. It is exactly as it describes itself, a community of communities. That is a series of several major town/urban centers over a considerable geographical distance brought together by amalgamation. And its composite population is, by urban standards, is relatively small, but that doesn't change the fact, for example, that its transit requirements are enormous, despite the fact that the total population from which to draw ridership is about 1/5 that of the HRM. So what this means overall, Mr. Chair, is that equalization in dramatic amounts is required, is going to be required, has been required for the 2 cities in Nova Scotia to be able to function relative to their citizens in relatively comparable ways. I think, going back to the words of the previous speaker, this is why the issue of equalization is so much a vital part of the political culture in the CBRM in a way that is not true anywhere else in the province. And at the core of that movement, the equalization movement, the contention that the CBRM is structurally disadvantaged by the current municipal fiscal system, that is a contention which is true. So ultimately, it seems to me that on the issue of CBRM's fiscal situation, we can kind of divide the ground between those who are alive to and sensitive to and understanding of the equalization problem and those for whom this is not the case. Now, I am proud to say that the New Democratic Party is alive and sensitive to and understanding of this issue. That is the background and context out of which we have the long-time commitment we've come forward with to a 3-year, $150 million change in the capital grant for a period over which a new system of municipal financing that would redress these problems could be developed. And I think the fact that we are alive to these questions in an authentic way has been reflected in our voting position to this point on this bill, in complete position of support of the position taken by the member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer, despite the rest of our caucus representing districts in the urban HRM. Now the Conservative Party, on the other hand, has presented themselves, particularly in the course of the last provincial election, as being understanding of the CBRM equalization question, and it was out of that presentation of themselves in the 2021 election that we had that commitment to double the capacity grant until a new system of municipal financing can be worked out. But in my view, we can see now that with Bill 340 before us, that this is a position which was performative and false. So as I look at it, it seems to me no reform of municipal funding in Nova Scotia can be considered successful if it fails to bring adequate redress to the structural inequity of municipal finance in the CBRM. And as this bill is debated, we do in the NDP have a series of amendments which we will be presenting and in turn discussing. And the fundamental thought and guiding idea in our presenting of these amendments is our effort to help to try to make the bill address more authentically and helpfully the needs of the CBRM in order to make this overall bill, which does such a good job on that first major flaw of the mandatory payments, in order to make this a bill that everyone who is hungry for municipal fiscal reform, and that's an awful lot of people in Nova Scotia, including us, in order to make this a bill that everybody who is hungry for municipal fiscal support, reform can support. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Recognize the honourable member for Glace Bay Dominion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I really didn't plan on speaking on this tonight. I got my hands in my pockets as I'm standing here. Try and keep me quiet, I guess. But since I spoke in the first two readings of it, I may as well keep it going, I guess, and we'll go all the way to third reading. You know, I'm only standing because I want to correct some of the mud that's being thrown. I'm not a career politician, so I don't understand a lot of the intricacies of this, I guess. But, man, did I have a crash course in this lately. I had a crash course in this for sure. And I just want to explain some of the timeline. So, August 14th was the very first meeting that I had with the CBRM. And you know, Mr. Chair, I don't know if this is done, I think it's done once in a while, but I'm curious if the member from City Member 2 would entertain a question. I'm asking if the member from City Member 2 would entertain a question. I understand that's been done before. No. No? Okay. Okay, thanks. So my question that I would like to know from somebody later on is, how often has the mayor spoken to the members opposite about this situation? Because I'm going to tell you how many times I spoke to the mayor, and it was once. Once. And in that meeting on August 14th, the mayor asked for a charter. The mayor asked for a deal outside the MOU, which, like Halifax, which is a charter. The mayor asked for education, which would have been great. We had got that. We didn't get that, so that's negotiations. And the mayor asked for extra time. And we did manage to get 2 meetings. But the reason I bring that up is because as a teacher and not a career politician, I gotta wonder, was I being set up? Because we managed to get what she wanted. We got the charter offer, which has been sought after for almost 30 years. I cannot believe that after 30 years of councils fighting to get a charter for Cape Breton, we now have it at their feet, and we're fighting for it to be accepted. I just can't understand that. Mr. Chair, I can't understand that for the life of me. I have another question. The mayor was able to organize a press release the day that this came out, but is unable to reply on a decision on option 1 or 2. I just don't get it. I don't understand it. I really don't. And I would welcome a call from him. I really would. I really would. Because I don't know what side politically she's on. It doesn't really matter. We're all Cape Bretoners. And I value that. I want to fight for my hometown. I simply believe that as a teacher, as a newly elected MLA, and as people in this provincial house here that's provincially motivated or dealing province, then I don't see why we're dealing with a municipal issue. A municipal issue that we haven't heard the decision that they want. Well, I guess if we go by what's happening in the media, we know what she wants, and what she wants is to stay in the MGA, so we keep her in there. And another thing I don't understand, I do not understand how a $4.5 million reduction in debt equals a 16% tax raise. I just can't fathom that. I do not understand that. So and we talk about, it was mentioned here tonight that the CAO from Cape Breton was the only one who was the one that told the truth, is what I wrote down. Are we suggesting that everybody else at Law Amendments were telling lies because we don't like what they're saying? I don't know what kind of negotiation we're having. I don't know what kind of conversation we're having if we pick one and that person is suddenly telling the truth and the rest are not, if that's what we're trying to say. Because one of the, I'm going to say, mistruths about this is that $4.5 million in debt reduction annually equates to a 16% tax increase on the residents. And like I said, for the life of me, I can't understand that. But several municipalities at Law Amendments explained that the line item is simply a line item, and the tax rate is a tax rate. So that is a general expense that's paid from revenue that they create by taxing. So I just don't understand. This is muddy enough. It really is. And, you know, I really think the residents of Cape Breton are truly fed up with it, to be honest with you. I think they're fed up with it. I've had a couple conversations about it, and the conversations I've had that I explained it to and sharing the video of me standing in the house here and speaking on it, people seem to understand. They understand now. My question, one of the questions I would ask, if I had the opportunity to speak with the mayor, is in August 14th, there's no denying it, you wanted a charter. On September 15th, I don't know if there's any conversations between that, but nonetheless, we have it in writing. On September 15th, you were given that offer. Say that's not enough time and there's no details. I like that there was no details, because a charter for Cape Breton should not be the same as a charter from Halifax. We are unique. Everything that's being said across the floor is talking about the exceptional circumstances we face. So how can a charter be the same as Halifax? It's not the same. And I think that if we enter negotiations with a charter, it should be open to put the things that we value as Cape Bretoners, that we value in that charter. That's where it should be, a clean slate, so we can start and build something from it. I just think, again, if August 14th a charter was sought after and requested, and by September 15th it was received in an email, and on October 26th, I think it is, or 24th, something like that, we stood here and started talking about where CBRM is going to fit in this, and that they do not want to negotiate that because they didn't have enough time, they didn't have enough information on it, which I don't know, that's their decision, I guess. Then at what point and on what basis was that decision made? I already tabled documents here. I tabled three academic researches. I tabled some of the current council and mayor who voted in favor of a charter. I tabled council meetings. I tabled public consultations. I tabled community groups in CBRM that talked in favor of a charter and saying what they felt should be in a charter and how it would be good for us to take back our own destiny, to be able to address the issues that we're seeing. So if in 2 months, the current mayor and council, who is fully within their right to govern the CBRM, have made a decision to change, then I would love to see the opposition members table some documents to show what that decision is based on. What is it based on? Is it just something that we decide on a nice Friday afternoon and decide to go outside and do a media release? Because I have no other choice but to believe that. I have no other choice but to believe that this is partisan politics at its best. They asked for a charter, we got the charter, and now they don't want the charter. They got an offer for a charter, thank you very much. Yes, they did, and they did not get an offer, and they did not make a decision on it. Council did not hold a vote on it and decide on it. So they did have an offer for a charter, and the charter's still there, waiting for them to make a decision. Make a decision. Option 1 or option 2. It's not even that complicated, it's 2 options. It's really not. I said partisan politics, and I'll say it again, because several councillors and the mayor came up here and presented at law amendments, and Tuesday, that was on Monday, and Tuesday, we have what I would call an attack ad delivered to every house in Cape Breton. So shame is right. Regardless, you going to chirp over there or are you going to wrap it? What are you going to do?
Order. The honourable member for Glace Bay Dominion has the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I have to ask, regardless of what the decision was at law amendments, on any amendments that were suggested, that mail was going out Tuesday, and it couldn't have been stopped. So you tell me if this is not partisan politics at its best. And who's being held hostage? 100,000 people at CBRM. And you know what? I'll fight for those 100,000 people. I'll stand at the causeway and fight for it. I'll stand in Glace Bay and fight for it. CBRM has been fighting for this for decades. We've been fighting for it for decades. We finally have a government that's willing to hold through and assist with it. And now that they caught the wheel, they don't know what to do with it. That's what it is. That's what it is. The timeline is simple. August 14th, you make a request. CBRM made a request. September 15th, they got that offer, confirmation. A month later, it's no good. Day after law amendments, TAC ads gone up to CBRM. That's fine, because I have all the papers, and I'm not done with this. I will be sharing more of that. I will absolutely on media, wherever that's to go, I don't mind, because I know I'm on the right side of something here. As I said, Mr. Chair, I'm not a career politician. It gets a rise as people across the floor, but I'm not. I'm simply not. Maybe I'll make a career out of it, though. I might make a career out of it. Maybe I'll make a career out of it. Maybe here, maybe at home in CBRM. Who knows? Who knows? But you know what? What I will always do. What I will always do.
Order. Order, everyone. There's a lot of chatter back and forth. It's I know it's 10:02 at night and stuff, but the honourable member for Glace Bay Dominion has the floor. If we could have respect for the honourable member, so
Thank you,
I recognize the member for Glace Bay Dominion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, in my classroom, I demanded that kind of respect, and you know what? We got it. And here, I sat quietly, as a teacher would, and I listened to all the things that were said across the floor, and I wrote them down instead of standing up and saying something or interrupting somebody speaking, because that's not what you do. That's not what you do. And here, apparently, you do. Again, I'm not a career politician, so it kind of bothers me to do that, but that's not who I am. Anyway, regardless, Mr. Chair, regardless of where I go in my political future, and regardless of what I do as an individual, I will always treat people respectfully. I will. I will always value people fighting for a good cause, and I will always fight for my hometown. And I'll fight for my hometown because that's where I was born, and that's where I'll die. But that's where my students are, that's where my family are, that's where my parents are raised. I don't have another hometown. I have lots of places I can find work. But, Mr. Chair, I only have one hometown, and that's Glace Bay. That's Cape Breton. Home of Ring 73. Ring 73, and I fundraised to get that building built. Yeah. But you know, Mr. Chair, Cape Breton is extremely unique. It is. It's unique, and member opposite said tonight how politics is a little bit different there, and it is. That's the truth. They value a fighter. They value people standing up for home, but we are a little bit removed from this place, and there is a lot. By the time this information gets home, it's filtered quite a bit, and it isn't clear. And I know that from following at least 5 years when I was trying to be in this House, to have the privilege of standing here and speaking from my hometown. And you know, at that time, I was getting filtered information as well. But you know, I'm here now, and I'll do the best I can to relay that information to home that's factual and clear and easily understood. And the facts are this. Under option 1, the CBRM can reduce the annual debt by $4.6 million. That's a fact. Option 2, which is a charter option, but I would dare say they could negotiate something with that. I really think if they would just try to negotiate something instead of running to opposition and reaching out to the government MLAs. For me to have one meeting with the mayor and only to be cornered into fighting for something that I truly felt they wanted and needed and was best for our home and knew what to do with, and then to spin it on me right away. And then to put out an attack ad right away, and to organize a media blitz in front of the Civic Center the very day this comes out. I cannot help but to surmise that this is partisan politics at its best, and we have 100,000 people being held hostage. That's a shame. That's a shame. But you know what? Pick your chin up, Cape Breton, because I'll fight for you. I'll keep on fighting for you. I might be small, but I'll keep fighting. And I don't mind that at all. I don't mind that at all. So again, I'm glad you're laughing over there. I'm glad too. I enjoy that. I enjoy a good chuckle as much as a good argument. So, Mr. Chair, I will say this again. I will say this. We are all in this House fighting for Cape Breton. And I truly believe, both sides of the floor, I believe every member in here, regardless of where they're coming from, want Cape Breton to prosper. I truly believe that. And I believe we laid the tools at their feet to make that decision. The one thing I also want to say that I believe is that it's Cape Breton Regional Municipality, Council and Mayor, who have the right to make that decision. And I don't want to take that right from them. But you know what, Mr. Speaker? I'm going to vote for this charter to go through as it is, because I do not want 100,000 people to be disadvantaged by losing $4.6 million tax debt. I don't want us to miss out on that. And unless somebody tells me something different, or the CBRM steps up and makes a decision, then that's the decision I'm making, because it's the right decision. Cape Breton should not be held back. Cape Breton has a chance to receive $4.6 million reduction in debt. That is what we're looking at. I think we could get the $4.6 million debt reduction and do a charter. But that's not for me. I'm not the mayor and council of CBRM yet, am I? So with that, Mr. Speaker, I will sit down. I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much. I'll see you later.
Recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm not going to speak at length. I just the member from Glace Bay wanted to ask me some questions, and I'll try to give him some answers. And again, it goes back to the point of what I tried to say earlier tonight, is that this has been a hot topic on the island. And in committee of the whole, you can speak again. I'm not going to speak at length, but the point being is that. And I'll say this. So the member mentioned the charter, and the charter is a good tool. Nobody's denying that. But staff went to the CBRM and told them, don't worry about the charter. This was the whole point of my argument tonight, Mr. Speaker. There's a huge breakdown in communication somewheres. There's also transit and housing studies that were submitted to the province that were done. And the province paid for them. So I just want to, the member from Glace Bay, him and I get chippy with each other, that's fine. That's what we do, right? He's going to stand by his record, I'm going to stand by mine, Mr. Speaker. So on the bill, just a couple of points and I'll sit down. So the whole charter conversation was told, CBRM was told, don't worry about a charter. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. The MOU will take care of all of it. So of course they're not going to ask for a charter. Listen, this isn't me. I'm not even blaming the politicians on it. What's that?
I got all the letters.
We got all the letters here.
Go through every
Yeah. So the point being. So Mr. Speaker, the point being is what I tried to say tonight is that there's a massive breakdown in communication somewheres between all of this. So you can either continue to fight about it, or you can sit down and get the work done. That's all we've been saying. That's all I've been saying all night. The other side of it too is, and the member referenced the ad that was in the tax bills. This government has had multiple ads out in various forms and used taxpayers' dollars to use it to the point where Elections Nova Scotia called them out on it. They called them out on it, so you can't make that argument. And here's what I'll finish with. So I want to mention the charter and the CAO letter. Nobody's accusing CAOs of lying. The point I'm making is that a letter was sent to every CAO in the province except for one. And it was political in nature, put on departmental letterhead, which I've never seen in my career, which made me question the fact that, well, who actually wrote the letter? Because why would a department get involved with a political conversation of delaying a bill for 10 hours? You know, here we are, I'm on my feet again for the second time tonight, right? You know, like, because I want to respond to the member from Glace Bay. So, you know, the point being, he made a couple of points, and, you know, he makes the point that I'm a career politician, and that's a dig at me, right? I've served my community well over, I ran a business, Mr. Speaker, I ran a business for years in the community. I worked at the university for a period of time in the community, and I made the decision to put my name on a ballot. And because of that, it's been the honor of my life to represent the community. So conversations like that, I can say, Mr. Speaker, to the bill, the member didn't stick to the bill at all through half of his conversation. And if he wants to debate, I'll debate for the next month.
I'll get interrupted 5 times on it.
If that's what we want. I want to stick to the bill, and I stood here for an hour and talked tonight about the fact that this is what I know. There's a massive communication breakdown happening between the provincial government and the CBRM on this bill. It's obvious. There's letters going around, there's dates going around, the government's saying one thing, the CBRM saying the next thing. So instead of continuing that narrative, nobody, Mr. Speaker, on this bill, nobody criticized the member from Glace Bay. I give credit to the member from Northside Westmount. He is the cabinet minister in the community. It's a lot of responsibility. You know what? Not only does he do his job, but he tries to save people's lives. And you know what? I got a lot of credit for that, the member from Cape Breton East. You know what? We all have a great relationship down on the island. And sometimes we talk politics, right? So on the bill, the member from Glace Bay talked about a number of things. So the 16% increase was set by staff. And this was the point I was trying to make. The negotiation from the beginning was a disaster from everything that I read. And the government is left trying to defend it. Staff went down and said you can increase your taxes 16% and don't worry about a charter. The MOU will deal with it. That's what they said. That's not coming from me. That's not an attack on the government on the bill, Mr. Speaker. This is what we've been hearing in the media from day one, is that there was a breakdown in the negotiation. So the MLAs on the ground are left wondering what's happening. They're all of us, doesn't matter whether you're in government or not. We're all left wondering what's happening. So that's coming from staff. That's not even coming from the government. So the government then goes in, and now they're talking about, well, we'll give you a charter. when you have the senior bureaucrats saying, don't worry about a charter. The MOU will deal with it. So I wanted to raise a few of those points because we all want the same thing for the CBRM. It's unique. They're recognizing it's unique. So if everybody agrees, why are we still having this debate? Go have a cup of coffee with the CBRM. Somebody take a leadership role in this. The public fight is there. You can blame CBRM made a decision on how they wanted to proceed, on how they're marketing this thing and the advocacy that they're doing. It is absolutely no different than this government did on the carbon tax during a by-election in Preston and elections Nova Scotia called them out on. So, at the end of the day, CBRM, we all make our own decisions in government. They're going to have to live by them, like the government has to live by their decisions, like I have to live by my decisions as an MLA. So, again, the challenge for me, what I see, a massive breakdown in communication. I don't know where it started. Did it start with the CBRM? Did it start with the province? It doesn't matter at this point. You're into an MOU. A community is saying it doesn't work for them. You're offering an ability to sit down and talk with them. I also agree with staff that the charter doesn't mean anything unless you have a strong MOU for the community. So don't even talk about the charter. That's one thing I learned through this process, because I was somebody who advocated for a charter too, but I realize now you need the MOU before you need the charter. So go have that conversation. The amendments that are put forward, as I said, the first ones they're free. So you know, now the member from Glace Bay is laughing, and he was accusing me of laughing, Mr. Speaker, a minute ago. So this is a serious conversation that I'm having with him. He asked me some questions, so I'm going to respond to them.
Order. I'd ask, calm down a little bit here. That if we have, if we're going to refer to the members here, please, you know, not he or you or anything like that. If we could stick to the member. Yeah. I recognize the honourable member for Sydney member too.
Sure. No, thank you, and you're right. You're absolutely right. So again, like that was for an hour tonight. I stood on my feet. I didn't criticize. I didn't table letters. I didn't table, oh, the government said this and I stood here, Mr. Speaker, on the bill and said, the easiest thing I could do is stand here and criticize government all night. We debate. Members have been on the opposition side. We've had some pretty epic conversations in here about a lot of topics that had nothing to do with bills over the years. But what I can say is that on this one particularly, there's a breakdown of communication. I don't know where it started, and I don't know where it ends. But here's the facts that I know, is that staff went in and told CBRM not to worry about a charter. They told them that. They said the MOU will deal with it. So now they're in an MOU, which they have concerns about, and now they're being told by the politicians, we'll give you a charter. So, how do you think they're going to respond to that, right? They asked the government to come down. Go down. Just go down and have a conversation. Like I said, it costs a cup of coffee and a drive to Halifax. The Premier, you could go down tomorrow. I don't know if he will or not, but we'll see. But the point being is that you have a heavy debate going on at home right now, so it can all end. We can end this conversation, go down and have a conversation with them. None of this is, like I said, these public fights, all of these public fights Nova Scotians have lost or paid more money every time. Every time. And in this case, we can avoid that public fight. We can avoid that public fight by going down and having a conversation, regardless of who said what, regardless of what letters are out there. Just go meet with the council and get it done. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Chair. I wasn't going to get up and speak for a second time tonight, but I felt compelled because we were talking about. I don't know the word to use. That would be parliamentary. Trying to think of it, but I can't. And so, but I'm hearing from the member opposite in the government side saying, we fought for a charter for decades. No. I I have been involved in the conversations regarding equalization since I was in grade 6. I grew up with it. I learned it very well, all the ins and outs, for a very long time. I know what we were fighting for. I know what I was fighting for when I sat on CBRM Council. It wasn't a charter. It was equalization, the capacity grant, the expanding of it, the actually getting the proper amount of funding that the CBRM was supposed to get. That's what we fought for decades. That's what we fought for decades, not a charter. The member is ill-informed. It was equalization. It was more money for the CBRM. That's what we fought for. The charter discussions came up while I sat on CBRM Council. And we had those conversations, and you know what we were told by staff every time? It's going to be in the MGA. We're reviewing the MGA. Well, the MGA's been reviewed since 2015, but that's going to be taken care of in the MGA. Or that can be taken care of when we look at the MOU. We were dismissed every time. So I have no problem believing in the CBRM Council when they say staff told them that that this stuff will be dealt with within the MOU. And after the MOU is done, then they can start the charter. Because those conversations were said to me while I sat chairing the committee. So again, stop talking as if this MOU is a charter. It is not a charter, Mr. Chair. This is an MOU. So again, the member is ill-informed because this is not a charter, this is an MOU. And again, I will reiterate, the staff at Municipal Affairs continuously put off the CBRM for a charter when asked when the then Minister for Municipal Affairs brought this path forward. So the member for Sydney Member 2, when he was minister, he brought the idea of a charter forward. And we had consultations on that. And then when it came time to actually do the real work, we were put off by the staff of Municipal Affairs. So of course I have no problem believing the CBRM, because guess what? That's what happened time and time again. It's like a little carrot. But I'm going to, and then you get the stick. This MOU being the stick. But again, I take serious offense to the fact that the member would say that we fought for decades for a charter. It was about getting more money so that we could run a municipality. It was about getting enough funds so that we could have reasonable comparable services at reasonable comparable tax rates in the form of equalization. The member for, it's now Cape Breton East. I keep wanting to say Sydney River, Myra, Lewisburg. So Cape Breton East. The member for, yeah, I'm remembering one of our legends, Alfie McLeod. But the member also said that it was dismissed by the courts. Now, I know my history. And yes, did the courts refuse to hear it? Because because they said it was political in nature. And the courts do not decide those of which is political in nature on the grounds of equalization. That was the decision of the courts from my vast memory of this issue. And so with that, okay. So again, I want to say this MOU, this Bill 340 was never about a charter for the CBRM. There's nothing in any of the communications that talked about the charter for the CBRM. It was never in the CERM Guard. So it's a red herring by this government to derail the conversation on the MOU and where the CBRM fits in it. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Opposition to continue on Clause 1 dialogue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Happy to stand in my place and talk about Clause 1 on Bill 340. If I've learned anything in my 13-plus years in politics, is that politics is done differently on Cape Breton Island. A dear friend of mine, Sean O'Neill, said that it's a blood sport on Cape Breton Island. And I think we've got great evidence of that tonight, because the passions are real on the island. There's a deep engagement with the political process, and a real sense of community and collective well-being on Cape Breton Island that's pretty impressive. And when people are passionate, when people care about their communities, when they're fiery and have that fire in their belly, they hold their politicians accountable. They put pressure on them, and I've seen that happen to numerous MLAs over the years that represent Cape Breton Island. I am going to speak about Bill 340. I do want to clarify some of the comments, or correct some of the comments that were made by the member for Glace Bay. First, one in relation to the discussion around Bill 340 and its impacts on CBRM being partisan politics at its best, I believe, is what he said. I do have to inform the member and inform the House. Certainly, we know that CBRM is not a partisan entity. They are made up of municipal councillors. I don't know if any of them are actually partisan members. I know there's one that's actually planning on running for the Conservatives at least. So if there's any partisanship there, the only real partisan I know is a PC member on CBRM board. So certainly I don't think it's fair or justifiable or accurate to suggest that the debate that is ongoing on Cape Breton Island is related to partisanship, because it's not. It's municipal leadership that has very real concerns about the impacts on their community, the impacts on their taxes, their ability to deliver services to their people. And there's a sense with CBRM that they're being treated unfairly. And I think there's very good evidence to point to the fact that that's the case, which I'll get to. I will say before I get to that I am aware that there are a number of municipalities that certainly support this bill. At least one of mine, the town of Yarmouth, is supportive of this. They believe that they're going to benefit from it. And I know that there's other councils that also feel the same. So it is a complicated bill to debate, because there are winners and losers in it. And I do think that this is one of the issues that the government has, is that they're very willing to pick winners and losers when they're doing labor agreements, when they're engaged in municipal negotiations. And I do think that there's evidence to suggest that partisanship and being slighted and honestly being petty is part of that process and part of that culture with the government. Where if there's individuals or groups that are critical or even just constructive with their feedback to the government, or if they say the wrong thing in public, this government has no use for them. And we've heard that across the spectrum, from municipal governments to non-government associations to consultants to folks even within the public service. So I do think what's happening here and the divisions that are being created around this bill can be very much linked to this government's culture of decision-making, which can be very divisive, which can be punitive towards those that they don't believe are on side, and supportive of those that they believe are. And in the case of, I will say also, we're going to have a free vote on this bill on this side of the chamber, because we know that there's going to be members on this side that have municipalities that are positively impacted. And certainly we've heard from members that believe their municipality is not going to be fairly impacted. So we had a free vote on this in second reading. We will continue with that as we vote on clauses through committee of the whole and as we head to third reading. So while I know that there are municipalities that are supportive, that believe they're going to benefit from this, I certainly do have some issues with how CBRM has been treated. I have issues with how some of the information has been presented as well by the minister and by the governing side of the House. There has been information presented which certainly seems to be inconsistent with the facts, which certainly seems to be inconsistent with the record that we have and that's available. First, I would like to go into the issues that CBRM in particular have with this bill. I mean, chief among them is that they're going to lose funding, that this will impact their ability to deliver services, that their situation is unique because of their size, because of their rate of growth, because of the level of services that they have to give. And I have to say, I agree with the rationale that's been presented by them. They are the second largest municipality in this province by a long shot. The next largest town is, I think, 10 times smaller. And they do have very unique issues that they're dealing with because of amalgamation that happened in the 90s, which didn't happen to regions outside of Halifax or Queens County. CBRM was one of the three that was impacted. And there's certainly evidence to suggest that that has created issues for them that lead us to the debate today. So I will table, for the record here, some comments by representatives of Cape Breton. The mayor says that the new legislation is going to reduce funding to the municipality. The province, according to the mayor, has failed to negotiate a fair deal for the second largest municipality in Nova Scotia. What has been presented to us and is currently under legislative debate is going to leave the CBRM with less than we have right now, said Mayor Merrill. She says funding will be reduced from $15 million to $13 million under this new legislation. What the provincial government is suggesting in this bill is that we continue to collect the $4.5 million for corrections and housing and instead use or invest it in how we choose. But the province will still have to pay for those services with provincial tax dollars, she said. The mayor says if Bill 340 is passed, it would mean a tax hike for CBRM residents who already have the highest property taxes in Nova Scotia. They also have some of the lowest incomes in Nova Scotia as well. The Premier says he's not opposed to CBRM having a separate deal outside of the MOU similar to HRM. But the Mayor says that CBRM requested a meeting to discuss this and the province refused to have that. And that's certainly something that we heard when we met with council and staff of CBRM during our out-of-town caucus visit. The council has gone on to condemn. We'll get to that. Another article highlighting that the municipality is fearful that this bill will cause them to increase taxes. I'll read excerpts of this. I think it's important for the record. Nova Scotia's second largest municipality is vowing to fight proposed provincial legislation it contends will raise taxes for its residents. The mayor of Cape Breton Regional Municipality held a news conference Friday outside City Hall in Sydney to denounce changes in the Municipal Reform Act. No new money has been announced for municipal financing in this bill, said the mayor. But McDougall said the $4.5 million in savings for municipality will now be able to collect and use for other purposes will still have to be recouped by the province to pay for those services, amounting to double tax on residents. It's absurd, not to mention unethical, says the mayor. The spat with Cape Breton Regional Municipality follows another with the Halifax Regional Municipality over a proposed bill aimed at fast-tracking housing development in the province's largest city. And I think this is important because this bill is also about the relationship that the government has with our municipalities, and the process that's led to this is indicative of the relationship that this province is building with our municipal units. Council has condemned a provincial letter asking municipalities to persuade CBRM. So this is where I think we get to the crux of some real concerns about the process that's led to this. and how this information has been presented by the department and by the minister, and what the actual correspondence record clarifies for us. So a letter went out from Municipal Affairs and Housing, the Office of the Minister, with provincial letterhead, not with PC caucus letterhead. This was sent by minister staff, so that means the staff in his department wrote it. These are public servants. These are not partisan employees. These are people that usually remain out of the fray of politics. In fact, fight vigorously back when they're asked to do this by governments. And I mean, there's been a complete shift in the culture in the public service under this regime, in that I think there's a lot of fear there. There's been a lot of firings. We just heard recently of medical professionals potentially being fired because they spoke up, but we've also heard that that's happened within the public service as well, where if you don't do what we say, you're gone. So this has created, I think, a real culture of fear and obedience in our professional public service, which I do believe is unethical. And we've all heard stories about what's happening behind closed doors and nasty grams going out from certain offices to keep people in line. And I think that's why we've seen letters like this that have gone out, that have been produced, again, by either policy staff or communication staff that are not partisan. They're not supposed to be partisan. In previous governments, they certainly would not write letters like this. And I would encourage anybody to ask the Legislative Library to search letters that have come from department officials with provincial letterhead on it and see if they can find anything with this level of partisan language or dishonesty in it, to be honest. So I do want to go through this letter that the minister sent to municipalities, because there are some interesting comments in here and some funny ones. So this is in relation to this bill. This letter was sent out by the minister when debate started in the House on Bill 340, when the opposition started to raise the alarm around concerns with this bill that did come from multiple municipalities, but in particular Cape Breton. And in response to debate in the legislature, the minister sent this letter out, and I'll quote some statements from here. I don't know if you've been following what's been happening in the legislature with this bill, but it would be a shame for this opportunity for municipalities to receive more to be missed at this stage of the process. Now, again, how could the opportunity be missed? The minister is suggesting in this letter, when he is a member of a majority government, that because opposition is debating this bill and municipal units who are not in favor of it had voiced their concern, that somehow that can change things. Maybe it will, but that would be completely incumbent on the minister and his government. It can't be impacted by the opposition because we don't have enough votes to do this. So that is really absurd, and it's intended to create fear and mobilize proponents of the bill to act in the partisan interest of the government. It's not honest what's presented in this letter. It would be a shame for this opportunity for municipalities to receive more to be missed. Why would it, if the government's committed to this bill and think it's so good? The opposition can't stop this. We can maybe delay it for days or a couple weeks. We can propose amendments to it to strengthen it as we'll engage throughout committee of the whole. But to suggest that it can't happen because of opposition parties is silly and misleading. And it's misleading in order to elicit a reaction from nonpartisan entities or municipal leaders to act in the partisan interest of the government. The minister goes on, the voices opposing the bill coming out of both opposition parties and the CBRM have been loud and persistent. I guess that terrifies the government. The opposition are filibustering the bill and have held it up, grounding the legislature to a halt. Thank you for the compliment. They tell us it will continue, and as a result, no business is moving forward. This is also not true. Business has been progressing in the House. We can certainly avoid quick passage of bills with rigorous debate and calls for recorded votes, but we cannot stop the legislative process from happening in this House. In fact, debate, robust debate, recorded votes, these are part of the democratic process. So to suggest that what we're doing, which is presenting the concerns that are very real from one of our municipalities as bringing legislation to a halt, is also not true and misleading. And it's intended to scare municipalities into acting in the interests of the government. Here's where I get more concerned, though, because we have more misleading statements made in this letter. Since CBRM has consistently asked for its own charter, we believe that was something they wanted. We wrote to them on September 15th, advising them of the option, A, to be a part of the same agreement that 47 other municipalities support. We don't know if that number is accurate. Or B, exempt themselves from this arrangement, in which case the province would work collaboratively with them to start the process of finally negotiating a CBRM charter. Our only ask to them was that whatever decision they make, option A or B, be supported by a vote of council. We felt this was a reasonable ask to ensure the decision represented the will of the majority of the council, particularly given CBRM's recent history of division. Again, I said this before, I'll say it again. Pretty distasteful language in here. Not in good taste at all, taking these sorts of pot shots at municipal leaders of the second largest municipality. The minister goes on to say we didn't actually receive a response. Their silence is hard to reconcile in the face of being offered exactly what they had asked for. This we have to stop and discuss for a second. A number of things that are not reflective of the facts in this letter. One, we've got all the correspondence here, maybe not all of it, but enough of it to demonstrate that the minister's saying, what the minister's saying in this letter is not true. In fact, on August 14th, the mayor, on behalf of council, sent a letter in related to this issue, where they actually don't request a charter. And here's what the email says. I want to again express my gratitude on behalf of CBRM Council and staff for making the time to sit down with us and discuss the proposed provincial municipal MOU. As promised, see below for suggested changes put forward by Cape Breton Municipality regarding the proposed MOU. The proposed provincial municipal MOU eliminates housing and corrections tax as a municipal responsibility. We're asking that education taxation be removed as well. We request that the provincial government honor the doubling of the municipal capacity grant that was collected to CBRM. Studies such as the CBRM Viability Report and Dalhousie Review have indicated that CBRM possesses a unique set of challenges around infrastructure growth and demographics. We ask that CBRM be offered the same opportunity as HRM to negotiate an agreement outside of the MOU that reflects these exceptionalities. Included in this correspondence are the requested studies and supplementary information that was cited in our discussion this morning. We also ask that you advise when this information will be brought forward to the PC caucus and when we might expect a response to our suggested changes. This is a mayor that's trying to negotiate in good faith with a government that went on the record with every other municipality and said that CBRM hadn't responded to their calls to engage in that conversation. We've got letters here from the minister dated September 28th. In furtherance to a letter dated on September 21st outlining your options regarding CBRM's participation in the service exchange agreement, I want to provide some clarity around timing. He requests that they get a response in by October 4th related to this issue. October 3rd, the minister received a response. Again, I'll quote in this letter that he sent to every single municipality, by the way, except CBRM and to municipal staff, where he said that they didn't get back to him. We didn't actually receive a response. This is what the minister said on the record. We didn't actually receive a response. Their silence is hard to reconcile in the face of being offered exactly what they had asked for. They received a response before the minister's deadline of October 1st. And we're supposed to trust this process and trust that CBRM has been treated fairly when the minister is not even accurately representing the facts. It's shameful behavior. and unbecoming of a minister that holds the title honorable, I'll also add. From Mayor McDougall, while I'm grateful the department recognizes the importance of moving forward with the proposed municipal provincial MOU, your deadline on providing council motion to enter into this agreement by noon is logistically impossible. A motion of council requires a public meeting and debate. I welcome you and your staff to attend an upcoming meeting of CBRM Council to provide the necessary detail and policy associated with the proposed MOU for council to decide upon. As you can appreciate, voting on something as important as the MOU requires significant thought and preparation and answers to the many questions staff and council continue to have regarding the proposal that Municipal Affairs and Housing has put forward to all municipalities, and additionally, the suggestion of a possible separate agreement specific to CBRM. CBRM has 2 regional council meetings scheduled for the month of October 10th at 6 p.m. and October 24th at 9:30 a.m. Should neither of these meetings work within your schedule, we'd like to call an emergency council to accommodate. These are the words of a mayor that is trying to negotiate fairly with the government. Correspondences were sent in. I've already tabled this, actually. I'm going to hang on to it. Thank you. This letter has already been tabled in the House. So why then is the minister sending out letters trying to attack CBRM on false pretenses, when all indications in the correspondence are that CBRM wanted to take time to negotiate a deal with this province, the provincial government? And I think it's worth talking about why CBRM's expectations have been actually raised on this issue, particularly around equalization payments. Well, it just so happens it's because the Premier promised it in the election. And they took the Premier at his word. This is dated from Cape Breton Post, August 7th, 2021. Where the Premier is cited as indicating that he's a big proponent of local decision-making. I mean, honestly, in retro, I mean, looking back right now, I mean, it is quite hilarious. Overriding HRM, not meeting with municipal leaders, making decisions without consultation when it comes to housing announcements, overriding municipal decisions that have been made. You know, Andy Ganesh should be a clear example.
Order. Just to remind the member, I know you're weaving around to just get back to the bill, and I know you're working on that. And I recognize the member of the official opposition.
Yeah, as expected. The hometown hero there in Glace Bay can talk about his teachers and not being a career politician for 20 minutes in the House. And I'm talking about the bill. I'm talking about relationship with the MOU. I'm talking about the process that led to this moment, and yet I'm called out of order on this.
Order, everybody. Order. Let's take the temperature down in here. I know it's late. I know people are passionate, but there still is a set of decorum in this House. And I'd ask that all members should respect that. And I'll recognize the honourable member of the official opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I certainly hope all members, including those that serve in key positions in this House, respect the decorum and the rights of all members to speak to these bills and to treat all members fairly and with respect, because that's the role whomever's sitting in the chair or the speaker's position.
And I'd remind the member that we're speaking to the bill, to the clause. I recognize the honourable member of the official opposition.
Why is CBRM's expectation high on the equalization payment? Why do they feel hurt that they haven't received it? Why are they concerned about the MOU and Bill 340? It's because the Premier, when running the election, promised that money to them. He pledged to double the $15 million in CBRM that CBRM receives as part of a memorandum of understanding, which is what we're talking about right now. In fact, he went on to say that he would double the payments to municipalities, CBRM and others, whomever is receiving the payment from the province now, they would receive twice as much. I think that is $32 million commitment, and it's in our platform. And $15 million of that will go to CBRM. I would ask the members to reflect on these statements, this commitment that not only was made publicly in the Cape Breton Post by the Premier, who was Leader of the Opposition at the time, but it was also in the platform that the members ran on, including the members that hold seats in CBRM. This was a promise they made in writing, in their platform, in their contract with the voters. Because that's what a platform should be, a contract. This is what we're going to do for you if we get elected. And these are the Premier's own statements. So you want to know why CBRM feels hurt? Why they're not satisfied with this? It's because there was a promise broken to them. I want to go on to point out more concerning language in this partisan letter that was sent out by the Minister of Housing, again with department logos on it, written by public servants. He goes on to say that with a looming deadline of the legislature fast approaching, we wrote to them on September 1st. Still, they did not communicate any decision, nor did they put options to council for a vote. Again, we saw what the correspondence was. It was an offer to continue conversations. It was an invite to join a council meeting. It was an offer to have, if the two coming council meetings didn't meet the minister's schedule, to have an emergency council meeting. And the minister says to all CAOs in the province that they didn't communicate. I also want to know what the looming deadline of the legislature is. What is that? I'm not aware of any deadlines to when we do work in here. There's no deadlines on debate. There's no deadlines on housing. You're going to run out of hours. But to suggest again that this is a crisis point, that this bill won't pass because of a looming deadline that doesn't exist is absolutely absurd.
No deadline.
It's crazy. It's dishonest. Anyway, if there's deadlines in here, we certainly like to know about them because we've been talking an awful lot. We've got a lot of hours left, and if we're going to run out of time, we should know about it. But again, this is not accurate information. This is sent out to scare people, to tell them they're not going to get their money unless they act in the government's interest and put pressure on their fellow municipality, CBRM, and also opposition parties, by the way. Because the minister goes on.
I recognize the member for Eastern Shore on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The member opposite used to use the word dishonest. That is an unparliamentary term.
I'd ask the member to retract the dishonest parliamentary language. I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I certainly will, and I'll replace it with it is not reflective of the facts. It is not reflective of the facts, and the intent of this is to scare municipal leaders into thinking they're not going to get the deal that they negotiated so hard for because of an opposition that has a minority of seats in the House and because Council and CBRM is actually voicing their concerns on this. Come on. Can the members opposite really stand behind this letter? However, given the amount of opposition to this bill and the assertions of the Liberal Party that it is more than CBRM that is discontent with this agreement, we are listening carefully. If it appears that this bill is in fact not the will of the municipalities and letting the current MOU continue unamended is an option, this week will guide us. I mean, you can't make this up. You know, clearly threats to municipal units that aren't real because, again, the government holds a majority unless we all got it wrong in the last election. There's no ability for anybody else to stop this legislation from passing. unless the government itself decides to do that. Yeah, and they mentioned the Liberal Party by name in here. Again, this is from the public service. They're not supposed to do this. They do it now, I think, because of the culture of fear that this government has created within the public service. I know the leader of the NDP was concerned about command and control under previous governments. The devil you know. The devil you know.
Order. I just asked you to direct your dialogue through the speaker, please. We're not talking to other members of the House. I recognize the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Absolutely, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much. So here comes the ask. However, if you feel it's important that this bill pass, perhaps you could contact your colleagues and help them understand what value you see in the bill and encourage them to make the decision noted above that has been on offer for over a month. Again, really in poor taste, this letter. Again, not factual in its presentation and designed to create fear and incite partisan participation with nonpartisan municipal leaders from one end of the province to the other. And we got calls from folks. We got calls from folks on the board who were worried about this. They had questions about it. Why are you stopping this bill from going forward? And you know, we just have to explain, we can't. It's not possible. We don't have the votes in here. So I do hope certainly at some point the minister that signed his name to this letter apologizes to the House and apologizes to CBRM and apologizes to all the municipalities that were ill-informed by the minister. Certainly at the very least, the minister can do that, because this letter has really sent some shockwaves, particularly across CBRM, where council condemned the provincial letter asking municipalities to persuade CBRM. And again, there's been coverage about this. A letter sent to municipalities across Nova Scotia, except for CBRM, has taken CBRM's fight against this provincial municipal affairs department to a new level of frustration. Councillors and Mayor Amanda McDougall-Merrill voiced anger and disappointment with Bill 340, which threatens to cut the annual equalization funding sent to CBRM. And its Tuesday meeting, several councillors bashed the Conservative government for still not working with the municipality on an updated memorandum of understanding. That's when District 10 Councillor Darren Buchschwager brought up a letter Councillor said was sent to the Provincial Department of Municipal Affairs and Housing to Chief Administrative Officers of every Nova Scotia municipality except CBRM CAO Mary Walsh. According to Council, the letter asked the other municipalities to help convince CBRM to agree to Bill 340. This, of course, is the letter I just tabled. Buchschwager claimed the letter threatened to hold back municipalities' benefits of the bill if they didn't help. Councillors also contested the provincial department was contacting municipalities directly about the matter. Upsetting, unbelievable, and disgusting were a few words McDougall, Merrill, and councillors used to describe the letter. I agree with those assessments. I didn't think any elected official who goes into these roles to help their community would be so punitive and malicious toward another order of government. Then seeing the letter last night by the Minister of Municipal Affairs lobbying CAOs and discrediting my CAO by not including her on that list, implying CBRM essentially needs to be told what to do, I could not have anticipated some sort of tactic like that. Walsh said a colleague asked her on Monday what she thought of the letter, which Walsh was not yet aware of. Upon seeing it, she was very upset. I've never seen a minister reach out to the administrative staff like this. She said, it's not protocol, it's disrespectful, it's unprofessional. I was a bit shocked, to be honest. Again, I agree with all these statements. They are accurate. Their comments are just unbelievable to me. I've never experienced that in all my years of municipal government. Also, the mayor said the savings promised by the minister in the bill were misleading, such as a $4.5 million amount CBRM taxpayers would no longer have to transfer to the province. Mayor McDougall said that would result in double taxation. The letter is condemned by other councillors. This government and this premier are unbelievable, said District 5 councillor. This is absolutely disgusting what's happening right now with our municipality. Buchschwager said the Houston government Buchschlager said the PC government has been one of the most difficult governments to work with in his nearly 3 decades as a councillor. I'm convinced they're trying to hold us back. We're all alone here. District 12 councillor said the letter was the latest in the province's lack of respect for the municipality, dating back to promises he said the province hasn't kept about MOU negotiations. Promises I've tabled. Now, these are the words of municipal leaders in our second largest municipality in relation to the actions of the municipal affairs minister, whose job it is to support them and work with them. Now, the government has asserted that they have engaged in fair negotiations and that CBRM has in fact been the antagonist towards these fair negotiations. I also don't see any evidence of that. In fact, I think it's very important to point to Mayor McDougall's comments in Law Amendments Committee, which I think will demonstrate are nothing but cooperative in their intent and indicative of her desire to actually reach a resolution with the government, have meetings with them, and move forward in a way that's going to be best for her residents. She stated this in Law Amendments Committee, and I'll remind the House and inform the members that weren't there. The purpose of remarks today are not to rehash the comments and events of the past 2 months or even the past 2 weeks. Rather, I am here to offer, in my opinion, on a way to move forward from this moment and a way to allow for politics to function with thoughtful amendments being offered through this committee. My hope is that when we walk away from this room today, there will be amendments to this bill that makes it better for the Cape Breton municipality and the residents we serve. This does not sound like the words of someone who doesn't want to work with the province. In fact, it sounds like the opposite. This may surprise you, but I want to thank the government of Nova Scotia for the opportunity of this moment. Being here in Law Amendments means we have the opportunity to engage in dialogue that will hopefully result in changes to this bill that will benefit municipalities, but most importantly, the residents we all serve. It also shows a willingness to engage in respectful communication and actual negotiations that will produce a separate agreement for CBRM. She wants to allow CBRM to have a fair and thoughtful process. And here's some comments that I found interesting. And when you compare these comments to what the minister and the government has said, there's a very clear difference here. And the members from CBRM who sit in this House on the government side, both of whom said there has not been a willingness on CBRM's side to negotiate fairly or to meet or discuss this issue with them or the government. That is not true. And all the evidence shows that. I bring the members' attention back to comments made by Mayor McDougall-Merrill. Let me offer some clarity on that point. What we were, and this is in relation to what was actually presented by the government when they were offered a separate deal of the MOU. She says, I heard repeatedly that CBRM was offered an option to opt out of the MOU. Why didn't you just accept that, she asks. Let me offer some clarity on that point. What we were presented with was a letter from the minister. You will note that CBRM was offered the option to participate in the current MOU or as presented, or opt out for a separate CBRM-specific agreement. Herein lies the problem. The proposed MOU does not benefit the CBRM, but it did at least offer almost 2 months of communication, exchange of information, and as pointed out by the minister, 29.5 hours of virtual consultations, not to mention a series of recommendations to guide the conversation that were derived from 18 months of work by the advisory committee. The option for CBRM to agree to a separate agreement involved 1 letter and 2 bullet points. These bullet points read, and this should be of interest, particularly to the member from Glace Bay and Cape Breton East, because they might be being told one story that's not accurate. And here's their own council's depiction of what happened. And again, this is going to be on the record. This is a letter. It was sent to them. The option for CBRM to agree to a separate agreement involved 1 letter and 2 bullet points. These bullet points read, should CBRM proceed to a separate agreement, it is important to be clear on 2 points. The above savings of $4.6 million will not occur, at least until a separate agreement is reached. The financial parameters outlined in this existing service exchange will guide any separate negotiation with the CBRM. That means the above annual savings of $4.6 million will be considered a cap for negotiations. If your preference is to pursue a separate agreement, the province is willing to commit to maintaining funding to match your previous municipal financial capacity grant for the next 5 years. Also within the process of negotiating, the province is willing to work with you to develop a separate CBRM charter. And there it is. Fair negotiations with CBRM. Either do what we want, or you're going to pay the price. And that price could be up to close to $5 million. And that's what the members that represent Cape Breton East and Glace Bay think is a fair negotiation by their government to hang a dagger over their heads.
Order. I would ask the member to retract and rephrase his comments, please. I recognize the honourable member, Leader of the Official Opposition.
I certainly will, Mr. Chair. I will retract the comment of dagger over their heads and replace it with a threat of financial repercussions, which is literally what this is. If you don't sign this agreement, you're going to pay. That's not fair negotiations. And again, this is coming from a government whose premier promised to double their equalization payments in an election. They, along with other Nova Scotians, took the premier at his word. The word on this case has proven to not be true. And you wonder why council is incensed about this. They have been disrespected by the government. They have been subject to a letter that's been sent out to all of their peers that has not been accurate or true in its presentation, that has targeted them. They have dealt with a government that has said publicly they've tried to negotiate, but CBRM didn't communicate. They never responded. When we have all the correspondence in front of us that have been tabled in this House that shows that they have, and you wonder why they're upset when they have a government saying that we tried our best. We really want a fair deal with them. But there was a looming threat of financial repercussions looming over their head if they didn't sign the deal as presented. This is not fair, I would argue. This is not good governance on behalf of our provincial government. But I do think it's indicative of how this government approaches their relationship with municipalities and municipal leaders in our province. I'm going to table these comments from Law Amendments Committee as well, Mr. Speaker. I think these are worthy of the record in the House and do help clarify things that have been said that aren't accurate. There's also other presentations that do get granular on the financial concerns of CBRM. I won't go through them all. I will try to paraphrase them, but essentially, CBRM is making the case that they are in a unique financial position for a number of reasons. One, amalgamation, where they had to take over old infrastructure of other municipal units. Two, their current funding has not kept pace with the demand on their services. Three, provincial funding has not been adjusted to help them meet that demand. Four, they are already the highest taxed municipality in this province by a long shot. They also have the lowest income levels in the province. And five, they've got major growth pressures that they're experiencing right now. and that is adding to the financial pressures that they have to deliver services to people. These are all very legitimate concerns. And I know, again, other municipal units support Bill 340, but I believe CBRM has good grounds to not support it and to be worried about it. And I think that we have an obligation in this House to recognize these concerns. I think particularly because of the way in which the government has gone about this negotiation, because of what's been presented by this government that hasn't been factual to the public or to other municipal units or to this House. I do have to take umbrage with that. We have a responsibility to be honest here. We have a responsibility when we're particularly using not party or caucus resources, but department resources to not be partisan, to not be acting in the interest of elected officials, but in the interest of the public. And I do not think that that happened in this case. And again, I think the minister owes the House, owes CBRM and all municipalities an apology for the behavior, for the letter, and for how they treated the negotiation with CBRM. But this is indicative, I think, of broader issues that this government has in dealing with municipalities. Again, and this MOU impacts every single municipality. We have to remind ourselves that it's not just HRM. There's other municipal units whose relationships are being redefined by this, who have been impacted by this process. And this MOU will set the stage for future relationships between the province and our municipal units. And I think that relationship is an important one right now. We have generational challenges on our doorstep with housing, with infrastructure, with homelessness, with funding, with taxation, with affordability, with health care. Our municipalities, our provincial government, our federal governments need to be working together. This is absolutely critical. And this MOU is about setting a new relationship. But it's come out of a situation that has been very tumultuous that this government has created with a number of municipalities. I look at what's happened recently with HRM. Similar to CBRM, leading up to this MOU, they weren't told that changes were happening. There wasn't a meeting between the Premier and the Mayor or Council. HRM didn't even know that the province was going to override their legal responsibility to make decisions around planning and development in the city that they're elected to govern. Didn't even get a call. Is this indicative of a cooperative relationship? The minister on Bill 340 has bragged about all the hours that have gone into negotiating this, all the consultation. But yet, one sweep of the pen, one day, HRM can be overruled on any developmental decision by one person, so that the government can pick favorites and make sure that their preferred developers get deals, I think. I hope I'm proven wrong on that. The MOU is about the relationship. We've seen, and the process that the government has gone through has impacted the relationship. We've seen this happen, lack of consultation in other municipalities. Again, Bridgewater, Mayor David Mitchell shocked about a public housing announcement. Didn't even get a call. By the way, the town doesn't have the infrastructure capacity to take on that housing development. And the government made an announcement without even talking to the mayor, who, by the way, has been, I think, friends and good ally, a good ally of the government. Didn't even get a call. He was shocked.
Order, order. I remind the member that we're speaking to Bill number 340. I recognize the honourable member of the official opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As other members have talked about, the member from Cape Breton East, I remember very specifically tonight about other funding arrangements to CBRM. Right? So we had the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions, as I'm doing now, talk about funding arrangements. on this clause. I'm doing the same thing as the minister did. The record will reflect that. I want to thank the minister for actually recognizing that a number of those, the majority of those announcements were actually signed off on by the previous government. I think that was a class act. I want to also commend the minister for getting up, and the member for Glace Bay getting up and entering into the fray here. Again, Cape Breton is a tough place to do politics, but both of those gentlemen put themselves on the record more than once in here on this contentious issue, and I certainly want to commend them on that as well. And similarly to the comments of the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions, which he made, I think, a number of moments ago related to this clause. I also think it's important, as the minister did when he was speaking, that we talk about the funding arrangements, because the MOU does, of course, impact that. And the relationship and consultation and culture of working with municipalities really matters, I think, on the execution of the MOU, and have also impacted where we are right now. And Mayor Mitchell was actually shocked about a financial announcement because he didn't get a call, didn't have the capacity to execute on that announcement. And I mean, this is not indicative of good cooperation, good governance, working with other orders of government, which is what Bill 340 is supposed to be about. It's not indicative of that. We saw this again in Antigonish on the consolidation issue, a very controversial issue, extremely controversial. And we saw the public get very upset about this. We certainly had some questions about the process that led to it. I don't know whether it's right or wrong to pursue that one way or the other.
We're not discussing the topic whether you agree or disagree with whatever decision that has nothing to do with Bill 340. So I'd ask us the member to speak to Bill number 340. You're on clause 1, as a reminder. I recognize the honourable leader of the official opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You're making it a little too obvious. But I will say the process that got us to Bill 340 is important to reflect upon. The process that got us here impacted the outcome of the bill, impacted the language of the bill. And it's impacted the relationship of the government with our municipal units. And so we've seen very clear examples where the government is willing to either override municipal decisions, not keep their word on what they said they were going to do. And that, of course, breeds mistrust in the execution of Bill 340, the new MOU. Because as happened in Antigonish, we had, and again, whether you agree with the decision or not, there are some concerns I think we have to flag in relation to this. Because those municipal councils were promised that if they put their necks out there and tried to amalgamate, they would be supported by the government with special legislation. Those folks, those municipal members, and again, Antigonish is part of the MOU, and unless I'm mistaken, Mr. Chair, Antigonish is certainly a part of Bill 340. They put their necks out there, they went through hell with the impression they were going to be supported by the province because the province gave them their word. Again, the MOU is about the word of the province. Bill 340 is about the word of the province. And there's been some examples where the word of the province hasn't mattered. I spoke earlier about the word of the Premier on CBRM and equalization funding. The word of the province was given to Antigonish that you go ahead, you go do this, stick your necks out there if you think it's good for the community, and we'll support you, and there'll be special legislation there. As soon as the going got tough, where did the province go? They ran and hid, and they left those folks out to dry. And again, whether you agree or disagree with the outcome there, that's not the way to build trust with our municipal units. Bill 340 should be building trust with our municipal units. A new MOU should be building trust, but when there's clear examples where trust is broken, that's going to be a problem. That legislation still hasn't come to the House, and no explanation has been given to the municipality or to the House. And I will quote the mayor, who said, "We believe we did everything required of us for the legislation to have gone through. In the spring, both councils voted unanimously to explore consolidation. We held 2 years of extensive consultations, and then both councils passed motions seeking legislation." Again, folks that were willing to make tough decisions, put their necks out there, go through hell to do that because they were told, as municipalities are being told in the MOU, that the province was going to be there for them. And when the going got tough, guess where the province went? They went and hid in the bushes. So you look at Bridgewater, you look at Antigonish, you look at HRM, you look at CBRM. I will have to say I'm worried about the delivery of this MOU. I'm worried about the relationship that's developing between this province and our municipal leaders. Bill 340 should be a day of celebration. It's been a long time coming. I know it's been over 25 years since an MOU was signed, but there still hangs a shadow over this bill. There still hangs a shadow over this government, and it's because of their own actions. So we'll see how this goes. Again, we're going to have a free vote on this side because some municipalities are benefiting. There may be some that aren't, but I think there's a bigger issue here that's not addressed in this bill, and that should be, and that's how this government treats local elected leaders. Again, from a premier that said he supported and respected local decision making. He said that on the record. From a premier that said he would double the equalization payments in CBRM, which now he's pulling back. From a premier that told Antigonish he was going to be there for them if they made this decision. And from a premier that forgot to call the mayor of Bridgewater, tell him he was going to get a public housing announcement. From a premier that didn't call the mayor when he brought in legislation to override development and planning. So I'm worried about this. Again, we've got generational issues. If we do not have all orders of government working together cooperatively, we will not overcome them. Hate to tell you folks, but you don't have all the answers on that side of the House. It seems like the members think they do. But clearly, with where the stats are going on a number of things, from affordability, cost of living, to housing, to homelessness, to health care, to capacity issues in our communities with infrastructure and schools, all those things are going in the wrong direction. I think the government would be making better decisions if instead of shunning those that disagree with them or provide constructive feedback, like they've done with CBRM in this case, if they actually embrace that constructive feedback. Because guess what? That's how you make better decisions. You don't chase headlines and be focused on new apps, which this government loves. They love new apps. I will download it. I will download it. I'm sure it's a fine app. I'm sure it's a fine app. But I mean these apps aren't changing.
Order. We have chatter coming from all sides. If we could just tone her down for a little bit longer here. I recognize the honourable leader of the official opposition.
Again, these issues are serious, they're complex, they're generational challenges, and to rise to the moment to meet them, we've got to have all of our levels of government, our orders of government working together in cooperation, learning from each other, embracing constructive feedback, embracing criticism, and not punishing those that give it. Otherwise, we're going to keep seeing mistakes made. Otherwise, we're going to have a divisive process like we've had with Bill 340. And if that continues, we're not going to have the unity we need, the common scope with all levels of government to actually take on these challenges in a way that's going to make a difference, not just for the people in this province now, but for the people in this province 10, 20, 30 years down the road. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I move that you now rise and report progress on this bill.
The motion is that we do now rise and report progress to the House. Will all those in favor of the motion please signify by saying aye. We have a request for a recorded vote. The bells will ring until the whips are satisfied. Order. We have now reached the time of adjournment. We will now rise and report progress back to the House. Chair of the Committee of the Whole House on Bills reports.
That the Committee of the Whole House on Bills has met and considered the following bill, Bill 340, and the Chair has been instructed to advise that the committee has made some progress on this bill.
As we've reached the time of adjournment, we will now rise, and where the House will resume again tomorrow between the hours of 1 p.m. and 11:59 p.m. We will now rise. The meeting is adjourned.